Chapter 1808. He still had a trump card. Fang Chen's heart stirred. He stared at the green-clothed man to confirm if he was lying. After watching for a while, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He saw a determined look in the green-clothed man's eyes. There were only two possibilities in this situation. First, the green-clothed man really had a trump card and was very confident in dealing with him. Second, the green-clothed man wanted to fight to the death with him. To be able to force me to use such a trump card, it's no exaggeration to say that among the younger generation of the divine realm, there are almost no prodigies who can compete with you, the green-clothed man said in a deep voice. The aura around his body shook, and the power of the creation law surged. Some of the injuries on his body were instantly healed. This was the terrifying thing about the successor of the creation branch. Unless you could really hit his vital gate, otherwise you couldn't kill him at all. Healing was very simple for the successor of the creation branch. You're also very powerful, Fang Chen said. He also relied on the space-time book to barely block the green-clothed man's attack. Without the space-time book, the consequences would be unimaginable. Originally, I could easily kill you. But I never thought that you were actually a space-time cultivator. The green-clothed man said in a deep voice, the space-time cultivation system is the most important inheritance of the bone progenitor. It won't be easily taught to outsiders. Thinking about it, you should be his disciple. But after today, you will become history. After a while, the green-clothed man's strength was almost recovered. He then put the wooden sword away. He took out a palm-sized wooden pigeon from his arms. Wooden pigeon. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment and carefully observed the wooden pigeon. This was a wooden pigeon made of pure wood. Its appearance was very simple, like a child's toy. However, Fang Chen didn't underestimate it. Boss, that wooden pigeon contains the heavy water of destruction. The pangolin guarding the little mouse shouted loudly. Hearing that, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Heavy water of destruction. Such a simple wooden pigeon actually contained the heavy water of destruction that even the true gods were afraid of. How is this possible? Fang Chen felt incredulous. His eyes widened as he stared at the wooden pigeon. Not bad, at least you have some knowledge. The green-robed man held the wooden pigeon in his hand and grinned. The material used to make this wooden pigeon is the hardest material in the divine world, the iron dragon wood. In the entire divine realm, only the iron dragon wood is tough enough to withstand the corrosion of the heavy water of destruction. Hearing the azure-clothed man's words, Fang Chen finally understood. Such a small wooden pigeon was actually made of iron dragon wood. No wonder it could store the heavy water of destruction. However, when he thought of the heavy water of destruction, Fang Chen's scalp went numb. He could not even block the annihilation cold water completely. How could he block the heavy water of destruction? Fang Chen's mind was in a mess. On the other side, the azure-clothed man played with the wooden pigeon in his hand. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Say your last words. As Gu Yuan's disciple, I can help you fulfill a wish." The azure-clothed man seemed to be certain that Fang Chen would die without a doubt. Actually, it was understandable. How could a small heavenly god block the heavy water of destruction? Even the azure-clothed man himself did not dare to touch the heavy water of destruction. It was something that could freeze his primordial spirit instantly. Because of this trump card, the azure-clothed man was fearless even if he faced a true god. Even if he could not win, he could protect himself. Presumably, those true gods would not risk their lives for the sake of a weak heavenly god. I have never thought of things like last words, Fang Chen said with a smile. He had already calmed down. You are just putting on an act. I want to see how you block my heavy water of destruction. After saying that, the azure-clothed man flicked his wrist and gently pulled a mechanism on the wooden pigeon. Suddenly, an extremely cold water flow flowed out of the wooden pigeon's body. Splash! The sound of the water flow was shocking. The temperature of the air on Emerald Ripple Island instantly dropped to the lowest. So cold. Star and Moon could not take it anymore and quickly retreated. Pieces of ice appeared in front of Fang Chen. Snowflakes danced in the sky. It is more than 100 times more powerful than the annihilation cold water. Fang Chen's body shone brightly. 36 types of ice-type nomological laws instantly erupted and surrounded his body, barely blocking the terrifying cold air. Kill. Following the azure-clothed man's low growl, the heavy water of destruction that flowed out of the wooden pigeon's body tore through the void with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Fang Chen's primordial spirit was frozen in an instant and lost its senses. However, Fang Chen quickly reacted. Space-Time Book. The 17-level Space-Time Book was activated to the extreme. His body instantly hid in the void. It is useless. The heavy water of destruction can destroy space. So what if you hide? The azure-clothed man laughed maniacally. The wooden pigeon in his hand continued to fight and the heavy water of destruction flowed out. The entire Emerald Ripple Island was invaded by the cold air. The flowers and grass on the ground were instantly frozen. Even the nearby East Sea was almost frozen by the terrifying heavy water of destruction. The heavy water of destruction was something that even true gods were afraid of. Fang Chen did not dare to resist it no matter what. Once he was touched, his primordial spirit would definitely shatter instantly. It is too terrifying. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He did not dare to imagine how strong the heavy water of destruction was. He frantically activated the Space-Time Book and desperately escaped. Behind him, the heavy water of destruction was constantly destroying the void and chasing after him. You can't escape. Seeing Fang Chen being chased by the heavy water of destruction, the azure-clothed man laughed loudly. The battle was finally over. Although he had lost a trump card, it was worth it to be able to destroy the successor of the destruction system. Boss! Xiao Huang's body suddenly flashed and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fang Chen. Splash! Xiao Huang opened his mouth and instantly spat out the cold water of annihilation that was hidden in his stomach. The cold water of annihilation instantly collided with the heavy water of destruction. Hiss! Without any resistance, the cold water of annihilation was blasted away. Dong! At the same time, Xiao Huang's body was enveloped by the heavy water of destruction. Xiao Huang! Fang Chen turned his head, bared his teeth, and roared angrily. Boss, leave quickly. Under the heavy water of destruction, Xiao Huang said these words with difficulty and then disappeared without a trace. Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet and burning with anger. However, there was nothing he could do about the heavy water of destruction. Damn it! Fang Chen clenched his fists and shuttled his body, his speed reaching the extreme. As long as he could escape the range of the heavy water of destruction, he would be out of danger. At this moment there was only one thought in Fang Chen's mind, and that was to travel through the void. Space-Time Book. The Space-Time Law and Space Law were activated to the extreme. The two merged together and suddenly increased Fang Chen's speed again. I can't die. I still have to protect you. Fang Chen's heart was filled with obsession. It was unprecedented. He stimulated his potential to the extreme, and the Space-Time Book was activated like never before. You can't escape. The azure-robed man controlled the wooden pigeon and said coldly. Boom! The heavy water of destruction completely froze Xiao Huang and the latter's body fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Huang! Seahorse and Pangolin quickly ran over and carried Xiao Huang. At this moment, Xiao Huang was extremely weak and hanging on to his last breath. Xiao Huang, you will be fine, Seahorse and Pangolin said in a deep voice. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen let out a long roar. The Space-Time Book was activated to the extreme. He quickly went around the heavy water of destruction and rushed towards the azure-robed man. Kill him and we will be able to survive. Fang Chen had no way out and could only take the risk. Only by killing the azure-robed man could the heavy water of destruction stop chasing after him and resolve the crisis. For my brother. Fang Chen shouted in his heart and rushed towards the azure-robed man recklessly. The azure-robed man sneered and the wooden pigeon in his hand spun quickly. The heavy water of destruction tore through the space and stopped Fang Chen. Hurry up, faster. Seeing that the heavy water of destruction behind him was about to catch up, Fang Chen shouted anxiously. The azure-robed man's face was full of smiles. The outcome was already decided, and it was futile to struggle. No, I can't accept this. Fang Chen shouted and rushed forward crazily. Buzz. Suddenly, the space-time law and the space-time law around him changed. At the same time, his mind suddenly became clear. Chapter 1809. Luck begets luck. The time and space rules blended together in a strange way, allowing the final bottleneck of the space-time book to be successfully broken through. Crack! Crisp sounds could be heard coming from his body. The 18th level of the space-time book was completed. Fang Chen, who had fallen into madness, gradually calmed down. An excited smile appeared on his face. Rumble! At this moment, the heavy water of destruction behind him suddenly attacked. Space-time, Fang Chen said softly. Suddenly, his figure disappeared without a trace. The heavy water of destruction instantly flooded the area where Fang Chen was, destroying the space there until there was nothing left. However, there was no trace of Fang Chen. What's going on? The man in green's expression changed drastically. He controlled the wooden pigeon and quickly searched for Fang Chen. I don't believe that you can avoid the attack of the heavy water of destruction, the man in green said coldly. He wantonly controlled the heavy water of destruction and tore the space, trying to force Fang Chen out. However, Fang Chen seemed to have evaporated. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The man in green controlled the wooden pigeon and roared crazily. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was hidden in the void, quietly watched this scene. His mind was filled with a strong space-time aura. I see. Fang Chen finally understood why he had been unable to complete the 18th level of the space-time book. He had just reached a life and death crisis and had fallen into madness. However, the space-time book had successfully broken through the bottleneck. He was really lucky. The 18th level of the space-time book has been completed. The time and space rules have been blended. With a thought, I can completely blend into the void. Even the heavy water of destruction can't find me, Fang Chen said to himself. Previously, he had only blended into the space. Now, he had blended into the power of the rules. The entire space of the God realm had endless power of the rules. The power of time and space rules were everywhere. As long as there was a place with the power of the rules, Fang Chen could blend in. The heavy water of destruction could only destroy the void, but it could not destroy the nomological power born from heaven and earth. Therefore, even if the entire Emerald Wave Island was destroyed, it would definitely not be able to find Fang Chen. The space-time shape cultivation system can be considered to have reached a higher level, Fang Chen said to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen decided to put this matter aside and deal with the azure-robed man first. Take away his wood pigeon and use the heavy water of destruction to deal with him. Fang Chen thought to himself. This was the only way to kill the man in green. Ho! Fang Chen silently arrived in front of the green-clothed man. While the green-robed man was not paying attention, he snatched the wooden pigeon. No. By the time the green-robed man sensed it, it was already too late. He stretched out his big hand, but grabbed nothing but air. How is that possible? The green-robed man's eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen in disbelief. I'll let you have a taste of the heavy water of destruction. Fang Chen played with the wooden pigeon and instantly controlled the heavy water of destruction. The wooden pigeon was made of a special iron dragon wood. Furthermore, it was filled with heavy water of destruction. It did not need to recognize an owner. Whoever had it could use it. Therefore, the green-robed man's heart tightened. You! The green-robed man took out his wooden sword and tried his best to kill Fang Chen. Heavy water of destruction, Fang Chen said softly. Immediately, the wooden pigeon controlled the heavy water of destruction and blasted it at the green-robed man. No! Although the green-robed man tried his best to resist, it was to no avail. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by the heavy water of destruction as miserable cries sounded. Star and Moon and company heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, they were still at a disadvantage and could lose their lives at any time. They did not expect the tables to turn in the blink of an eye. Master! Seahorse cried out excitedly. Pangolin was also very excited. The heavy water of destruction was too powerful. Without the spacetime book, the green-robed man could not resist it at all. In a few seconds, the green-robed man's essence soul dissipated. His body fell to the ground softly and lost all signs of life. Crack! At the same time, the battle between the two golden hearts in the sky also ended. Fang Chen's golden heart defeated the green-robed man's golden heart and then devoured it. Then, the golden heart returned to Fang Chen's body. Crack! The clone shattered the two sword moves and arrived in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. His face was full of fatigue. Star and Moon rushed over and carefully sized up Fang Chen. Brother Chen, are you all right? I'm fine, Fang Chen said. His gaze fell on Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. Boss, quickly save Xiao Huang, Little Mouse said weakly. Compared to Xiao Huang, Little Mouse was only slightly injured. It was not fatal. Xiao Huang was different. He used his body to block the heavy water of destruction and was severely injured. However, just as Fang Chen was about to save Xiao Huang, the latter's body changed. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little confused. No, Xiao Huang seems to be undergoing nirvana. Little Mouse's eyes widened. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly said, an adult royal ant can easily devour the annihilation cold water. A true god-level royal ant can resist the heavy water of destruction. Although Xiao Huang was severely injured by the heavy water of destruction, he seems to be undergoing nirvana rebirth. This is a good thing. Hearing that, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Xiao Huang was fine, it was fine. Xiao Huang's luck is too good. Not only did he survive the heavy water of destruction, but he can also undergo nirvana rebirth. If he succeeds, his strength will definitely soar, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen nodded. He controlled the wood pigeon to absorb the heavy water of destruction. This battle had consumed a lot of heavy water of destruction. However, there was still some left. He would leave it for Xiao Huang. He could also use Xiao Huang as a trump card. Alright, it's fine now. Go back and rest. Fang Chen activated the Formation I and set up a new Sage formation to envelop Emerald Wave Island. After 7 days and 7 nights of battle, Fang Chen was a little tired. After returning to the cave, Little Mouse was recuperating. Xiao Huang was undergoing nirvana rebirth. The pangolin and the seahorse were staring at the two of them. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and said, I need to rest for a while. Brother Chen, go ahead and rest. Star and Moon sat at the side obediently. After successfully killing the inheritor of the creation system and absorbing his power, Fang Chen had yet to properly comprehend it. Buzz. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt the difference in the golden heart. 5 different powers. There were 5 different powers circulating in the golden heart. The pressure that was faintly emitted was enough to make a heavenly god feel pressured. What a powerful power! In the following time, Fang Chen began to fuse these 4 different powers. At the same time, he also needed to receive the inheritor of the creation system's immemorial soul-refining art. The battle on Emerald Wave Island had alarmed the surrounding seas. Many sea demons were so scared that they didn't dare to approach. After 3 days, Fang Chen had completely fused the 4 different powers. Of the 6 inheritors of the laws, only he and the inheritor of the destiny system were left. This azure-robed man saved me a lot of trouble. Fang Chen grinned. After receiving the power of the 4 inheritors, the golden heart became even stronger. Moreover, the immemorial soul-refining art now had 5 moves. Its power increased by a lot. I wonder where the inheritor of the destiny system is. The laws of destiny were very profound. It was said that it could see through a person's destiny. It was very mysterious. After experiencing this battle, Fang Chen didn't dare to underestimate the inheritor of the destiny system. Although he had the power of the 5 inheritances, the divine world was very big. If it weren't for the Book of Spacetime's sudden breakthrough, the victor might not have been certain. Even Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi wouldn't be able to block all 5 moves of the immemorial soul-refining art. Fang Chen smiled. Originally, he didn't have absolute confidence in getting revenge. But now, it seemed that things had become much easier. Fang Chen stood up and stretched. "Brother Chen, you're awake." The purple-robed Star and Moon looked at Fang Chen with a blissful smile. "How are Xiao Huang and the others?" Fang Chen nodded and hugged Star and Moon. "Xiao Huang is still undergoing nirvana. His situation is very good. As for Little Mouse, he's a heaven-devouring divine mouse. Those injuries aren't much of a problem for him," said Star and Moon. "Brother Chen, are you all right?" Star and Moon tightly held Fang Chen's hand. Don't worry. Nothing like that will happen again." After saying that, he pressed his lips against Star and Moon's forehead. Chapter 1810. After experiencing an intense battle, Fang Chen's life had calmed down. Every day, he would accompany the Star and Moon and occasionally forge some heavenly divine artifacts. With his current level of forging, he could easily forge a low-grade heavenly divine artifact. It wouldn't take long for him to forge a mid-grade heavenly divine artifact. On this day, Fang Chen finally decided to upgrade the quality of the Hidden Star Sword and the Red Glass Sword. After all, the 7 Ultimate Falling Star Sword belonged to someone else. It wouldn't be easy to use it. Upgrading the quality wasn't difficult for Fang Chen. He had a large number of divine artifacts in his Sumeru ring. He could just take out some divine artifacts and melt them down as materials, in order to ensure that there wouldn't be any mistakes in the process of upgrading the Hidden Star Sword. Fang Chen deliberately took out a few top-grade divine artifacts and melted them down. After a quarter of an hour, the top-grade divine artifacts were melted down successfully. Next, he would upgrade the quality of the Hidden Star Sword. Buzz! Fang Chen waved his hand and the heavenly sword platform was lit up with flames. As expected, the Hidden Star Sword was successfully upgraded in just a few breaths of time. The Hidden Star Sword emitted a series of sword hums. It was very pleasant. Fang Chen held it in his hand and could feel a trace of destructive aura emerging from the Hidden Star Sword. "Not bad." Fang Chen nodded. Although it couldn't be compared to the 7 Ultimate Falling Star Sword, it was at least a low-grade heavenly divine artifact. Red Glass Sword. Fang Chen willed and the Red Glass Sword appeared in his hand. The quality of the Red Glass Sword was slightly lower and the process of upgrading it was more time-consuming. However, it was successfully upgraded to a low-grade heavenly divine artifact. Main Body. The doppelganger came to the front of the heavenly sword platform and cupped its fist to the main body. Fang Chen handed the Red Glass Sword to the doppelganger with a smile on his face. Heavenly God Lien Yi and the Zhou clan patriarch, which one of them wasn't a peak heavenly god powerhouse. Their foundation was profound. Not only was there a gap in divine techniques, their heavenly divine artifacts were also far ahead. Fang Chen didn't dare to act rashly. Only when he was fully prepared would he dare to fight with the Lotus Mountain and the Zhou clan. "Yuan." Fang Chen gently stroked Star and Moon's silky hair and said softly, I will be going into seclusion to comprehend the Tao of Arrays and strive to break through to the Saint Realm in one fell swoop." "Brother Chen, don't worry and go into seclusion." Star and Moon smiled knowingly. Before Fang Chen went into seclusion, he called Little Mouse and the other three over and warned them not to wander around and cause trouble. After that, he began to cultivate in seclusion. The Tao of formations was extremely vast. In fact, from a certain perspective, it was much more difficult to create a formation than to forge a sword. That was because when the Tao of formations was cultivated to the pinnacle, the attack power would also be extremely strong. There weren't many saint-level array masters in the divine world. Anyone who could become a saint array master was basically an honored guest of some major forces. Even a huge power like the Sky Bone Palace would fight to rope him in. A saint-level array master was able to set up a heaven and earth isolation array formation. In their formation, they were the only masters. There were several types of saint-level formations. The simplest one could only trap a divinity ancestor realm expert. The more powerful ones could trap a divine lord. As for the most powerful ones, even heavenly gods would be wary of them. Although Fang Chen was only a master-level array master, the formations he set up with the help of the formation I had already surpassed the first level and were approaching the second level. He was confident that after entering the saint level, he would be able to set up a third-level formation. This was also his greatest trump card against heavenly god Lien Yi. Fang Chen was surrounded by the aura of formation Tao as he pondered hard. Fang Chen was immersed in a vast ocean of formation Tao. He was carefully analyzing the structure of each formation and coming to a conclusion. Cultivating the Tao of formations was a long process. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. This seclusion lasted for 3 whole years. Fang Chen's aura seemed to have become much stronger, but he still didn't come out of seclusion. Apart from cultivating every day, Star and Moon would quietly watch Fang Chen from afar. As long as she could see Fang Chen, she would be very happy. As for Little Mouse and the others, they were bored and often snuck into the East Sea to fight with some sea monsters. Gradually, the 4 of them made a name for themselves in the waters around Emerald Wave Island. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Too. However, the strength of Little Mouse and the other 3 was exceptionally powerful. Xiao Huang, in particular, had been reborn a year ago and reached the heavenly god realm, surpassing Little Mouse and the others in an instant. The royal ant tribe's freakish potential was also gradually revealed. After this rebirth, Xiao Huang had completely absorbed the annihilation frigid water in his stomach. He could even withstand a little of the heavy water of destruction. Ha ha ha, how exciting! Little Mouse chuckled. In a certain part of the East Sea, the 4 little guys were floating in the air and moving forward quickly. I wonder if that old thing dares to accept the challenge, Pangolin said. Who cares? After today, the 4 of us will take over this part of the sea, Xiao Huang said in a domineering manner. For 3 years, they had been causing trouble in this part of the sea and finally angered the leader of the sea. The sea monsters that were sent out were all defeated by them. As a result, the leader of the sea monsters was furious and set a time and place with the 4 of them to settle everything once and for all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a while, the 4 of them saw a barren island floating in the distant sea. We're here. Xiao Huang was the first to step onto the island, and the other 3 followed closely behind. Tsk, how dare you come? A huge sea monster had been waiting there for a long time. It was the leader of this part of the sea, a heavenly god realm sea monster. Old thing, how dare you provoke the 4 of us? Are you tired of living? Little Mouse was belligerent and wanted to attack immediately. However, he was stopped by Xiao Huang. Old thing, draw a line. Whether it's a one-on-one or a group fight, we'll take you on until the end. Xiao Huang was the strongest. He stood at the forefront and looked at the huge sea monster coldly. The huge sea monster looked at the 4 of them angrily and emitted a cold, murderous aura. I alone am enough to deal with the 4 of you. The huge sea monster's body suddenly trembled and a crashing sound was heard. Like a tsunami, it instantly roared and roared. Kill! With Xiao Huang as the leader, the four of them attacked with all their strength. Dong! Dong! Xiao Huang's attack directly hit the huge sea monster's body and forced it to retreat. Too weak. Godly rat, royal ant, seahorse, and pangolin. After 3 years of tempering, the four of them were not afraid of even a top heavenly god realm expert when they joined forces. Not to mention a huge sea monster that had just advanced to the heavenly god realm, they were not afraid at all. The battle was just like what Xiao Huang said. They took the initiative as soon as the battle started. Soon, the huge sea monster was at a disadvantage. Damn it! The huge sea monster roared angrily. Some of its subordinates on the barren island wanted to help when they saw this, but they were stopped by the huge sea monster. Bang! After an hour of fierce fighting, the huge sea monster was defeated. Old thing, how was it? Xiao Huang asked. The huge sea monster shook its huge body and got up from the ground, staring at the four of them. I lost. You can leave. The grudge between us is written off. The huge sea monster finally gave in. Only after experiencing it did he understand that the four of them were too talented. Old thing, if you meet the four of us in this sea next time, it's best to take a detour, Little Mouse said proudly. The four of them returned triumphantly, leaving behind the huge sea monster with a helpless expression. After returning to Bibbo Island, the first thing they did was to find Star and Moon. Sister-in-law, boss still hasn't come out of seclusion? Little Mouse asked. Star and Moon shook her head. Brother Chen is in seclusion this time to break through to the Saint Realm. I'm afraid he won't come out until he reaches the Saint Realm. How boring. It's already been 3 years, said Xiao Huang with a grin. It's only been 3 years. I was trapped in the heavenly god's ruins for countless years without saying anything. The Tao of formations is incomparably vast. Stepping into the Saint Realm is not something that can be done overnight. However, with Master's potential, he'll definitely be able to come out in less than 10 years, said Seahorse. Little Hai, I dare to bet with you that boss will come out in less than 10 years, said Little Mouse. Do you dare to bet? If you lose, you're not allowed to call me Little Hai in the future. How about it? Chapter 1811. Day-night, the 4 seasons change. As long as nothing major happened, the structure of the deity world would not change. This cosmos epoch still had a few billion years before the Great Apocalypse. The apex experts of the deity world were all seeking an opportunity to break through to the cosmos god realm. Reaching their level, few things could attract them. Only the opportunity to break through to the cosmos god realm could attract them. The cosmos god realm was a supreme existence in the legend. In this cosmos epoch, not a single person had reached that stage. Countless epochs ago, the strongest experts in the deity world could still touch upon the cosmos god realm. But as epochs changed, the cosmos changed greatly. Great changes had taken place in the universe, and the cultivation environment of martial artists was also imperceptibly changing. And now, it was almost impossible to step into the cosmos god realm, unless a miracle happened. Even so, there were still many experts advancing dauntlessly. Green Ripple Island. Unknowingly, 7 years had passed since Fong Chen entered closed-door cultivation. 7 years' time was merely a snap of a finger to a powerhouse. The higher one's realm, the less they felt time. During these 7 years, Fong Chen's body would occasionally emit a resplendent aura of the Array Tao. Sometimes, it could even alert Star and Moon and Little Mouse. It's already been 7 years. I wonder when Boss will break through. Little Mouse said thoughtfully. There were still 3 years left before the bet with Seahorse. He believed that Boss would exit closed-door cultivation before 10 years. Seahorse was full of smiles by the side. Ha ha ha, I'll definitely win. It's only been 7 years. What are you so happy about? Xiao Huang poured cold water on him. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness as she stared at Fong Chen. This young and tall figure brought her endless joy. Brother Chen. Star and Moon softly muttered. Suddenly, Fong Chen, who had not moved for 7 years, trembled. The entire Green Ripple Island was filled with a wild array Dao aura. "Yu-1, boss is about to wake up!" Little Mouse excitedly shouted. At this moment, the aura of array formation around Fang Chen was extremely dense. Circle after circle of ripples appeared on his body. His mind was filled with a wild comprehension of array Dao. Voila! After 7 years of arduous cultivation in the Sea of Formations, he finally comprehended the crux of entering the Saint Realm. Rumble in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen broke through to the Saint Realm. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. Swoosh the formation! I seemed to have realized something, and immediately shot over from afar, flying in front of Fang Chen. The latter abruptly opened his eyes and shot out 2 terrifying golden lights. His palm gently stroked the eye of the array as he said softly, "You know me best." After saying that, Fang Chen waved his hand and the formation I was sucked into his body. Then, he refined it and made it his own. Whoosh! After doing all this, Fang Chen withdrew his aura, stood up, and turned to look at the star and moon. "Brother Chen." Star and Moon was very excited. She rushed to Fang Chen and hugged Fang Chen with both hands. I've kept you waiting for a long time," Fang Chen said softly. "I'm willing to wait," Star and Moon said. "Ha ha ha, Lil Hai, you've lost." Little Rat, Little Yellow, and the pangolin laughed out loud. Only the seahorse had a bitter look on its face. "What were you guys betting on?" Fang Chen asked. "Boss, we were betting on whether you would be in seclusion for more than 10 years, and Little Hai lost," Little Mouse said. Fang Chen smiled. Star and Moon had been very lonely for 7 years. But now it was finally okay. She quietly leaned in Fang Chen's arms, feeling the warmth of his chest and happiness. "Brother Chen, are we going back?" Star and Moon asked softly. You too." Fang Chen lowered his head and looked at his beautiful wife. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes, it's time for us to go back." 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Everything that had happened back then was still vivid in his mind. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi had announced that she was not suitable for Star and Moon. At that moment, Fang Chen's heart was as cold as ice. He secretly swore that when he became powerful one day, he would definitely take revenge. Star and Moon wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Fang Chen stroked Star and Moon's face and smiled. "Don't worry, I have confidence. I'll listen to you, Brother Chen." Star and Moon obediently lay in Fang Chen's arms. "Is that so?" Fang Chen chuckled. A moving scene appeared in his mind as he looked at Star and Moon with golden eyes. "Brother Chen." Star and Moon wanted to resist, but when Fang Chen's body came into contact with hers, she suddenly became powerless. Soft gasps could be heard incessantly. Everything was ready. They only needed to wait for Fang Chen's order to return to the easternmost land for revenge. However, Fang Chen still had some worries in his heart. "Before revenge, I still have something important to do." "Don't panic," Fang Chen said. "Boss, what are you going to do?" Little Mouse asked. "You guys stay on Bibo Island and protect you." "I'm going to the center of the East Sea," Fang Chen said. "Boss, we'll go with you," Xiao Huang said. "No, you guys stay and protect you, Fang Chen said solemnly. Little Mouse's eyes flashed. "Boss, how about this? You take Xiao Hai with you." After all, he grew up in the East Sea and is very familiar with the geography of the East Sea. Fang Chen thought about it for a moment, then left with Xiao Hai. On the surface of the turbulent sea, the seahorse asked, "Master, where are you going?" "Do you know that there's a myriad sword island in the center of the East Sea?" Fang Chen asked. "Of course I do." "Boss, you're not going to Myriad Sword Island, are you?" The seahorse's eyes widened. Fang Chen nodded. The seahorse gulped. "Boss, that Myriad Sword Island is extremely dangerous. It's said that there's a madman on that island. Even heavenly gods would find it very difficult to escape. Furthermore, I've heard that there's an expert imprisoned on that island. That madman is the one guarding that place," said the seahorse. Hearing this, Fang Chen was even more certain. UU3, Myriad Sword Island was the place where Realm Master Fu Mo was imprisoned. Back in the lower realms, Fang Chen had promised Realm Master Fu Mo that he would definitely rescue him once he entered the God Realm. However, he was too weak after entering the God Realm, so he hadn't taken action. Now that he was strong enough, it was time to fulfill his promise. That's right. Let's go to Myriad Sword Island, said Fang Chen. Although the seahorse was very afraid of Myriad Sword Island, it still brought Fang Chen forward at high speed. The East Sea was extremely vast, and it was much larger than the God Realm. The distance between Jadewave Island and Myriad Sword Island was even greater. With Fang Chen's speed, it took him 3 months to reach the vicinity of the Myriad Sword Island. Floating above the sea, Fang Chen looked at a large island in the distance. Master, that's Myriad Sword Island. Do you see the swords stabbed into the island? It's said to be the Myriad Sword Formation. Once you enter it, it'll be very difficult to escape, warned the seahorse. Boss, don't be rash. Don't worry. How can a mere formation block your master? Fang Chen smiled. He saw the Myriad Sword Formation. It was a third-layer saint formation, and its killing intent was extremely dense. Master, the formation is secondary. The most important thing is that madman, reminded the seahorse. How much do you know about that madman? Asked Fang Chen. The seahorse shook its head. I've heard other sea demons say that the madman on Myriad Sword Island will go crazy once every year. Every time he goes crazy, his strength will explode. In the past, there were experts who believed that there were cultivation resources on Myriad Sword Island. They wanted to check it out, but that madman heavily injured them and forced them to flee. From then on, the name Myriad Sword Island resounded throughout the East Sea. He goes crazy once a year? Fang Chen frowned. He was very puzzled. Unfortunately, the hidden demon realm lord had provided him with very little information. Otherwise, he should have been able to guess that madman's identity. Leave this place first. Wait for me on a distant island, said Fang Chen. Master, be careful, warned the seahorse. Fang Chen leaped into the air above Myriad Sword Island. 888 swish. All of a sudden, rays of sword light burst out from the void. Void sword formation? Fang Chen's lips curled up. His body rapidly moved at an unimaginable angle. The sword light in the void was unable to touch his body. Myriad Sword Island really is extraordinary. Chapter 1812. On the Myriad Sword Island, tens of thousands of swords stood in great numbers, carrying monstrous sword chi. In the sky above the Myriad Sword Island, there was a sword formation of the void. Even if an ordinary divine realm expert entered the Myriad Sword Island, they would not be able to break through these formations. Fang Chen was a Saint Realm Array Master, so he easily passed through the sword formation of the void and arrived in front of the Myriad Sword Formation. An expert who could set up the Myriad Sword Formation was not only a Saint Realm Array Master, but also an extremely high achievement in sword principle. Fang Chen vaguely felt that the madman on the Myriad Sword Island seemed to be an expert in sword principle. Go through. Fang Chen glanced at the Myriad Sword Formation in front of him, thinking about how to pass through. Opposite the Myriad Sword Formation, there was a mountain peak. Even from so far away, Fang Chen could see that there was a giant sword on the mountain peak, which seemed to be suppressing something. Realm Lord Fu Mo's original body should be under the giant sword. Fang Chen frowned and said to himself. He was a little confused. According to Realm Lord Fu Mo, he was killed by a villain, which caused his original body to be permanently suppressed on the Myriad Sword Island. However, the information he gave him did not mention this madman at all. What's going on? For a moment, Fang Chen fell into confusion. However, he still planned to pass through the Myriad Sword Formation first. The 10,000 swords formed a third-level Saint Realm Array. Whoosh! Fang Chen jumped and entered the Myriad Sword Formation. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from the 10,000 swords and shot toward Fang Chun. Fang Chun abruptly raised his hand and gently extended 2 fingers. Immediately, he caught the sword chi that was shooting at him at high speed. I see. The operation of the myriad sword formation was very complicated, but Fang Chun was a rare genius in sword principle, so he quickly saw through the formation. He slightly exerted force with his fingers, and with a crack, the sword chi was suddenly broken. Then, Fang Chen's figure kept flashing. Every time his foot landed, he would step on a giant sword. The giant sword he was standing on was the most important foundation of the 10,000 swords formation. Not long after, Fang Chun had passed through more than half of the myriad sword array. His figure shuttled through the myriad sword array quickly. At the same time, a heart-wrenching roar came from the mountain opposite the 10,000 swords formation. What's going on? Fang Chun, who was breaking through the 10,000 swords formation, frowned slightly. He raised his head and squinted at the mountain peak in the distance. At the peak of the mountain, there was a person with disheveled hair in front of the huge sword. He was hugging his head with both hands, and he seemed to be in great pain. The heart-wrenching screams were coming from his mouth. Crazy! Fang Chun finally saw the legendary madman of the Myriad Swords Island. This person's voice contained a power that could shake one's origin soul. If it weren't for Fang Chen's firm mind, he would have been bewitched. What's going on? Fang Chun really wanted to understand why this person went crazy once a year. Thinking of this, his speed became faster and faster, and he soon passed through the 10,000 swords formation. Boom! There was a slight ripple in the 10,000 swords formation, and then it calmed down. Although the process was not thrilling, Fang Chun knew that the 10,000 swords formation was very powerful. Even if it was him, he could only barely set up a 10,000 swords formation. Up! Fang Chun jumped, and his figure shuttled through the void, and in a moment, he arrived at the mountain peak. Boom! As soon as he reached the mountain peak, he felt a terrifying power attacking him. Not good. Fang Chun cursed inwardly. He activated the space-time book and his figure directly disappeared. Crash! His figure appeared behind the madman. Upon closer inspection, he found that there was a broken sword in the madman's head. Where the broken sword was, there was pitch-black blood. Fang Chen's heart trembled. This broken sword was very strange and emitted an evil power. What shocked him even more was that the madman was able to survive with the broken sword in his head. The madman hugged his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. His face was hideous, as if he was in great pain. You too. Fang Chun stood in the distance, quietly watching. The madman's madness lasted for about half a day, and finally gradually stabilized. Okay. Fang Chun muttered to himself. Who are you? The madman stood up, his face gloomy, and said coldly. Senior, I came here to find an old friend. Fang Chun cupped his fists and said. Your old friend is not here. Since you can pass through the sword formation of the void and the 10,000 swords formation, quickly leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. As the madman spoke, his body emitted a terrifying aura. Fang Chen's heart trembled. This person was actually a top heavenly god expert, and from the aura emitted from his body, he was not weaker than heavenly god Lien Yi. Why would such an expert who had the chance to become a true god be here? Senior, Junior's old friend is under this mountain peak, suppressed by the giant sword. Fang Chun hurriedly said. The madman coldly snorted and suddenly slashed out with his palm. Suddenly, a sword light shot out from his palm and stabbed towards Fang Chun. Destruction sword move. Fang Chun did not hesitate to use the ancient soul refining art's destruction sword move. The terrifying black sword light fiercely collided with the madman's sword light and exploded. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The madman was surprised and then said in a deep voice, Who are you? Junior is Fang Chun. Before Fang Chun could finish, he was interrupted by the madman. Your talent in the sword Dao is the strongest I have ever seen. Don't make a mistake. The madman coldly said. Senior, why are you here? Fang Chun clenched his teeth and said, according to my observation and some information I heard from other places. If my guess is correct, Senior going crazy once a year must be related to the broken sword on your head. Boom. The madman's aura fluctuated as he prepared to attack. Perhaps Junior can help you, Fang Chun hurriedly said. Suddenly, the madman's aura disappeared. For the first time, he looked at Fang Chun. Humph, you dare to speak such arrogant words at such a young age. If my problem could be solved so easily, I wouldn't have been trapped on Myriad Sword Island for so many years. The madman sneered. You three. Fang Chun was secretly delighted. The madman had finally spoken about his situation. Senior, you also said that Junior's talent in the sword Dao is very strong. The broken sword on your head is very evil. It seems to be related to the Holy Light Temple. Fang Chun continued. Hearing this, the madman's hostility finally dissipated. He sat down on the stone and said, You said your old friend is suppressed here? Yes, Junior is an ascender from the lower realms. Junior's old friend's true body is suppressed here, while his avatar fled to the lower realms. Fang Chun gave a simple explanation of World Master Fu Mo unexpectedly. The madman nodded. Yes, there is indeed a heavenly god suppressed under this sword. However what? Fang Chun asked. This giant sword is the real reason why I stayed on the Myriad Sword Island, madman said. Fang Chun's gaze fell on the sword. He carefully observed it, but he couldn't find any connection between the sword and the madman. The auras of the two swords seemed to be somewhat similar. Fang Chun frowned. His divine sense enveloped the sword as he carefully observed it. After a long time, Fang Chun sighed. He still didn't understand. Junior is slow-witted. Senior, please enlighten me. Fang Chun humbly asked for guidance. Do you really want to save your old friend? Asked the madman instead of answering. Fang Chun nodded. Even if my life is in danger, I still have to save him. I owe him a debt of gratitude. Without him, I wouldn't have my current accomplishments. We sword cultivators should know how to repay favors. Fang Chun deliberately mentioned sword cultivators in order to get closer to the madman. As expected, when the madman heard the word sword cultivator, he looked up into the sky, seemingly lost in thought. After a long time, the madman sighed and said, Why? Your potential is extraordinary, and if nothing unexpected happens, you'll definitely have a place in the God realm in the future. Why do you want to get involved in this flood? Senior. The madman waved his hand, interrupting Fang Chun's question. Then he leisurely said, Have you ever heard of a sword cultivator called the Heavenly Sword Ancestor? The Heavenly Sword Ancestor? Fang Chun's eyes widened. Of course I've heard of him. His name is like thunder in the entire divine realm, said Fang Chun. Chapter 1813. It could be said that in the younger generation of the divine realm, if the Heavenly Sword Ancestor said he had the greatest potential, no one would dare say they were second. Fang Chun slowly told him about the Heavenly Sword Ancestor that he had read in book. After listening, the madman laughed at himself. I didn't expect that after so many years, the divine realm still has the legend of the Heavenly Sword Ancestor, said the madman. Fang Chun was puzzled. Why would the madman suddenly mention the Heavenly Sword Ancestor? Fang Chun had a bold guess in his heart. He looked at the madman with a burning gaze and then hurriedly asked, Senior, you wouldn't be the missing Heavenly Sword Ancestor, right? How do you know? The madman didn't refute. Instead, he asked Fang Chun why he thought so. Fang Chun straightened out his thoughts and then said, Although the Heavenly Sword Ancestor was only a divine ancestor back then, his potential was unparalleled in the divine realm. In particular, his potential in the sword Dao made even true gods sigh. Just when everyone thought that the Heavenly Sword Ancestor was a rising peerless monster, he suddenly disappeared. He disappeared without a trace overnight, and since then, no one has ever seen him again. Later, some people even suspected that some true god powerhouses were afraid that the heavenly sword ancestor would grow, so they secretly killed him. Fang Chen faintly said. While speaking, he was also observing the madman's expression. Senior's attainments in the sword Dao should be very strong. Other than the heavenly sword ancestor, I can't think of anyone else. Furthermore, since Senior took the initiative to ask about the heavenly sword ancestor, I think my guess is most likely correct. The madman turned his head and looked at Fang Chen. Yes, I am the heavenly sword ancestor from back then, the madman calmly said. However, Fang Chen's heart was greatly shaken. A storm was raging in his heart. If the madman really was the heavenly sword ancestor, then why had he quietly disappeared all these years? And why had he come to the Myriad Sword Island? Senior. Back then, it was because I showed off my ability that I was targeted by the Holy Light religion. For me, Holy Light religion has really gone through a lot of trouble. For a full 18 years, they tricked me into coming to the Myriad Sword Island. In that battle, Holy Light religion dispatched 3 heavenly god realm powerhouses to deal with me. In the end, I killed one of them and was heavily injured by the other 2. Then, I was poisoned, the madman said slowly as if he was recalling his past. Everyone thinks that there's a madman on Myriad Swords Island who goes crazy every other year. But they don't know that every time they go crazy, it's because they can't control the goo poison, madman said. Fang Chen was very shocked. In order to deal with the Heaven's Sword sect, the Holy Light religion actually dispatched 3 heavenly god realm powerhouses. Yu won. Moreover, one of them had even been killed by the Heaven's Sword sect in the end. He could imagine how intense the battle had been at that time. Then why haven't you left all these years? Asked Fang Chen. The madman shook his head and bitterly smiled. He pointed to the broken sword on top of his head and said, because my potential is too strong, causing Holy Light religion to want me to surrender. Unfortunately, I would rather die than submit. They implanted the goo poison in my body to force me to join Holy Light religion. The broken sword above my head and the huge sword on the ground are alphabet swords. Although they implanted the goo poison, they were worried that if I returned to the god realm, their plan would fail. Therefore, they used this broken sword to suppress me. As long as I leave the huge sword for 1,000 miles, my body will explode and I will die. Who am I? I'm a member of the Heaven's Sword sect. Naturally, I won't submit. All these years, I've been fighting against the goo poison. At the same time, I've been thinking about how to escape from this place. I want revenge. I'm not willing. I want the remnants of Holy Light religion to receive the punishment they deserve. The madman coldly said. His words were filled with cold, killing intent. Fang Chen quietly looked at the madman. The hatred that had accumulated for countless years was suddenly released. The madman's complexion also became a lot better. He looked at Fang Chen and said, your old friend was originally innocent. Unfortunately, when he was suppressing me, he was discovered by Holy Light religion. Fortunately, he hid quickly, otherwise he would have already died. However, because of this, he was permanently suppressed by the huge sword. Fang Chen understood. So that's how it was. In the past, when the hidden demon realm master fought against an expert, he was schemed against and suppressed here. Originally, he still had a chance to escape, but unfortunately, he encountered Holy Light religion. Fang Chen sighed and shook his head. Holy Light religion was too hateful. There were traces of them everywhere. Senior, how can I help you? Fang Chen asked. The Heaven's Sword sect was an outstanding figure among sword cultivators. His attitude toward the sword Dao was worthy of the respect of all sword cultivators. Why do you want to help me? Is it because I'm pitiful? The madman self-deprecatingly said. Because you are the Heaven's Sword sect, the most admired genius of all sword cultivators. Fang Chen solemnly said. Perhaps it was because Fang Chen's words had aroused the arrogance in the madman's heart. Or perhaps it was because of his hatred towards holy light religion. Regardless, the madman told Fang Chen everything that happened here. Madman was controlled and could not leave the Myriad Sword Island. Yu too. According to logic, he should be thinking of ways to let others enter the Myriad Sword Island before sending the news back to the deity world. But he did not do so. So it turned out that all of this was done by Holy Light religion. The Void Sword Array and the Myriad Sword Array were constructed by experts from Holy Light religion. Unless one was a true god, it was hard for others to come here. True God experts were all seeking the opportunity to step into the cosmos God realm and would not move outside. This resulted in the madman being trapped here for a long time. Fortunately, it was Fang Chen. If it were other experts, they might not be able to pass through the Void Sword Array and the Myriad Sword Array. Your potential in the Tao of Sword isn't any weaker than mine. Madman sighed. Senior, according to what you said, these two swords are alphabet swords. Only by completely destroying both swords at the same time can we be safe. Fang Chen asked. Madman nodded. That's right. The alphabet swords resonate with each other. It is impossible to be slightly slower. Furthermore, you should understand what it means to completely destroy them. Even if you use your strongest attack, you will only be able to destroy its form. You will not be able to destroy its sword spirit. As a saint-level swordsmith, Fang Chen naturally understood this. Thus, I have given up. Only a true god expert can do it. Madman sighed. Despair was more frightening than anything else. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, that might not be the case. Oh, you have an idea? Madman looked at Fang Chen. He felt that this person was not ordinary. Senior, please wait for a moment. Following that, Fang Chen began contacting Little Mouse and Xiao Huang, who were on the Jade Ripple Island. 3 months later, the two little fellows arrived at the sea region outside the Myriad Sword Island. Yu 3, boss, we are here. Little Mouse transmitted. On the mountain peak, Fang Chen stood up and said, Senior, I'll go pick up my two brothers. With that, Fang Chen left the Myriad Sword Island and quickly came back with Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. Ha ha ha, boss, why did you call us over in such a hurry? Little Mouse was very curious about the Myriad Sword Island. Senior, I think my two brothers can solve your problem, said Fang Chen. At this time, Xiao Huang and Little Mouse noticed Madman's existence. Boss, who is he? Little Mouse's eyes widened. He is from the Heavenly Sword sect, said Fang Chen. The two of them. Madman was a bit doubtful. But after Fang Chen's simple explanation, he no longer doubted them. Instead, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Senior, he is a heaven-devouring divine rat. I think you should have some understanding of them. Fang Chen pointed at Little Mouse. Heaven-devouring divine rat. Madman's heart shook. The heaven-devouring divine rat's devouring ability was unique in the divine world. He is from the Imperial Ant Clan and possesses Annihilation Frigid Water. Fang Chen said, My idea is to have the two of them attack the two swords at the same time. Little Mouse can devour the broken sword, while Xiao Huang can use the Annihilation Frigid Water to destroy the giant sword. Senior, what do you think? Madman's face revealed a trace of a smile. He seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope, but his reason told him that it wasn't enough to succeed. Madman shook his head. Although the Annihilation Frigid Water is strong, it's only strong at freezing souls. It's a bit difficult to instantly destroy a sword spirit. Oh, I forgot to mention it. What if it's Annihilation Heavy Water? Fang Chen suddenly thought of the wooden pigeon on his body. What Annihilation Heavy Water? At that moment, Madman couldn't hold it in anymore. His body was trembling and he was really excited. Chapter 1814. After hearing the words heavy water of destruction, the madman was overjoyed and couldn't help but smile. Although the annihilation cold water was very strong, he wasn't 100% confident that it could save him. But now, with the heavy water of destruction, there wouldn't be a problem. Seeing the madman's joy, Fang Chen took out the wooden pigeon and handed it to Xiao Huang. You control the heavy water of destruction. You must destroy it as soon as possible. Boss, don't worry. Ever since he was reborn, Xiao Huang had a great interest in the heavy water of destruction. He held the wooden pigeon excitedly. Senior, can we begin? Fang Chen asked. The madman nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and said, In a while, when you guys act, I will control the power in my body to protect my Yuan spirit. Fang Chen nodded and signaled Little Mouse and Xiao Huang to start. Boom. The little rat used its innate ability, Devour. The purple rat shadow suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the giant sword that was stuck in the ground in an instant. At the same time, Xiao Huang controlled the heavy water of destruction in the wooden pigeon and wrapped it around the broken sword above the madman's head. Hiss! The corrosive power of the heavy water of destruction was too strong. The broken sword couldn't resist at all and was instantly destroyed. Roar! Little Mouse also used its innate ability. Suddenly, the purple light on its body surged and the power in its body revolved, directly destroying the huge sword. Splash! The smoke dissipated and the madman suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! After being trapped here for countless years, the madman's mental state had reached an unimaginable level. Only his cultivation had been restricted and couldn't break through. But now, the broken sword that suppressed his Yuan spirit was completely destroyed. The madman's Yuan spirit quickly healed. At the same time, the madman's aura suddenly rose. Is he going to break through? Fang Chen looked at the madman and was shocked. Yu won. The commotion caused by the madman was very strong and affected the entire Myriad Sword Island. At a certain moment, the madman's body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword that was stabbed into the ground. Breakthrough! The madman roared as a terrifying black aura emanated from his body. This was the power of the law of destruction. He was trying to break through to the legendary True God realm. True God, this is the first time I've seen one. Little Mouse opened his eyes wide and looked at Madman. Retreat quickly, Fang Chen said in a low voice as he quickly retreated to the foot of the mountain. Several tens of thousands of years ago, the Heavenly Sword Master was already a peerless genius. After being suppressed for countless years, he has accumulated enough. Now that his primordial spirit has been released, it will only be a matter of time before he becomes a true divinity. However, even though he said that, Fang Chen was still very shocked. Rumble in the sky, the power of lightning surged. Thick bolts of lightning bombarded the body of the Sky Sword Grandmaster. Such a scene lasted for a while. An hour later, the sky returned to normal. The Heavenly Sword Sect's clothes were a little tattered, and his hair was a little messy. He laughed heartily. Our Heavenly Sword Sect has returned. These words of the Heavenly Sword Sects were filled with endless killing intent. He returned with his own stubbornness and unyieldingness. He would definitely take revenge for the blood feud with the Holy Light religion with his own hand. Whoosh! The aura of the Heavenly Sword Sect's body was unimaginable. It imperceptibly brought a lot of pressure to Fang Chen. You guys come up. The Heavenly Sword Sect smiled. Fang Chen quickly returned to the mountain and cupped his fist. Senior, congratulations on successfully stepping into the True God realm. It's all thanks to you that I was able to escape. The Heavenly Sword Sect's attitude towards Fang Chen was very friendly. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how long I would have been trapped here. Senior, even if I didn't appear, with your talent, it wouldn't be long before you stepped into the True God realm. At that time, you could still leave calmly. Fang Chen said. The Heavenly Sword Sect nodded and said, Wait a moment. I'll release your old friend. The current Heavenly Sword Sect's Heavenly Sword Sect had already become a true god. Looking at his strength, He could be considered a top expert in the entire divine realm. He waved his hand, and immediately, a weak fluctuation drilled into the ground. Not long later, a Yuan spirit light ball was pulled out from the ground. Yu 2, Realm Master. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he saw this. He hastily called out, "Your Fang Chen." Realm Master Fu Mo's main body had been destroyed. Only his Yuan spirit was left, struggling at death's door. Although his avatar was in the lower realm, there was still a trace of a connection. From the connection, he learned about Fang Chen. "Realm Master, are you all right?" asked Fang Chen. The Realm Master shook his head. "My physical body has been destroyed, but my Yuan spirit is still fine. I just need to find a suitable physical body. Kid, although your old friend's Yuan spirit is damaged, it's not a big problem," said the Heavenly Sword Sect's Heavenly Sword Sect. "Many thanks, Senior." Fang Chen thanked him. Master Heaven's Sword waved his hand and said, "Why are you being so polite with me? This is the first time in countless years that I've been so happy. I'll be returning to the deity world soon." "Where are you going?" asked Grandmaster Heavenly Sword. Fang Chen kept Realm Lord Fu Mo's primordial spirit and said, "I'm also preparing to return to the divine world." "All right, let's go together." The trip to the Myriad Sword Island went smoothly. Fang Chen and Master Heavenly Sword traveled together. They first arrived at Emerald Ripple Island to pick up Star and Moon before returning to Hanhai City. "Little friend, I still don't know your name," Sect Master Heavenly Sword asked. "Senior, this junior's name is Fang Chen," said Fang Chen. The Sky Sword Grandmaster nodded and said, "Let's part here. If you need anything in the future, just crush this jade slip." After saying that, Master Heaven's Sword took out a jade slip from his bosom and handed it to Fang Chen. Even after being trapped for tens of thousands of years, the Heavenly Sword Sect was still in high spirits. Now that he had become a true god, his momentum was shocking. On the second day after he parted with Fang Chen, a piece of news shook the entire easternmost land. Yu 3, a well-hidden stronghold of the Holy Light religion in the easternmost land, was uprooted by a mysterious powerhouse. All the remaining members of the Holy Light religion were wiped out, including the protectors of the Holy Light religion. The Holy Light religion suffered a great loss in this encirclement. Hearing this news, Fang Chen knew that it was Master Heavenly Sword's doing. "Boss, the Hanhai Armory seems to have revived," said Little Mouse. "Then let's go and destroy them," said Fang Chen. Hanhai City, City Lord's Mansion. The Lord of Hanhai City sat in the meeting hall with a serious face. Below him, the Chamber Master of Artifact was anxious. "My lord, the Zhou family is too despicable. They used this method to deal with us," the Chamber Master of Artifacts said in a deep voice. "If this goes on, we will be completely destroyed." Recently, the Zhou family had been supporting the Hanhai Armory. Even the Lord of Hanhai City did not dare to attack the Hanhai Armory. All of a sudden, the Hanhai Armory was revived and suppressed the Chamber of Artifact. This made the Chamber Master of Artifact extremely anxious. Master Shui had disappeared for almost 10 years without a trace. The Chamber of Artifact did not have any divine weapon refiners, so they could not fight against the Hanhai Armory. However, just as the two of them were getting anxious, a servant suddenly rushed in. "My lord, something big has happened." "What is it?" asked the Lord of Hanhai City. Today, the Hanhai Armory was attacked by a mysterious powerhouse and was completely destroyed. The elders of the Zhou family were all killed. This matter shocked the entire Hanhai City. It will not take long for the Zhou family to send powerhouses to investigate this matter. The Hanhai City cannot get away with it, said the servant. Hearing this, the Chamber Master of Artifact and the Lord of Hanhai City widened their eyes in shock. Who on earth destroyed the Hanhai Armory? The servant shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Investigate this matter quickly. No matter what, we must find out the truth, the Lord of Hanhai City said in a deep voice. The servant quickly left. A faint smile appeared on the chamber master of artifacts' face. My lord, the Hanhai armory was destroyed by a mysterious powerhouse. Even if the Zhou family investigates, the Hanhai city will not be blamed. The chamber master of artifacts said, I don't know who this powerhouse is. He has done us a great favor. Fang Chen, who had caused such a commotion in the Hanhai city, was walking in the wilderness at the moment. Boss, this is so cool. It is so cool to see the despair in the Zhou family's eyes. The little mouse laughed. Chapter 1815. After returning to the God world, Fang Chen first found a good body for Realm Master Fuemo. Then, Fang Chen asked Realm Master Fuemo to return to the Xingsun sect to recuperate. As for himself, he took Star and Moon and the four little guys to the Lotus Mountain. Why did he choose the Lotus Mountain? It was all because of Divine Goddess Lian Yi. Star and Moon held Fang Chen's hand tightly, feeling a little nervous. Fang Chen turned to Star and Moon and said, It's okay. Brother Chen, I'm worried. Fang Chen shook his head and said slowly, don't worry. I'll get revenge for the humiliation you've suffered. And I'll let Divine Goddess Lian Yi announce to the outside world that she's breaking off the relationship with you. She doesn't deserve to be your master. Star and Moon wanted to say something but stopped. She shook her head and lowered it. Xingsun sect. The broken arm of Spirit King Han Long had been regenerated. In the past 7 or 8 years, the Xingsun sect had been suppressed by the Zhou family and the Lotus Mountain. Although they didn't do it openly, they did it secretly. Spirit King Han Long was very angry. If the Xingsun sect master hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed to the Lotus Mountain and fought to the death with old woman Lian Yi. In the garden of the Xingsun sect, 3 figures sat in a pavilion. Junior brother, you're too impatient. It's not good for your cultivation, the Xingsun sect master said slowly. Yes, although the sect master has returned, the Lotus Mountain and the Zhou family are not people we can provoke. We can't ruin the future of the Xingsun sect because of a moment of impulse. The Sky Prison Saint also said, every disciple who joins the Xingsun sect wants to have a better tomorrow. If we go to war with the Lotus Mountain, these disciples will be the first to suffer. In fact, the 2 of them knew that even if the Xingsun sect master didn't say it. Over the years, many disciples of the Xingsun sect who went out to train had been killed by the Lotus Mountain and the Zhou family. However, they could only suffer this loss themselves. The Xingsun sect master was also angry, but what was the point of being angry? Only by knowing when to yield and when to stand tall could Xingsun sect go further. What's the point of living like this? Brother Fang has been missing for so long. I suspect that old hag Lian Yi killed him. The Ice Dragon Spirit King snorted. The head of the Xingsun sect sighed and said earnestly, Junior brother, I also want to avenge the dead disciples of the Xingsun sect, but I don't want the Xingsun sect to be destroyed in my hands. As soon as the leader of the Xingsun clan finished speaking, a disciple came to report. Sovereign, there is someone at the foot of the mountain who wishes to see you, the disciple said. Did he say his name? The lord of the Xingsun clan asked with a frown. He only said 2 words. The disciple thought for a moment and then said, Fang Chen. What? The 3 of them stood up at the same time, their expressions grave. The Ice Dragon Spirit King shouted, Quickly bring him to us. Not long after, Realm Lord Fuemo was brought to the garden. Seeing this person, the 3 of them were slightly disappointed. The 3 of you. Realm Lord Fuemo said directly, Fang Chen told me to come here. Brother Fang is still alive. Where is he? The Ice Dragon Spirit King hurriedly asked. Realm Lord Fuemo looked around, wanting to say something but stopped. Voila! The head of the Xingsun sect waved his hand, forming a powerful restriction around them. Just say what you want to say. No one will hear. Not long ago, Fang Chen saved me at the Thousand Sword Island. Now he has returned to the easternmost land and is on his way to the Lotus Mountain. Realm Lord Fuemo said. Lotus Mountain? Brother Fang is going to avenge himself? The Ice Dragon Spirit King asked. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. Fang Chen is indeed going to avenge himself. He told me to cultivate in the Xingsun sect first. What a fool. There are many experts in the Lotus Mountain. How can Brother Fang do it alone? No, I have to go help Brother Fang, the Ice Dragon Spirit King said and turned to leave. I'll go too. The Sky Prison Saint followed. Sect Lord, you are the leader of a sect. Unlike us, the Xingsun sect needs you. The Lotus Mountain was in the center of the easternmost land. After traveling for several days, they finally arrived at the territory of the Lotus Mountain. Boss, we're almost there, the little mouse said. At this moment, there was a commotion in front of a small town in the distance. This town was the only one in 100-mile radius around the Lotus Mountain. Disciples who wanted to see the scenery of the Lotus Mountain often came here. Over time, the town became lively. Sir, I'm really sorry. Our inn really has no more rooms. An old man begged with a bitter face. There were two women opposite him. One of them was arrogant and domineering. Her attitude was very bad. Humph, we're disciples of the Lotus Mountain. Hurry up and give us 2 rooms. Otherwise, there's no need for your inn to exist. Sir, the old man was about to speak when he was kicked away by one of the women. Poochie. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily on the ground. Fang Chen frowned slightly. The disciples of the Lotus Mountain are really arrogant. The little mouse could not stand it anymore. He turned to look at his boss and waited for his instructions. The latter nodded. The little mouse jumped and arrived in front of the inn. You 2 women, what's the point of bullying an old man? The little mouse scolded. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he talk to us like this? The woman cursed coldly. The little mouse was furious. You're courting death. The Lotus Mountain already had a grudge against them. It was not bad to collect some interest. Bang! The 2 disciples of the Lotus Mountain naturally could not resist the little mouse's attack. In the blink of an eye, they were sent flying by the little mouse. Their delicate bodies fell on the street. Immediately, it caused a commotion in the town. Soon, a group of women ran over. Junior sister, what's going on? The leading woman asked with a gloomy face. Senior sister, he insulted our Lotus Mountain. Humph, a shitty place like the Lotus Mountain is not worthy of being insulted by this young master. The little mouse's face was filled with ridicule. You dare to be disrespectful to the Lotus Mountain? This is unforgivable. The leading woman rushed in front of the little mouse. Her body emitted a terrifying killing intent. She began to attack the little mouse. Little girl, your heart is truly ruthless. Grandpa Mouse, there's no need to hold back. The one who spoke was Xiao Huang. Poochie the little mouse smashed the leading woman's head with a fist. Blood sprayed through the air. Senior sister. You dare to kill senior sister? You're dead. The Lotus Mountain will not let you off. Everyone attack together and take revenge for senior sister. For a moment, the town was incomparably noisy. Many disciples of the Lotus Mountain surrounded the little mouse. The disciples of the Lotus Mountain are arrogant and despotic. They deserve to die. The little mouse's words had already sentenced them to death. Bang bang bang, they killed all the disciples of the Lotus Mountain without expending any energy. Looking at the corpses lying on the street, the little mouse said in a loud voice, From today onwards, the disciples of the Lotus Mountain will no longer strut around in this town. After saying this, he disappeared from the town. He left behind a series of discussions. Outside the town, the little mouse arrived in front of Fang Chen. Using heavenly goddess Lian Yi's power to act like a tyrant in this town. How laughable! Fang Chen sneered. Boss, let's go. The little mouse's eyes shone with a golden light. He really wanted to know what heavenly goddess Lian Yi's expression would be when she saw Boss. Would she regret not choosing Boss in the first place? Fang Chen held Star and Moon's hands tightly and comforted Star and Moon. The latter had also gradually thought things through. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi had taken her in as a disciple and treated her very well. However, this was all because of her heaven-defying potential. If she was mediocre, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi probably wouldn't have taken her in as a disciple at all. Moreover, because she didn't want to offend the Zhou family, she didn't care about her own opinion and refused to let her be with Brother Chen. She didn't want such a master. After thinking this through, Star and Moon's heart relaxed. Not long after, Fang Chen and the others arrived at the foot of the Lotus Mountain. Looking up at the towering Lotus Mountain, Fang Chen's thoughts seemed to have returned to 7 or 8 years ago. The corners of his mouth curled up into a confident smile. What happened 7 or 8 years ago definitely wouldn't happen again. This time, he wanted to let everyone know that no one could lay a finger on Fang Chen's woman. Chapter 1818. The fury in Fang Chen's heart instantly erupted. Sword chi surged around him as he gripped the hidden star sword. At the same time, Heavenly God Lien Yi did not sit still and wait for death. As she waved her hand, an extremely cold aura instantly spread out. Kill! Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi let out a low growl and leapt forward, instantly arriving in front of Fang Chen. An icy aura burst out from his body and surrounded Fang Chen's figure. Break! Fang Chen's body shook violently. The extremely cold aura surrounding him was instantly shattered. Then, he swung his sword backward. Swoosh! Immemorial God Refinement Technique, Destruction Sword Technique. Terrifying destruction law energy erupted from his body. It fused with the golden liquid and entered the hidden star sword, forming his strongest attack. When the destruction sword technique appeared, the entire sky changed greatly. The expressions of the many experts on Lotus Flower Mountain all changed greatly. Even Heavenly God Lien Yi's expression changed in an instant. Damn it! Heavenly God Lien Yi cursed. A walking stick appeared in her hand. This walking stick was very special. Its entire body was covered with complicated patterns. At the place where she held it, a scarlet light flickered. Fang Chen could tell at a glance that this walking stick was a high-quality Heavenly God artifact. A high-quality Heavenly God artifact? Boom! Heavenly God Lien Yi held the walking stick in her hand. She suddenly exerted force and smashed it against the destruction sword technique. Hiss! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The destruction sword technique's destruction sword technique directly entered the walking stick. Suppress! Heavenly God Lien Yi roared. The might of a high-quality Heavenly God artifact instantly erupted. It directly suppressed the destruction sword technique that had entered the walking stick. Her expression was somewhat complicated. She did not expect that in a short few years, Fang Chen would have grown to such a level. This child must be killed. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble. Heavenly God Lien Yi said coldly. At the same time, Heavenly God Lien Yi secretly sent a voice transmission to the Zhou clan leader. After informing him of Fang Chen's appearance on Lotus Flower Mountain, the Zhou clan leader immediately replied that he would come to Lotus Flower Mountain as quickly as possible. A peculiar smile appeared on Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's frosty face upon receiving this news. Fang Chen, I have to admit that your strength has improved a lot. Ordinary heavenly gods probably aren't a match for you, but you're still nothing in front of me. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi chuckled. You won, old woman. Fang Chen hated Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi even more. In addition, for some reason, Star and Moon's eyes were empty, and their bodies were stiff. Fang Chen was extremely anxious. He couldn't wait to capture Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi and force her to reveal the truth. As such, he didn't want to waste time arguing with Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. Immemorial Soul Refining Art. Fang Chen executed the 5 moves of the Immemorial Soul Refining Art. Destruction Sword Move, Creation Sword Move, Fate Sword Move, Time Sword Move, Space Sword Move. These 5 sword moves were Fang Chen's strongest attacks so far. 5 streaks of sword light with completely opposite auras hovered side by side in the sky, and it felt as if the entire void was about to be torn apart. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's expression became extremely grave at the sight of these 5 streaks of sword light. Spatial Ripple Kill. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi finally unleashed her trump card, the top-tier heaven-grade divine technique, Spatial Ripple Kill. Spatial Ripple Kill. It's actually the Spatial Ripple Kill. Master has even unleashed such a trump card. That scoundrel is definitely going to die. That's right. There are very few heavenly gods who can withstand the Spatial Ripple Kill, let alone this scoundrel. Many of the younger disciples on the plaza were extremely excited to see Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi unleash the Spatial Ripple Kill. The scoundrel was finally going to be executed. They were very happy. Whoosh! After the Spatial Ripple Kill was unleashed, one ripple after another appeared in the sky. Under Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's control, these ripples quickly formed an inescapable net. Her title as Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was derived from this trump card of hers. This inescapable net was extremely powerful. If an ordinary heavenly god were to be trapped within it, only death would await them. Even a saint-level formation master wouldn't be able to break through this inescapable net. As such, a deranged sneer appeared in Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's eyes as she unleashed the Spatial Ripple Kill. She was certain that Fong Chen was going to die. Suppress. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi gripped her walking stick and controlled the inescapable net to quickly envelop Fong Chen. Yu 2, 10,000 Sword Strike. Fong Chen's expression was very calm. He softly uttered these words. Immediately, the 5 streaks of sword light hovering in the sky suddenly shot toward the inescapable net. Swish. At some point, the 5 streaks of sword light instantly transformed into tens of thousands of streaks of sword light and violently crashed into the inescapable net. It's useless. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi laughed heartily. She believed that Fong Chen's efforts were futile. However, in the face of Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's mocking laughter, Fong Chen shook his head slightly. His hands formed different seals as the golden heart in his body rapidly surged. He closed his eyes, and his aura surged as he used his mind to control the 5 sword techniques. Crack! Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the 5 streaks of sword light. The power of the 5 laws complemented each other, and their power was raised to the extreme. In an instant, a hole was torn open in the inescapable net. After the inescapable net was broken, it was instantly shattered by the 10,000 streaks of sword light like a flood breaking through a dam. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly spread out. The explosive power swept through the entire Lotus Mountain. Dong! At this moment, all the buildings on Lotus Mountain were reduced to rubble. Miserable screams rang out from the explosion. The weaker disciples of Lotus Mountain didn't even have time to escape and were instantly killed. Even celestial deity realm powerhouses also had lingering fears after escaping. At this moment, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's body crashed heavily into the plaza, creating a large crater in the ground. Poochie! Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was slightly pale, and her eyes were filled with complex emotions. Impossible! How is this possible? Even to this day, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi refused to believe that Fong Chen could break through her spatial ripple attack. One had to realize that this was her trump card. Even a heavenly god wouldn't be able to break through it. No, this is an illusion. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi crawled up from the ground with great effort. She sank her energy into her dantian and quickly recovered her strength. Yu 3. Fong Chen stood silently on the plaza, staring at Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi as he slowly walked toward her. Do you regret that decision? Fong Chen asked softly. No, I don't regret it. Even if I die, I won't let you have your... Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi suddenly went berserk. She attacked Fong Chen with all her might. Rumble in the face of Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's attacks, Fong Chen blocked all of them. Bam! In the end, he sent Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi flying with a single sword strike. She threw up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Her body was extremely feeble. Even her most powerful spatial ripple attack had been broken. She was completely powerless. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's mind was filled with a myriad of emotions as she looked at this familiar man. She felt extremely conflicted. This man wasn't even a heavenly god, but he was now able to severely wound her. I refuse to accept this. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi roared in her mind. Her eyes became crimson. Do you think you've won? All of a sudden, a wild smile appeared on Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's pale face. Fang Chen's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he hurriedly turned towards Star and Moon. At this moment, Star and Moon was like a walking corpse. What did you do to you, Fang Chen roared in rage. Ha ha ha, you'll never be able to obtain you, Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's hair was disheveled, and she was completely devoid of her usual vigor. At the same time, she began to chant some complicated incantations. All of a sudden, Star and Moon's body reacted violently. Some blood seeped from the corners of her mouth. 88 Oh, stop! Fang Chen rushed toward Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi and grabbed her by the neck as he roared in rage. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi glared at Fang Chen with a vicious expression. If you want Star and Moon to die, then do it. A pained expression appeared on Fang Chen's face, but he still lowered his hand in the end. What did you do to Star and Moon? Fang Chen asked again. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi coughed a few times before replying, It's nothing. I just poisoned her body with dark Yin poison. Chapter 18-19. Especially after hearing the words profound Yin poison, the anger in his heart lessened. Once upon a time, there was a famous true god powerhouse in the deity world. The reason he was famous was because of his terrifying Tao of poison. This powerhouse had cultivated the Tao of poison to the pinnacle, creating countless types of deadly poisons. Even true god powerhouses were terrified of these deadly poisons. However, of the deadly poisons he created in his lifetime, 8 of them were known as the 8 wondrous poisons of the deity world. These were publicly acknowledged by the true gods of the deity world. Each of the 8 wondrous poisons was incomparably powerful and could even kill true gods. This powerhouse was obsessed with the Tao of poison. According to him, there were even more powerful poisons above the 8 wondrous poisons. These poisons could definitely affect cosmos gods. One had to know that the 8 wondrous poisons were considered the most powerful poisons in the deity world. They believed that the 8 wondrous poisons were the pinnacle of the Tao of poison. They did not believe that this powerhouse could create a poison that surpassed the 8 wondrous poisons. From then on, this Tao of poison expert went into closed-door seclusion, testing poisons with his own body in order to surpass himself. However, in the end, this powerhouse still died from the poison he created. Before his death, he announced the recipe for the 8 wondrous poisons to the deity world. This allowed many experts in the deity world to learn of the recipe for the 8 wondrous poisons. However, knowing was one thing. To successfully create one of the 8 wondrous poisons was extremely difficult. In fact, even the most powerful experts in the Tao of poison might not be able to create one. The mysterious Yin poison was ranked 8th among the 8 wondrous poisons of the deity world. This poison could unleash an extremely powerful effect when it came into contact with a mysterious Yin body. Experts who were poisoned by the mysterious Yin poison would not feel anything at all. The invisible poison would affect their senses and even their personality. This was especially true when it came to limiting one's potential. One of the 8 wondrous poisons of the deity world. Fang Chen glared at Heavenly God Lian Yi and said coldly, Not bad. You are quite knowledgeable. You actually know about the 8 wondrous poisons of the deity world. Heavenly God Lian Yi sneered. She had already taken the initiative. Fang Chen, I admit that you have great potential. If you are allowed to grow, it won't be long before you can defeat all heavenly gods. Do you think I'll let the tiger return to the mountain? Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi chuckled as she pulled out a pitch-black pill from her robes. UU1. This pill did not have any luster, as if it was just an ordinary pill. However, Fang Chen knew that it was poison. If his guess was correct, this jet-black pill should be one of the legendary 8 great poisons of the God Realm, the profound Yin poison. Don't you really want to save your wife? I'll give you a chance, but I don't know if you'll grasp it. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi opened her palm, within which lay the pitch-black poison. This poison is the profound Yin poison. If you want to save your wife, you must swallow it. Otherwise, Star and Moon will explode and die as soon as I detonate the poison. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi continued, don't even think about taking the antidote by force. I'm telling you, Star and Moon will die the instant you attack. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was using Star and Moon to threaten him. Fang Chen clenched his fists in fury. However, in order to save Star and Moon, he had no other choice. What if you go back on your word after I swallow this pill? Fang Chen asked. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi replied in a disdainful voice, I'm the mighty Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. How could I go back on my word? It's exactly because you're Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi that I'm wary of you. If you don't swear a martial oath, I'll drag you down with me even if I have to die. Fang Chen splayed his hands open. She wanted him to swallow poison without any proof? How could he allow that? Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi thought for a moment before replying, All right, I swear a martial oath. If you swallow this pill, I'll immediately give the antidote to Star and Moon. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning. Seeing Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi swear such a heavy oath, Fang Chen was finally relieved. He accepted the black pill and swallowed it. All right, you can give me the antidote now, Fang Chen said in a solemn voice. After confirming that Fang Chen had swallowed the pill, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi chortled with glee. Who would have thought that you were such a love-struck fool? She waved her hand as she spoke, and a beam of light shot into Star and Moon's body. The walking corpse of Star and Moon instantly began to tremble uncontrollably. She suddenly clutched her head with both hands and let loose a blood-curdling cry before fainting. Sister-in-law. The little mouse was a little anxious. However, after a brief examination, he discovered that Star and Moon had only fainted. Fang Chen's divine sense enveloped Star and Moon's body, and he carefully inspected Star and Moon's body. After confirming that the poison had been neutralized, he was finally relieved. Fang Chen, from now on you are my slave. I'm going to make you wish you were dead, Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi said in a cold voice. You too. Star and Moon had great potential, but Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi valued Fang Chen more. His potential far exceeded that of Star and Moon. If she could use the dark Yin poison to control him, perhaps she really could become a true god. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi, I truly feel sorry for you. Fang Chen shook his head. You still don't know your position? You're my prisoner. If I don't give you the antidote, you'll die at any moment. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi chuckled coldly. Aside from me, no one else has the antidote to the dark Yin poison. It's even more impossible for you to neutralize it with your own power. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was quite confident in the dark Yin poison. She really wanted to see Fang Chen's indignant expression, but she was disappointed. Boom! At this moment, the dark Yin poison pill had just entered Fang Chen's stomach when it was instantly engulfed by the golden liquid erupting from the golden heart. While Fang Chen was conversing with Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi, the golden heart had already completely refined the dark Yin poison pill. The dark Yin poison didn't even have a chance to spread before it was completely neutralized. This was why Fang Chen dared to swallow the pill without any hesitation. After absorbing the power of the other 4 heirs, Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart had become even more powerful. A mere dark Yin poison was nothing to it. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body flashed as he looked at the madly laughing Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. He instantly appeared before her and grabbed her by the neck. Whoosh! Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi wanted to resist, but Fang Chen was simply too powerful, and she was completely suppressed. Rich destructive nomological power instantly surged forth, locking heavenly goddess Lien Yi into a narrow space. Crack! Fang Chen tightened his grip, and heavenly goddess Lien Yi's face paled, and her breathing became a little ragged. You! Heavenly goddess Lien Yi's eyes widened as she roared, "Do you want to die?" She couldn't believe that Fang Chen, who had been poisoned by the dark Yin poison, would dare to attack her. "Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Heavenly goddess Lien Yi channeled the last sliver of power within her body to activate the dark Yin poison. However, no matter how hard she tried, it was all to no avail. Fang Chen's body remained motionless, but he tightened his grip more and more. "Old hag, your dark Yin poison is useless against me." After saying this, Fang Chen punched heavenly goddess Lien Yi's arm, instantly snapping it. Immediately afterward, Fang Chen broke heavenly goddess Lien Yi's other arm. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi, who was one of the most powerful divine heaven stage powerful beings in the easternmost region, was suppressed by Fang Chen just like that. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that the ant-like existence that she could easily kill in the past would humiliate her so much years later. "You're impossible!" Heavenly goddess Lien Yi had fallen into a frenzy. Her arms fell limply to her sides, and she had lost all of her strength. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi no longer had the demeanor of a powerful being. She was more like a shrew. "Old hag, Star and Moon is your disciple. How could you be so cruel as to attack her? You piece of trash." As he spoke, Fang Chen punched heavenly goddess Lien Yi's leg. Her legs were instantly crippled as well. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi's limbs were instantly crippled, and she was unable to resist at all. "Kill me," heavenly goddess Lien Yi said in a muffled voice as she endured the pain. "It's not that easy to die." Fang Chen couldn't tolerate the fact that she had poisoned Star and Moon. "I'm going to make you wish you were dead. I'm going to make you suffer all of the humiliation in this world," Fang Chen said in a sinister voice. Heavenly goddess Lien Yi's hair was disheveled, and she had lost all of her composure. Chapter 1820. He was filled with hatred for heavenly goddess Lien Yi. Severing her limbs would not make up for the harm she had done to Star and Moon. He glanced at the unconscious Star and Moon, then his gaze once again fell upon heavenly goddess Lien Yi. Fang Chen raised his hand, which contained the terrifying power of the laws of destruction. As long as he struck, even if heavenly goddess Lien Yi did not die, she would be severely injured, and the entire Lotus Mountain would disappear into the annals of history. However, at this moment, ripples appeared in the air. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful woman quickly walked out of the spatial vortex. "Fang Chen, please let my senior apprentice sister go." It was the Empress Xian Su, who had once helped Fang Chen on Lotus Mountain. Fang Chen had a good impression of the Empress Xian Su. From his conversation with Star and Moon, he learned that the Empress Xian Su had always cared for Star and Moon. Although the Empress Xian Su was only Star and Moon's martial aunt, she was better than this hypocritical master of hers. Hearing the Empress Xian Su's words, Fang Chen lowered his hand, but it was still wrapped around heavenly goddess Lien Yi's neck. For the sake of her own power, she poisoned her own disciple with profound Yin poison. How can such a vicious person still have the face to live in this world? Fang Chen said in a low voice. The Empress Xian Su slowly walked over to Fang Chen, her expression grave. Looking at her senior apprentice sister, who had lost all 4 of her limbs, there was a faint sadness in her heart. "Fang Chen, seeing that I once helped you, can you let my senior apprentice sister go?" she asked in a low voice. "My senior apprentice sister did something wrong, but she also received the punishment she deserved. Severing her limbs is the greatest punishment you can give her. Furthermore, you is fine now, so I shamelessly ask you to let my senior apprentice sister go." The Empress Xian Su was also somewhat displeased after learning about what heavenly goddess Lien Yi had done to Star and Moon. However, she was still a senior apprentice sister of the same sect, so she could not just stand by and watch her die. Empress Yen Su, I am very grateful for the care you have shown you. Fang Chun released Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's hand and said, I'll give you a chance this time. Let Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi go. But from now on, you and her are no longer master and disciple. Hearing this, the Empress of Xianshu's face was full of appreciation. She extended her hands and helped Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi to her feet. Scram, I don't need your pity. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi struggled for a moment before knocking the Empress of Xian Su's hand aside. She had already lost her mind. For countless years, her only dream was to become a true god. Now, Fang Chun had destroyed her only hope. She had nothing left to live for. She didn't want to compromise. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was in an extremely sorry state, but she was laughing wildly. Fang Chun, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Fang Chen's brows furrowed upon hearing Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's words. The Empress of Xian Su hurriedly pulled Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi over and tried to dissuade her. Senior sister, you've already become like this. Are you still not going to give up? Scram, I don't need your help. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi roared angrily. Bam! Right at this moment, two figures suddenly descended from the sky. They crashed into the ground with a thump. Fang Chun looked over and discovered that these two were the Heavenly Prison Saint and Spirit King Han Long of the Divine Sun Sect. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their limbs had been crippled. They were tossed onto the Lotus Mountain Plaza. Big Brother Han Long. Fang Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the two. His eyes were bloodshot and his heart was burning with rage. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen, if I'm having a hard time, you won't have a good time either. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi laughed maniacally. A group of people walked out from the sky. The leader was the Zhou family patriarch. Behind him stood many elders of the Zhou family. Fang Chen, are you very angry? This is just some interest collected in advance. If you dare to kill Lei the Zhou family will tear you to pieces, the Zhou family patriarch said coldly. Fang Chen bared his teeth and turned to look at Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. The Zhou family's arrival probably had something to do with Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. At this moment, the Empress of Xian Su also felt Fang Chen's terrifying gaze. Her face was full of apology. She pulled Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi and said, Senior sister, that's enough. This is the last time. Fang Chen said coldly, his killing intent surging. The Empress of Xian Su's body trembled. Then she said without looking back, Thank you. With that, the Empress of Xian Su left Lotus Mountain with Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. At the peak of Lotus Mountain, the Zhou family and Fang Chen faced each other. Fang Chen transmitted his voice to Little Mouse, telling the four of them to take Star and Moon and leave Lotus Mountain first. Although Little Mouse didn't want to, they had no choice. If they didn't leave, they would be a burden to their boss. Brothers, I will avenge you, Fang Chen said to himself. The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint were also taken away by Xiao Huang. In the blink of an eye, only the Zhou family was left on Lotus Mountain. Patriarch, let me capture this kid. A heavenly god of the Zhou family cupped his fists and said, Be careful. This person was able to severely injure Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. He's extraordinary, the Zhou family patriarch said. In fact, when he came to Lotus Mountain and saw Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's condition, he was also quite shocked. This kid's growth potential was simply too terrifying. Kid, die. The Heavenly God Realm Elder growled and quickly launched a thunderous attack on Fang Chen. Fang Chen sneered, his killing intent surging. Whoosh! Fang Chen set up a saint-level formation, instantly enveloping the Zhou family. Today, none of you from the Zhou family will leave here. Fang Chen's eyes were scarlet. With the hidden star sword in hand, he suddenly slashed out. Poochie! Without any resistance, the hidden star sword drew a strange trajectory in the void and ruthlessly slashed the Heavenly God Realm Elder's body. With a crack, the Heavenly God Realm Elder's body was split in half, and he died instantly. Patriarch, this kid is unusually strong. I think we should attack together. Another elder saw the situation and said in a low voice. To be able to force heavenly goddess Lian Yi into such a state, Fang Chen's strength was valued by the Zhou family. Attack together and capture this kid. With the Zhou family patriarch as the leader, many heavenly god realm elders attacked together. Whoosh! Streaks of powerful attacks shuttled through the formation and finally converged together, posing a great threat to Fang Chen. However, from the beginning to the end, Fang Chen stood alone in the saint-level formation with the hidden star sword in hand. Immemorial soul refining art. This battle turned the sky dark and the earth dark. Fang Chen used all 5 sword moves of the immemorial soul refining art. Every time the hidden star sword was swung, a heavenly god realm elder would be killed. In a few breaths' time, 3 heavenly god realm elders had died. This was too great a loss for the Zhou family. Damn it. Seeing this, the Zhou family patriarch spread out his hands and a shocking war hammer appeared instantly. Then, he circulated all the strength in his body and fiercely slammed it down on Fang Chen. Kill. Fang Chen used the spacetime book, his figure appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The Zhou family members were unable to track him at all, and he was sneak attacking the Zhou family members when they least expected it. Sky God realm elders of the Zhou clan died to his sword one after another. This made the Zhou clan leader even more furious. Boom! Hammer after hammer smashed down, causing the saint-grade spirit array to shake and cracks to appear on its surface. Kid, I want you dead! Following the Zhou family patriarch's angry roar, the saint-level formation shattered and Fang Chen's figure was exposed in front of everyone. The remaining heavenly god realm elders and the Zhou family patriarch attacked together, wanting to completely suppress Fang Chen. However, seeing this scene, Fang Chen's face revealed a sly smile. After today, the Zhou family will no longer exist in the easternmost land. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the immemorial soul refining art was used again. The golden heart beat rapidly, the power of the 5 great rules fused with the golden liquid, erupting with the strongest power. Fang Chen was like a god of death, standing on the ground. Every time the hidden star sword in his hand was swung, one of the opponents would be killed. Pucci on the other hand, the Zhou family members could not track Fang Chen's movements at all. Patriarch, we can't track this kid's movements at all. Seeing that the many experts of the Zhou family who came to Lotus Flower Mountain were about to be wiped out, an elder said in a deep voice. The Zhou family patriarch's eyes flickered, then he quickly took out a communication jade pendant from his chest and sent the message back. On Lotus Flower Mountain, the sound of killing shook the sky. Fang Chen went on a killing spree, not leaving a single one of the Zhou family's members alive. In just half an hour, blood flowed like a river on Lotus Flower Mountain. Chapter 1821. Dozens of heavenly god realm powerhouses followed the Zhou clan leader to Lotus Mountain. When they came, they were very confident that they would be able to capture Fang Chen. When they arrived at the foot of Lotus Mountain, they ran into the Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint. In a rage, they captured the 2 of them, broke their limbs, and threw them on Lotus Mountain. The Zhou family patriarch held his warhammer and looked around the plaza. There were corpses everywhere. His face was gloomy, and his clothes were in tatters. No one had ever forced him to this extent. Now, he finally knew why heavenly god Lian Yi had ended up in such a miserable state. How did this brat grow so strong so quickly? The Zhou family patriarch couldn't understand. His hatred for Fang Chen had reached its peak. He only hoped that the patriarch could hurry over and suppress this brat. Are you very angry? Very unwilling? Fang Chen looked at the Zhou family patriarch and asked coldly, when you broke someone's limbs, you should have been prepared to bear the consequences. In 10 years, Fang Chen's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Back then, he was only a deity. Now, he had killed many heavenly gods in succession. He could be called invincible in the heavenly god realm. Brat, I admit that my Zhou family's plan back then failed. The Zhou family patriarch said coldly, if I knew you had such potential, I would have used the entire family's strength to kill you. What a pity. The Zhou family patriarch's words were also filled with helplessness. However, do you think you can escape today? The Zhou family patriarch changed the topic and sneered. If it's a one-on-one fight, I admit that I can't beat you. However, the reason my Zhou family has been able to stand tall in the easternmost land for countless years is not because of me. It's because of my Zhou family's true foundation. That foundation isn't something trash like you can imagine. You want to talk about foundation with me? Fang Chen spread out his hands and said, then, I want to see if your Zhou family's foundation can stop me in the end. Or rather, before your Zhou family's foundation arrives, I want to see if I can kill you. After saying that, Fang Chen used the Book of Time and Space and hid himself in the void. The Zhou family patriarch's face changed greatly. He looked around, vigilantly guarding against Fang Chen. However, the power of the Book of Time and Space was beyond his imagination. Swoosh! Fang Chen suddenly appeared behind the Zhou clan's patriarch. The star-hidden sword trembled, and a destructive aura emerged, and ruthlessly pierced into the Zhou clan's body. Stop! A furious roar came from the distant horizon. Then, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Violent winds and torrential rain, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. An aura that made one's soul tremble rapidly shot over from the distant horizon. As it did so, it condensed into a huge hand that grabbed at Fang Chen. A true god? Fang Chen's expression changed, and then he sneered. Although I can't resist the power of a true god, I can at least kill him. At this time, Fang Chen increased the strength of the hidden star sword in his hand. 5 major sword moves were launched at the same time. Tens of thousands of sword lights pierced into the body of the Zhou clan patriarch. Pucci, the body of the Zhou clan's patriarch, was riddled with holes. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, his face extremely pale. Go to hell. Fang Chen let out a low growl and launched another attack. The body of the Zhou clan's patriarch exploded with a boom, and his soul escaped directly. You can't escape. Fang Chen leaped and arrived at the place where the Zhou clan's patriarch's soul escaped. Then, the star-hidden sword ruthlessly attacked. I told you to stop. In the distant horizon, a furious roar sounded again. The earth-shattering hand whizzed and directly pressed down from the sky. Fang Chen took the risk of being hit by the earth-shattering hand and resolutely stabbed with his sword. Pucci, this sword directly destroyed the Zhou clan's patriarch's soul. Boom! At this time, the earth-shattering hand directly suppressed Fang Chen. With a boom, a huge pit was smashed in the ground. After the earth-shattering attack, the earth-shattering hand quickly dissipated. In the distant horizon, a figure hurriedly rushed over. Cough, cough! Fang Chen coughed a few times and climbed out of the soil in a sorry state. However, he didn't suffer any injuries. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a few breaths of time, the Zhou clan's patriarch arrived. His body contained an extremely terrifying aura as he stared at Fang Chen. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Berated the Zhou clan's patriarch furiously. A grand true god also dares to use sneak attacks. I've finally seen it for myself. Fang Chen sneered without any fear. Ha ha! The Zhou clan's patriarch revealed a sinister smile. After so many years, the world seems to have forgotten about me. The Zhou clan's patriarch's aura locked onto Fang Chen, making the latter feel extremely heavy. My Zhou clan's people are not people you can kill. The Zhou clan's patriarch looked down at Fang Chen from above. When a true god was enraged, the heavens would collapse. Heavenly gods couldn't resist at all. Fang Chen was still alright. Under the true god's aura, he could still remain calm. Kill! The Zhou clan's patriarch extended his hand, and a terrifying power instantly swept out. Seeing this, Fang Chen's heart shook and he hastily used the spacetime book. The Zhou clan's patriarch was an angry true god. He didn't dare resist. In truth, Fang Chun had guessed that the Zhou clan should have some foundation, but he hadn't expected their true god to be so powerful. Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the void? The Zhou clan's patriarch snorted and punched the void. He immediately locked onto Fang Chen's position and forced Fang Chen out. Crash! Fang Chen had set up a saint-level formation, wanting to buy himself some time to escape. Bang! However, he had underestimated a true god's power. The Zhou clan's patriarch's punch had shattered the formation. At this moment, in the clouds, the Zhou clan's patriarch sneered. The Sky Sword Grandmaster nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. Fang Chen's potential is too great. At the Divine Ancestor realm, he can kill a peak heavenly god. Moreover, he can last so long against a divine emperor. The Sky Sword Patriarch nodded. At the same time, he felt that the time was about right. Fang Chen couldn't hold on any longer. It was time for him to act. Zhou Yu, you're lowering yourself to deal with a divine ancestor. That's beneath your dignity. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Then, a terrifying aura whistled and blocked the Zhou clan's patriarch's attack. The Sky Sword Patriarch appeared in front of Fang Chen and smiled at the Zhou clan's patriarch. It's you. You're still alive. The Zhou clan's patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was the Sky Sword Patriarch alive, but he had also become a true god. However, after a moment of surprise, the Zhou clan's patriarch snorted. So what if you've become a true god? You should know the difference between a divine king and a divine emperor. You can't stop me. Hearing this, the Sky Sword sect member grinned. Reign Emperor, have you forgotten that I was the strongest genius of the divine world back then, the Sky Sword Patriarch? The Sky Sword Patriarch, these 4 words represented peak talent. Anyone who heard these 4 words would think of the Sky Sword Patriarch of the divine world's younger generation. And now, the Sky Sword Patriarch, who had been missing for countless years, had returned as a true god. Back then, I was able to fight against heavenly gods at the Divine Ancestor realm. Now that I've stepped into the Divine King realm, how strong do you think I've become? The Sky Sword Patriarch smiled. Sky Sword Patriarch, no, I should call you Sky Sword God King now. Are you sure you want to force this old man to act? The Reign Emperor said coldly. I owe him a favor, said the Sky Sword God King. Fang Chen stood quietly behind the Sky Sword Patriarch, his heart trembling. However, he was relieved. The Zhou clan's true god expert couldn't do anything to him. It seems that after countless years, the divine world has forgotten about me, the Sky Sword Patriarch. The Sky Sword God King sneered. He spread his hands and sword light surged out from his palms. Since that's the case, I'll have a taste of Reign Emperor's moves. The Reign Emperor was the Zhou clan's patriarch. His real name was Zhou Yu. Because he was a divine emperor expert, he was called the Reign Emperor. When the Reign Emperor heard this, he sneered coldly, his whole body brimming with battle intent. He knew that if he didn't get rid of the Sky Sword God King today, he wouldn't be able to kill Fang Chen. Chapter 1822. Fang Chen had single-handedly destroyed Lotus Flower Mountain and severed heavenly god Lian's limbs. If not for Empress Yen Su's plea, God Lian Yi would have died. Then, he killed all the heavenly god elders of the Zhou clan with his overwhelming strength. This included the Zhou clan leader. The Reign Emperor was furious. The Zhou clan had been in the easternmost land of the god realm for countless years, and no one dared to disrespect the Zhou clan like this. More importantly, the person in front of him was just a weak divine ancestor. The Reign Emperor was the foundation of the Zhou clan, and there weren't many true god powerhouses in the entire god realm. The Reign Emperor was the reason why the Zhou clan could become a clan second only to the 7 apex powers. Without him, the Zhou clan wouldn't have been able to survive until now. With the Reign Emperor around, even other true god powerhouses would also be a little wary. And now, the Rain Emperor was going to tear this damned guy into pieces. But at the crucial moment, the long-lost Sky Sword Grandmaster appeared. And he was as dazzling as ever. After so many years, he had already become a divine king. True gods were divided into 3 small realms. They were the Divine King, Divine Emperor, and Divine Emperor. Stepping into the Divine King realm meant standing at the peak of the God realm. And Divine Emperor powerhouses were equivalent to the upper echelons of the 7 apex powers. As for Divine Emperor powerhouses, only the 7 apex powers had them. In the entire God realm, there were only a few dozen true gods. But there were no more than 10 divine emperors, and this was a conservative estimate. The birth of every god emperor represented the rise of a force. That was how the Sky Bone Palace rose in the past. The strongest human in countless eras, the Bone Progenitor, had become a peak powerhouse in the god realm. In this age of chaos, it was almost impossible for a cosmos god to appear. The peak of cultivation was the Divine Emperor realm. The Rain Emperor could become a Divine Emperor, and that was enough to show his terrifying strength. But the Sky Sword God King was fearless. When he was a divine ancestor, he dared to challenge heavenly gods. At that time, he was one of the most dazzling heavenly gods in the God realm. Now, he had returned after disappearing for countless years, and he wanted to prove to the world that he was still one of the most dazzling true gods. Even though he was just a divine king powerhouse. To a god emperor, it was not even worth mentioning. However, facing the Rain Emperor, he still had some confidence. Heavenly Sword God King, I hope you won't disappoint this old man. Around the Rain Emperor's body, raindrops instantly filled the sky. These raindrops were very mystical. They circled around the Rain Emperor and formed a screen of light. Seeing this, Heavenly Sword God King's face turned grim. With a long sword in his hand, a terrifying sword chi emanated from his body. Yu-1, the aura emitted by the 2 great true god powerhouses made Fang Chen extremely shocked. His body quickly retreated until he reached a safe place. Only then did he stop. His eyes burned as he stared at the peak of Lotus Mountain. A great battle between true god powerhouses was something that was hard to come by in 100 years. If he could watch a battle, he might be able to comprehend it on the spot. The gap between the Divine King realm and the Divine Emperor realm is huge. I wonder if Heavenly Sword God King can handle it. Fang Chen thought to himself. Right now, he had no other choice. The Rain Emperor was too strong. He did not even have the ability to resist. Even the Time and Space Book was unable to escape unscathed in front of the Rain Emperor. The only thing he could do now was to pray that Heavenly Sword God King was strong enough to be as dazzling as he was back then. Walla the Rain Emperor was the first to make a move. He opened his hand and pulled. Instantly, the screen of light formed by the water droplets around him rapidly turned into water droplets that filled the sky. They carried a terrifying power and attacked Heavenly Sword God King. Fang Chen, who was watching the battle from afar, was shocked. He could clearly feel that each of the water droplets in the sky contained a majestic power of the rule of creation. As expected of a true god powerhouse, to be able to use the creation rule energy to such an extent. Although the Rain Emperor was his enemy, Fang Chen had to admit that. The gap between him and a true god powerhouse was not just a little bit. I wonder how the Heavenly Sword God King will block it. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the Heavenly Sword God King. Actually, to Fang Chen, he could only gain something by watching the battle of the Heavenly Sword God King. The Heavenly Sword God King's comprehension of the Sword Tao had reached an unimaginable level. Whoosh! Just as the water droplets were about to touch his body, the Heavenly Sword God King did an unbelievable action. He threw the sword in his hand into the sky. Then, he opened his palm and the destruction rule energy in the air was instantly sucked into his palm. Boom! The water droplets that filled the sky ruthlessly hit the Heavenly Sword God King's body. Humph! The Heavenly Sword God King is only SOSO. Seeing this, the Rain Emperor sneered. The heavenly sword God King of the past was so sharp. However, even such a peerless genius could not withstand the invasion of time. The current heavenly sword God King was just a mediocre person. Yu too. Originally, he was worried that the heavenly sword God King might have some trump card. Now that he thought about it, it was completely unnecessary. The Rain Emperor laughed loudly. He waved his hand and controlled the water droplets to continue attacking the heavenly sword God King. His face was full of ridicule. Fang Chen was also a little anxious. Why did the heavenly sword God King not block it? What was he trying to do? However, just as Fang Chen was anxious, a shocking scene suddenly occurred. Whoosh! The long sword that was thrown into the sky suddenly began to spin. Rays of sword light shot out from the long sword. These rays of sword light contained extremely terrifying destruction rule energy. They whistled and instantly pierced the water droplet. This, Fang Chen's heart was in a perilous situation. Destruction Sword Dao. This was the true Destruction Sword Dao. All along, Fang Chen had been troubled by the Destruction Sword Dao. Today, he finally saw the true Destruction Sword Dao. Too powerful. This attack is probably not weaker than the Rain Emperor's water droplets attack. Fang Chen sighed. Gotcha. What was shocking was that the countless rays of sword light shot out from the sword and instantly pierced the water droplets. The endless water droplets were pierced by the sword light and then destroyed. Fang Chen was completely shocked. To be able to control the attack to such an extent, the heavenly sword God King was indeed a genius in the sword Dao. Fang Chen was ashamed of his inferiority. The Rain Emperor, who was controlling the water droplets in the sky, had a slight change in expression. He let out a soft sound of surprise. Soon after, he laughed sinisterly. This is more like the arrogant heavenly sword sect from back then. After saying that, the Rain Emperor's figure flickered and appeared in front of the heavenly sword God King, engaging in close combat. Rumble, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. The energy fluctuations emitted from the battle between true God experts caused the Lotus Mountain to tremble. Fang Chen had already left the Lotus Mountain long ago. He was somewhat unable to bear the terrifying aura. Crack! In a short moment, the two Lotus Mountains were pierced through. The towering Lotus Mountain that reached the clouds was constantly falling. As the battle between the two intensified, the speed of the Lotus Mountain falling became faster and faster. In the end, it directly collapsed. Yu 3, boom! Fang Chen was at the foot of the Lotus Mountain. He was dumbstruck as he watched this scene. Let's go. He activated the time-space book and traveled through space, rapidly moving to a distant place. In the small town at the foot of the Lotus Mountain, many true gods and even heavenly gods had come because of its reputation. They were resting in the small town. They were chatting and laughing. Some were talking about the Lotus Mountain, and some were talking about the Zhou family. In short, none of the true gods in the small town noticed the situation of the Lotus Mountain. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. All of a sudden, someone in the small town roared. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on the Lotus Mountain not far away. They saw a shocking scene. The Lotus Mountain was collapsing and falling. That aura made their scalps tingle. Run! Someone shouted. Suddenly, the entire small town was in a mess. Dong! The Lotus Mountain was falling faster and faster. The true gods in the small town were fleeing in panic. They had no idea that there were two true god experts fighting fiercely at the peak of the falling Lotus Mountain. Boom! The entire ground was shaking. The collapsed Lotus Mountain smashed a deep hole in the ground. Above the ruins, smoke lingered. The small town disappeared in an instant. Many true gods who did not manage to escape in time were left here forever. What's going on? In the distance, Fang Chen stared at the ruins. With smoke lingering around, he could not see what was happening inside. He was very worried about the heavenly sword God King. Rumble. Chapter 1823. A black gold light shot up into the sky. It was as if it had existed since ancient times. When Fang Chen saw this scene, his heart finally relaxed. Heavenly Sword Godly King was still that dazzling genius who led the entire divine world. Long above the ruins of the Lotus Flower Mountain, a trembling sound could be heard. Closely following that, shattered rocks flew everywhere. An old man with disheveled hair rushed out from within. His robe was in a sorry state. Rain Emperor actually did not gain the upper hand in the confrontation with Heavenly Sword Godly King. That was shocking. In the sky, Rain Emperor's aura was chaotic. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he glared at Heavenly Sword Godly King. As for the latter, he was like a sharp sword as he stood before him. Even though he was in a sorry state, this battle was delightful. Rain Emperor, I didn't disappoint you, right? Heavenly Sword Godly King grinned. Rain Emperor's expression changed. He glared at the distant Fang Chen and asked coldly, Heavenly Sword Godly King, do you think you can protect him forever? As long as I am around, you can forget about touching him. Heavenly Sword Godly King said solemnly, I don't care if heavenly gods act against him. But if true gods act, I, Heavenly Sword Godly King, will not sit by idly. The meaning of Heavenly Sword Godly King was clear. He did not intend to protect Fang Chen. If it was a fair battle, he would naturally not interfere. True gods were lofty existences. In their eyes, heavenly gods were merely trash. They wanted to become cosmos gods. In their hearts, unless it was revenge for the extermination of their clan, they would not care about such trivial matters. It was too easy for true gods to kill heavenly god. In the entire Zhou clan, more than half of the heavenly gods were killed by Fang Chen. Even the current patriarch fell. How could Rain Emperor give up on this revenge? Even if he was a true god, he had to lower his status to act against Fang Chen. But now, the appearance of Heavenly Sword Godly King had caused a huge change in the battle. After the previous battle, Rain Emperor felt his heart trembling. Heavenly Sword Godly King was still that peerless genius in the past. A godly king could actually fight him to a draw. How could this not shock Rain Emperor? He has an irreconcilable enmity with my Zhou clan. I will not let him off, the Rain Emperor said coldly. Heavenly Sword Divine King sneered and ignored Rain Emperor's words. You won. The Rain Emperor glanced at Fang Chen, and killing intent flickered in the depths of his eyes. In the end, he disappeared from the ruins. Today's grudge will be avenged in the future. These words were directed at Heavenly Sword God King. With such a huge commotion happening, some true gods who had been in seclusion were also alarmed. Heavenly Sword Divine King could sense that there were 3 Divine King experts within a radius of 1,000 miles. There was even a Divine Emperor among them. However, they were all just watching. At their level, unless it was a life and death grudge, they would not easily take sides. Of course, the upper echelons of the 7 top forces were an exception. Secretly, the 3 God Kings and the God Emperor sighed. Another peerless genius was born. Back then, the Bone Progenitor had brought the Sky Bone Palace to the level of the 7 great powers with his amazing strength. And now, another Heavenly Sword Divine King had appeared. Fortunately, Heavenly Sword Divine King was not as monstrous as the Bone Progenitor back then. The 4 of them secretly conversed for a while and then left. Whoosh! Heavenly Sword Divine King came to the front of Fang Chen and asked with a smile, Are you all right? Senior, thank you for saving me. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Heavenly Sword Divine King chuckled and said, Kid, how long have we been apart? You actually caused such a huge commotion. Fang Chen smiled and did not say anything. Now, the grudge was finally avenged. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, the Lotus Mountain was destroyed in the end. Even the Zhou family suffered heavy losses. If not for the Rain Emperor's appearance, the Zhou family would also be destroyed. The Rain Emperor is a vengeful person. You killed so many heavenly gods of the Zhou family. The Rain Emperor already hates you to the bone. As long as he finds a chance, he will definitely kill you. I can't protect you all the time. Heavenly Sword Divine King said slowly, you can't stay in the easternmost land. You should leave this place as soon as possible. The reason why the Rain Emperor did not make a move on Fangchen was entirely because of Heavenly Sword Divine King. He was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Heavenly Sword Divine King to leave. Yu too. Once Fangchen and Heavenly Sword Divine King were separated, he would make a move on Fangchen. I know. Fangchen said. Where are you going next? I can bring you along. Heavenly Sword Divine King said. Fangchen felt warmth in his heart. How could he not know that Heavenly Sword Divine King was protecting him? Thank you, Senior. Fangchen was very grateful to Heavenly Sword Divine King. However, at this moment, Fangchen suddenly thought of his wife, Star and Moon. Not good, you heir. Fangchen's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly contacted the little mouse and flew away at high speed. Heavenly Sword Divine King grabbed Fangchen and his speed suddenly increased. Fangchen was shocked. He thought that his speed was already fast enough. He did not expect that the speed of a true god expert was actually so fast. Fangchen was shocked to discover that the flow of time around him was changing. Is this an application of the temporal laws? Fangchen thought to himself. A moment later, Fangchen saw the little mouse and Xiao Huang. Where's you? Fangchen hurriedly asked. The little mouse pointed at the star and moon lying on the limestone in front of them. Fangchen hastily walked over and checked. Seeing that there were no major problems, he let out a sigh of relief. Boss, are you all right? The little mouse asked. Fangchen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Heavenly Sword Divine King, who was behind Fangchen, was surprised to see the star and moon. Senior, what's wrong? Heavenly Sword Divine King walked in front of the limestone and pressed his finger on the pulse of the star and moon. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed. Yu 3. A moment later, Heavenly Sword Divine King opened his eyes wide, looking at the star and moon with joy. Fangchen, your wife is not simple. Heavenly Sword Divine King said. Please enlighten me. Fangchen cupped his fist. Mysterious Phoenix Physique. There is actually a mysterious Phoenix Physique in this world. This is really an eye-opener. Heavenly Sword Divine King sighed. Senior, what is a mysterious Phoenix Physique? Fangchen was even more puzzled. His wife clearly had a mysterious Phoenix Physique. So why did Heavenly Sword Divine King say that she had a mysterious Phoenix Physique? Fangchen was puzzled. Mysterious Phoenix Physique is a legend that does not exist in this world. Heavenly Sword Divine King said, you should know that our current universe epoch is the 18th epoch. Fangchen nodded. He naturally knew this. Every universe epoch was roughly 10 billion years. Some universe epochs were longer while some were shorter. It depended on how much destruction the cultivator caused to the universe. Hence, this was the real reason why the 7 pinnacle powers of the deity world joined hands to annihilate the Holy Light religion. Moreover, this universe epoch had only passed for 800 million years. It was still a long time. It is said that in the 7th universe epoch, a mysterious Phoenix Physique appeared. Heavenly Sword Divine King said, finally, the owner of the mysterious Phoenix Physique became a universe supreme master. Is the mysterious Phoenix Physique very powerful? Fangchen asked. The mysterious Phoenix Physique is of extreme cold. As for the Phoenix Physique, it belongs to the fire attribute. The Phoenix Physique is of extreme heat. Heavenly Sword Divine King said, think about it. Extreme cold and extreme heat are mortal enemies, yet the mysterious Phoenix Physique is able to fuse the two together. Don't you think it is powerful? Hearing this, Fangchen's heart trembled. According to what Heavenly Sword Divine King said, the mysterious Phoenix Physique was indeed powerful. Your wife's mysterious Phoenix Physique, should be a type of mysterious physique that transformed into it by chance. At the current stage, the mysterious phoenix physique has not completely awakened. Once it awakens, it will be incredible, Heavenly Sword Divine King said. You must not let the outside world know about your wife's mysterious phoenix physique. Otherwise, you will invite trouble. Legend has it that it was passed down from the 7th universe epoch. In the entire universe, those pinnacle powers knew how powerful the mysterious phoenix physique was. However, they had never seen it before. Until now, many universe epochs had passed and the mysterious phoenix physique had finally appeared. Fang Chen nodded inwardly. He firmly remembered Heavenly Sword Divine King's words in his heart. Most likely, even Heavenly God Lien Yi did not recognize it. Otherwise, she would not have announced the existence of the star and moon to the outside world. Chapter 1824. The mysterious phoenix physique was just a legend in the God world. It had been passed down for more than one era, starting from the 7th era. There was no such special physique as the mysterious phoenix physique in the vast universe. However, in the 7th era, an expert appeared and explained to everyone what the mysterious phoenix physique was. In the years that followed, the mysterious phoenix physique became synonymous with the strongest. However, after the 7th era, the mysterious phoenix physique did not appear again. However, in the 18th era, it appeared again. The mysterious phoenix physique was too powerful, so powerful that ordinary heavenly gods did not know about it. Only those true god experts would know about it. The mysterious phoenix physique was hidden very well. If Heavenly Sword God King did not take Star and Moon's pulse personally, he would not have discovered it. After listening to Heavenly Sword God King's explanation, Fang Chen was even more shocked. He looked at his wife with burning eyes and sighed in his heart. Outsiders must not know about it. Fang Chen said to himself. It seems that the God world is going to be in chaos. Heavenly Sword God King said, the appearance of the mysterious phoenix physique will definitely shake the entire God world. Senior. Fang Chen wanted to say something but was stopped by Heavenly Sword God King. I know what you want to say. I will not say anything unnecessary. I will take you out of the easternmost land. Heavenly Sword God King said. Fang Chen nodded. When Heavenly Sword God King was about to leave, he saw the injured Heavenly Prison Saint and Ice Dragon Spirit King. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, 2 rays of light shot into the bodies of the 2 people. Immediately, the 2 people's spirits were lifted and they thanked him. Thank you, Senior. Big Brother Ice Dragon, you too come with us too? Fang Chen asked. Ice Dragon Spirit King shook his head. He came to help, but not only did he not help, but he also dragged Fang Chen down. He wanted to return to the Shengsun sect and get through this with his senior brother. We will return to the Shengsun sect, Heavenly Prison Saint said firmly. Fang Chen was a little hesitant. However, Heavenly Sword God King spoke. You don't have to worry. Although the Rain Emperor is very angry, he is still very angry. But he won't vent his anger on the Shengsun sect. After all, he is also a divine emperor. He won't lower himself to deal with the Shengsun sect. The person that the Rain Sovereign truly hates is you. It has nothing to do with the Shengsun sect. After hearing what the Heavenly Sword Divine King said, Fang Chen finally felt relieved. Yu won. In truth, he didn't want to take the Frost Dragon Spirit King with him, because he was now the Rain Emperor's target. If he followed him, the Frost Dragon Spirit King would also be in danger. Then let's send them back to Shengsun sect first, Fang Chen said. The group hurried on their way. With a true god powerhouse around, there was no need to worry about speed. In just 5 days they returned to the Shengsun sect. After settling the Frost Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint in the Shengsun sect, Fang Chen met with Realm Lord Fu Mo. The latter had been suppressed for so many years and had finally escaped after much difficulty. He was tired of the disputes in the realm of the gods and wanted to cultivate diligently in the Xingsun sect. The Xingsun sect lord was very happy about this and accepted it gladly. Fang Chen felt sorry for the Xingsun sect. Because of him, the Frost Dragon Spirit King and the Heavenly Prison Saint were seriously injured. Brother Han Long, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't refuse. Fang Chen took out a sumer ring and handed it to the Frost Dragon Spirit King. The latter wanted to refuse, but when he saw the sincere expression on Fang Chen's face, he took the sumer ring. Immediately, he opened the sumer ring. The Frost Dragon Spirit King was shocked. This, the Frost Dragon Spirit King didn't dare to imagine. His eyes widened and a storm rose in his heart. Junior brother Han Long, what's wrong? The Xingsun sect lord asked curiously. Walla. Spirit King Frost Dragon's thoughts stirred. He instantly released everything from his spatial ring. The huge square was suddenly piled up like a mountain. The Xingsun sect lord looked over and was shocked. These are divine weapons. There were at least tens of thousands of divine weapons piled up like a mountain. Fang Chen actually gave so many to the Xingsun sect. There's more. The Frost Dragon Spirit King continued. Suddenly, a large number of heavenly divine weapons appeared. Roughly estimating, there were at least 100 heavenly divine weapons. Although most of them were low or middle grade, it was enough to shock people. This was definitely a precious treasure. With these divine weapons and heavenly divine weapons, it wouldn't take long for the Xingsun sect to rise again. Brother Fang, these gifts are too precious. We can't accept them. The Frost Dragon Spirit King took a deep breath and said slowly. You too. Fang Chen grinned and said, Brother Han Long, these things are insignificant to me. I'm happy to be able to help the Xingsun sect. Just accept them. Although Fang Chen said so, the Frost Dragon Spirit King and the others were still unwilling to accept such a large amount of wealth. Seeing this, Fang Chen shook his head helplessly and said, I'm a saint-level swordsmith. What saint level? The Xingsun sect lord and the heavenly prison saint stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. The Frost Dragon Spirit King was very excited. Ha! I knew my brother was a talent. The Frost Dragon Spirit King laughed and put the mountain of divine weapons into his sumeru ring. Senior Heavenly Sword God King is still waiting. I'll leave first. Fang Chen said goodbye to the three and left. What he didn't know was that the divine weapons he left behind would become the foundation for the Xingsun sect's rise in the future. After leaving the Xingsun sect, Heavenly Sword God King led Fang Chen and the others and quickly moved forward. After another half a month, they finally arrived at the edge of the easternmost land. Where are you going? Heavenly Sword God King asked. In fact, Fang Chen wanted to go to the Celestial Bone Palace. But later, he changed his mind. His wife, Star and Moon, had the Xian Yin Phoenix body. If she went to the Sky Bone Palace, she would be discovered by the Bone Progenitor. Even though the Bone Progenitor was the ancestor of the human race, every true god cultivated crazily to become a cosmos god. Moreover, the Bone Progenitor was a legendary god emperor. He might have other ideas. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was impossible for him to fight against the Bone Progenitor. He thought of the dragon scale in his sumer ring and finally decided to go to the easternmost land. It was also the place where he made his name in the deity world. I'm going to the easternmost land, Fang Chen said. Heavenly Sword God King nodded. I'm going to other places. Let's part ways here. In the easternmost land, other than the South Tomb Sword Palace, no other power can threaten you. Be careful and don't provoke the South Tomb Sword Palace. I know. Fang Chen and the four little guys said goodbye to Heavenly Sword God King and crossed the endless mountain range to the easternmost land's northern region. There were many familiar powers here. The once powerful Ghost Dragon sect was destroyed by the Frost Dragon Spirit King because they colluded with the Sacred Light religion. Yu 3. At that time, Fang Chen was only a weak martial artist. In a flash, more than 10 years had passed. Fang Chun had become a high and mighty heavenly god powerhouse. Moreover, he was almost invincible among heavenly gods. I wonder how the Zhou clan's branch is doing, Fang Chun thought. The Rain Emperor's Zhou clan had an irreconcilable enmity with Fang Chun. However, the Zhou clan's branch was inextricably linked to Fang Chun. Boss, look. Fang Chun, who was resting, suddenly heard the voice and hurriedly turned to look. Sister-in-law is moving, Little Mouse said. Fang Chun's gaze was fixed on the star and moon. The latter's body was emitting a strange red light that was incomparably hot. Could it be that the mystic Yin Phoenix physique is awakening? Fang Chun's heart trembled. He instantly set up a saint-level array to hide his wife. However, it was still too late. In the mountain range, several deity elders of Green He City had just killed a divine beast. Suddenly, a red light soared into the sky not far away. What's going on? One of the deities asked with his eyes wide open. The red light soared into the sky and the aura is very strong. Could it be that a treasure has appeared? It's very likely. I've heard some rumors about this place before. Ha, the heavens are also helping us. Let's go over and take a look. A few true gods and elders rushed towards the direction where the red light was coming from. Although it was just a flash, the deity elders had already determined the location. In a short moment, the deity elders of Green He City arrived at the red light. Strange, why is there nothing here? That's right. That beam of red light was clearly emitted from here. Chapter 1825. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. It was as if everything had happened yesterday. Back when Fang Chun was in the extreme south, he had yet to become a deity. He was just an eternal realm cultivator. After experiencing a fierce battle in the 100,000 mountains, he had followed Zhou Fa back to the Zhou family. After that, he had cultivated in the Zhou family. In the end, he had been brought to the extreme east by the Frost Dragon Spirit King. He had been gone for more than 10 years. In fact, most of that time, Fang Chun had been fleeing. However, 10 years later, he had returned and destroyed Lotus Flower Mountain and the Zhou family. In the end, he had even triggered a war between true god experts. Fang Chun's name had already become a household name in the extreme east. However, news of the deity world did not spread as quickly as imagined. At the very least, the weak deities rarely knew about the situation in other regions. Only the peak experts knew about it immediately. Standing within the formation, Fang Chun could easily see the elders of Green He City outside. Boss, let me go out and destroy them. Little Mouse was very impulsive. Fang Chun shook his head to stop it. It's just a few deities. There's no need. The stronger one was, the more their mentality would change. At this moment, Fang Chun also understood why the strong were unwilling to easily make a move against the weak. Disdain. After the elders of Green He City failed to find anything, they unwillingly left. When Fang Chun's gaze fell on Star and Moon again, the red light on the latter's body had already disappeared. Boss, where are we going? Little Mouse asked. Let's go to the Zhou family, said Fang Chun. Extreme south, northern region. Ever since the Ghost Dragon sect had been destroyed, the Zhou family had occupied all of the Ghost Dragon sect's territory and had suddenly become powerful. Moreover, many sects suspected that the Zhou family had the support of a mysterious heavenly god expert, so they did not dare to make a move against the Zhou family. In the past 10 years, the Zhou family had been like the sun at noon. Many outstanding young disciples had successfully stepped into the deity transformation realm. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Zhou Fa. Yu. After stepping into the divine transformation realm, Zhou Fa's terrifying potential had completely erupted. In less than 3 years, he had advanced from the divine transformation realm to the true god realm. This speed had simply caused a stir in the northern region. After that, Zhou Fa used another 5 years to reach the divine spirit realm. He was far in the lead amongst the younger generation of the northern region, and he became the most dazzling existence. Along the way, Fang Chen heard many legends about Zhou Fa. He couldn't help but shake his head. That fellow from back then had finally grown up. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived in front of the Zhou clan city. While not wanting to cause unnecessary trouble, Fang Chen used the spacetime book and easily entered the Zhou clan city. His divine sense spread out and instantly discovered Zhou Fa. Yes, Zhou Fa is fighting with someone. Fang Chen was somewhat puzzled. The person fighting with Zhou Fa seemed to be from the Heaven Weeping Gate. In the square of the Zhou clan city, countless people were watching. The person fighting against Zhou Fa was an elder from the Heaven Weeping Gate. It was said that when Zhou Fa went out to gain experience, he inadvertently killed an elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate. Because of this, the Heaven Weeping Gate was greatly shaken and wanted to avenge their elder. However, the Zhou clan's power was too strong. In the end, the Heaven Weeping Gate came up with such a method. The Heaven Weeping Gate sent out a divine spirit realm elder to fight against Zhou Fa. No matter what the result was, after this battle, all the grudges would be written off. The Zhou clan definitely didn't want to agree to this. However, Zhou Fa was extremely excited. The younger generation of the northern region had been left far behind by him. Being able to fight against a divine spirit realm expert of the older generation could stimulate one's potential. Boom! The elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate threw a punch at Zhou Fa. The latter's figure flickered and blocked the attack. The battle in the square was extremely fierce. At the beginning, Zhou Fa was still able to gain the upper hand. However, the elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate seemed to have changed into another person. He was abnormally fast and fierce, completely suppressing Zhou Fa. In the crowd, Fang Chen had already seen through the clues. Did he swallow an amplification-type pill? The corner of Fang Chen's mouth rose, revealing a strange smile. Shortly after, he flicked his finger and a fine light beam instantly shot toward the elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate. You too. At this moment, the elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate launched his fiercest attack, firmly suppressing Zhou Fa. On the platform, the Zhou clan's patriarch and the others suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. Bang! Contrary to everyone's expectations, they all thought that Zhou Fa would be defeated. However, when the elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate's attack was about to land on Zhou Fa's body, a terrifying rebound force suddenly appeared and sent the elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate flying. Ha ha ha, good job! Every one of the Zhou clan burst into laughter. As for the Heaven Weeping Gate, their faces were gloomy. In the square there was a sea of people. Everyone was shouting Zhou Fa's name. As for Zhou Fa himself, he was also somewhat stunned. What had happened just now? Why was the elder of the Heaven Weeping Gate sent flying? Zhou Fa's mind was constantly thinking about what had happened just now. So much so that he didn't know what happened in the square. Zhou Fa. Fang Chen's voice entered Zhou Fa's mind. Immediately, Zhou Fa was shaken. Soon after, he discovered Fang Chen in the crowd. Crash! Fang Chen's figure was hidden in the void. Seeing this, Zhou Fa chased after him. After a while, in a certain elegant mansion. Brother Fang, I really didn't expect that you would come back. Seeing Fang Chen, Zhou Fa was very excited. Brother Zhou Fa, I trust you have been well since we last met, Fang Chen said with a smile. I might have to trouble you for the next period of time. Brother Fang, you can rest assured and stay in my mansion, Zhou Fa said as he spread his hands. Fang Chen nodded. Don't tell anyone about my return. I know. When he saw Fang Chen, Zhou Fa already knew that the person who had secretly attacked just now was definitely Fang Chen. At the same time, he was also shocked. He had already reached the divine spirit realm, but he was actually unable to see through Fang Chen. Thinking that Fang Chen might become a heavenly deity, Zhou Fa's heart trembled. Just like this, Fang Chen stayed in Zhou Fei's mansion and personally arranged a saint-level formation to envelop the mansion. UU3. Then, he placed Star and Moon in a secret room that he had personally created. Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and the other three guarded it all day long, not allowing anyone to take a step closer. In the northern region, deities were already considered experts. There were almost no heavenly deities. Fang Chen wasn't worried at all. Star and Moon's profound phoenix physique was awakening. It would probably take some time for them to awaken. For the southern region, the northern region was just a small place. The southern region's sword palace of the southern region looked down on the northern region. However, on this day, the disciples of the sword palace of the southern region appeared in the territory of the northern region. On a wide road, a black-clothed woman and a dignified man were walking side by side. Junior Sister Mo, the elder sent us to carry out the mission this time because he thinks highly of us, the dignified man said with a smile. We must do a good job. The black-clothed woman nodded and didn't say anything. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely notice. These two people were acquaintances of the Sword Palace of the Southern Region's Handyman Hall. One of them had helped him in the past. Emo Xinge and Zhuang Heng. After so many years, Emo Xinge and Zhuang Heng had already established themselves in the Sword Palace of the Southern Region. Furthermore, they had become well-known figures among the fifth-generation disciples. There was even an outer palace elder who said that it wouldn't be long before the two of them could enter the inner palace and become core disciples. Core disciples of the inner palace had extremely high status. Only the top experts among heavenly deities could be considered inner disciples of the Sword Palace of the Southern Region. Outer palace disciples dreamed of becoming an inner palace disciple. This time, the outer palace elder had sent Emo Xinge and Zhuang Heng to investigate a matter. Our Sword Palace of the Southern Region is one of the top 7 factions in the divine world. As long as the outer palace elder gives the order, a mere Zhou family is nothing. Zhuang Heng didn't understand. The mission given to them by the outer palace elder was to secretly contact the Zhou family's patriarch, secretly control the Zhou family, and investigate the 100,000 mountains. How dare you make wild guesses about the Sword Palace's intentions? Emo Xinge said coldly. Her body emitted a faint cold aura. She looked like she didn't want anyone to get close. All these years, Zhuang Heng had been pursuing Emo Xinge. However, he had been rejected time and time again. The competition in the Sword Palace of the Southern Region was extremely fierce. Inner disciples were still fine, but outer disciples like them were destined to work even harder. Otherwise, they would never be able to make a name for themselves. Xinge, how would I dare to make wild guesses about the Sword Palace's intentions? Zhuang Heng laughed mischievously, then pointed at the huge city in front of them. Head to that huge city. That's the Zhou family's headquarters. Chapter 1826. Zhou Fei's residence. Fang Chen had officially settled down. Early in the morning, Zhou Fei hurriedly returned to the residence and found Fang Chen. Brother Fang, the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace came to our Zhou family yesterday, said Zhou Fei. What? Fang Chen's expression turned grave when he heard that. The South Tomb Sword Palace was located in the southern region. To them, the northern region was just a small place. If the South Tomb Sword Palace was willing, they could occupy the entire northern region and the entire extreme south. However, the South Tomb Sword Palace did not do so. Although they were only separated by the 100,000 mountains, the South Tomb Sword Palace gave off a feeling of transcendence. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace would never come to the northern region. What are they doing here? Fang Chen was somewhat puzzled. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace must have come to the northern region's Zhou family for something. Zhou Fei said, I also heard from my father that they want our Zhou family to secretly help them investigate the 100,000 mountains. Investigate the 100,000 mountains? Fang Chen frowned. Why did the South Tomb Sword Palace not investigate it themselves? Wouldn't that be more confident? Why did they let the Zhou family secretly investigate? Could it be that some treasure was about to appear in the 100,000 mountains? Immediately, Fang Chen continued to ask, "Do you know what they are looking for?" Zhou Fa shook his head. He did not know either. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace are very strong. 2 of them are heavenly gods. They represent the South Tomb Sword Palace. My father does not dare to disobey, and can only help. Zhou Fa said, "The Zhou family has already sent many elders into the 100,000 mountains." Fang Chen nodded slightly as if he had guessed something. They want to borrow the Zhou family's power to secretly investigate. That means they do not want outsiders to know. There must be a treasure in the 100,000 mountains. Fang Chen thought to himself. He did not know why, but he thought of the sacred dragon mountain range and the dragon scale in his hand. Could it be related to the legend of the true dragon? Only the legend of the true dragon could attract the attention of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Emoshinga and Zhuang Heng directly lived in the Zhou family's city. All they needed to do was to take control of the situation. Once they gathered information, they would immediately inform the Outer Hall elders. At that time, their mission would be considered complete. For half a month, the Zhou family had been gathering information in the vicinity of the sacred Dragon Mountains. Fang Chen couldn't help but sneak into the 100,000 mountains. What he didn't expect was that the dragon scale lying in his spatial ring actually trembled. What does this mean? This meant that the investigation of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb was really related to the legend of the true dragon. As expected, Fang Chen stood on a bluestone, squinting as he stared ahead. Just as Fang Chen was thinking about his soulmate, 2 ear-piercing sounds suddenly came from afar. Then, a man and a woman appeared side by side in front of Fang Chen. Zhuang Heng frowned. This person was not from the Zhou clan, so why was he here? "Who are you?" Zhuang Heng asked coldly. At the same time, he purposely revealed the symbol of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb on his clothes to intimidate Fang Chen. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Fang Chen calmly asked. The 100,000 mountains is the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. You dare to enter here without permission? Are you courting death?" Zhuang Heng's killing intent surged. Fang Chen wanted to laugh. This Zhuang Heng was too shameless, using the Sword Palace of the South Tomb's tiger skin to show off here. Are the people of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb all so shameless? Fang Chen asked. "You!" Zhuang Heng was furious and wanted to attack. However, Emoshinga stopped him. The black-clothed Emoshinga had a stunned expression on her face as she walked step by step towards Fang Chen. With every step she took, her expression became more complicated. When she arrived in front of Fang Chen, she didn't dare to imagine. "Why are you here?" Emoshinga asked in a delicate voice. Her eyes widened as she looked at Fang Chen. That fellow from the servant hall had actually appeared here. "Shinga, you know him?" asked Zhuang Heng. "Zhuang Heng, have you forgotten? Back in the servant hall we cultivated together," reminded Emoshinga. Hearing that, Zhuang Heng sank into his memories. A moment later, a mocking expression appeared on his face. So it's that trash sparring partner. You're really lucky. You're not dead yet." "You're not dead, so how could I die?" Fang Chen shrugged. Zhuang Heng had wanted to kill him back in the servant hall. Fortunately, Emoshinga had helped him back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded. "I wasn't able to kill you back in the servant hall. Now I'll personally take your life." After saying that, Zhuang Heng attacked. "Zhuang Heng." Emoshinga stopped him. However, Zhuang Heng ignored her and attacked. When a heavenly god attacked, his aura shook the world. If Fang Chen was hit by Zhuang Heng's attack, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. "Fang Chen, hurry up and leave," said Emoshinga anxiously. Fang Chen stood in place without moving. He even had a mocking smile on his face. Seeing that Zhuang Heng's attack was about to touch him, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Die! Zhuang Heng was overjoyed. He increased the strength of his attack and slammed it into Fang Chen's body. Boom! A deafening sound echoed through the sky. A terrifying explosive force spread out, forcing Emo Shinga's figure to retreat. Smoke curled up and enveloped the two of them. Emo Shinga watched anxiously. She didn't know what was going on inside. Whoosh! Whoosh! Gusts of wind blew past and finally dispersed the smoke. The scene that appeared before Emo Shinga's eyes shocked her. Zhuang Heng's fist landed on Fang Chen's body, but the latter was still standing there calmly. Fang Chen. Emo Shinga thought that Fang Chen had been seriously injured and called out worriedly. Pucci. However, just as she finished speaking, Zhuang Heng's body flew back. He spat out blood and his face was extremely pale. How is this possible? Emo Shinga's dark eyes widened in disbelief. She turned to look at Fang Chen. The latter was very calm, as if this was just a trivial matter. He's already grown to this level? Even if Emo Shinga was a fool, she could guess it. Fang Chen's strength had already grown to a level that even divine ancestor experts couldn't compare to. Yu 3. Emo Shinga was a bit dazed. Was this still the weak cultivator who relied on her protection in the servant hall? You! Emo Shinga said. Fang Chen smiled at Emo Shinga and said, "This kind of person is just wasting air in this world." With that, he walked towards Zhuang Heng. "Why you can't kill me?" Zhuang Heng shouted. "I'm a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. If you kill me, the South Tomb Sword Palace won't let you off." Fang Chen. Emo Shinga was also reminding Fang Chen not to act rashly. However, how could Fang Chen not know this? "Who said I was going to kill you?" Fang Chen said. Zhuang Heng let out a sigh of relief. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, this fellow's strength was too terrifying. He was very frightened. Splash! When Goldie appeared, it opened its small mouth, and the extremely cold heavy water of destruction instantly gushed out. The heavy water of destruction wrapped around Zhuang Heng, who let out a miserable cry. "But I didn't say I was going to let you off," Fang Chen muttered to himself. Using the heavy water of destruction on a divine ancestor was a waste. Fortunately, it had one effect: destroying the corpse. After doing all this, Xiao Huang grinned at Fang Chen. Fang Chen turned to look at Emo Shinga, who had an ugly expression. He smiled. "Miss Shinga, thank you for your help in the servant hall back then. Fang Chen is endlessly grateful. However, I hope you didn't see anything." Emo Shinga nodded woodenly. She was shocked by Fang Chen's actions. "Miss Shinga!" Fang Chen called out. Emo Shinga immediately came back to her senses. She looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. "Don't worry. If the Outer Hall elders ask, I'll say that Zhuang Heng died in the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range." Emo Shinga took a deep breath and said. "Then, thank you, Miss Shinga." Fang Chen smiled. Then, he waved his hand and a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact appeared in his hand. "This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope Miss Shinga can accept it." Emo Shinga was surprised when she saw it. With her strength, it was almost impossible for her to obtain a mid-quality heavenly divine artifact. "You!" Emo Shinga was momentarily speechless. In the end, she accepted the mid-quality heavenly divine artifact. She felt that she couldn't see through this fellow anymore. Chapter 1827. Fang Chen was certain that the matter the Southern Tomb Sword Palace was investigating was related to the legend of the true dragon. After bidding farewell to Emo Shinga, he quickly returned to Zhou Fei's residence. As expected, Emo Shinga left 3 days later. The Zhou family's elders that had entered the 100,000 mountains all withdrew. "Looks like it won't be long before the Sword Palace of the South Tomb makes a move," Fang Chen said to himself. With Emo Shinga's strength, it was impossible for her to come into contact with the legend of the true dragon. She was only in charge of investigating. Once she found any clues, the Southern Tomb Sword Palace would immediately send experts over. I wonder what kind of experts the Southern Tomb Sword Palace will send, said Fang Chen. If a true god expert came, he wouldn't have the slightest chance. However, Fang Chen guessed that it wouldn't be a true god expert. After all, there were only a few dozen true gods in the entire divine world. The Southern Tomb Sword Palace only had a few. They didn't seem to care about the legend of the true dragon. Most likely, they would send their inner disciples to temper them. I'll hide in front of the sacred dragon mountain range and secretly spy on them. Fang Chen made his decision and left Zhou Fei's residence. He once more entered the 100,000 mountains and used the spacetime book to hide near the sacred dragon mountain range. As long as the Southern Tomb Sword Palace's people came, he would be able to sense them. This wait lasted for half a month. Extreme south, southern region. Scorching temperatures swept through the entire southern region. Practically all the people living here had comprehended the flame laws. The Southern Tomb Sword Palace was located at the peak of the flaming mountain. Flames erupted there all year round, making it impossible for outsiders to approach. As one of the divine world's 7 peak powers, the Southern Tomb Sword Palace's scale made people sigh in amazement. Today, countless heavenly gods were standing in the plaza of the inner palace. On the platform at the very front, a plain-clothed elder waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. He then said, "You are all inner disciples of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. You are all outstanding heavenly gods. However, if you want to become a true god, you need an opportunity. This time, in the 100,000 mountains sacred Dragon Mountain range, we've discovered that the treasure trove related to the legend of the true dragon is there." The plain-clothed elder paused for a moment before continuing, "You're here to fight for the treasure. This is because the true dragon's treasure trove contains an opportunity to step into the true divinity realm. As for whether or not you can grasp it, that will depend on yourselves." Elder Linen Yi's meaning was very clear: every disciple could fight for it. After entering the true dragon's treasure trove, they each fought for themselves. Actually, this was also the style of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. If they wanted to increase their strength, they had to pay the price. There were so many inner palace disciples, but only a few of them would become real gods in the future. Whoever could fight their way out of the crowd would become a disciple that the South Tomb Sword Palace would focus on nurturing. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, the many inner palace disciples could not wait to head for the true dragon's treasure. Among these disciples, some of them were famous throughout the entire southernmost land. "Yu 1, let's go." As soon as the plain-clothed elder gave the order, the mighty sky celestial troops left the South Tomb Sword Palace. Swoosh in the sky, wherever they passed, it was as if sharp swords were cutting through the sky. It was extremely shocking. Several days later, Fang Chen, who was resting on a tree, suddenly felt a terrifying sword chi attack him. "Have we finally arrived at the South Tomb Sword Palace?" Only the people of the South Tomb Sword Palace could feel the sharpness of the sword chi from 1,000 miles away. As expected of the holy land of sword cultivators, Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. Then, he concealed himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a moment, countless sky celestials arrived at the sacred Dragon Mountains. The leader was a peak sky celestial disciple. He frowned slightly and looked around. Then, he took out a dragon scale. "That is..." Fang Chen was a little surprised. He did not expect the South Tomb Sword Palace to have a dragon scale. It was exactly the same as the dragon scale he had obtained. However, could a dragon scale open the treasure trove? Fang Chen still underestimated the strength of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The leader formed a complicated seal with his palms, and a strange aura shot up into the sky. Then, a trace of true dragon aura escaped from the dragon scale. A moment later, a void gate appeared on the dragon spine of the sacred Dragon Mountains. "That is..." Fang Chen was even more shocked. He originally thought that the South Tomb Sword Palace would not be a threat to him since they had sent some sky celestials over. But now it seemed that he was wrong. As one of the 7 peak powers of the divine world, the South Tomb Sword Palace could not be underestimated. I cannot underestimate my opponent, Fong Qin warned himself. Whoosh! The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace swarmed into the Void Gate. Fong Qin waited for a long time before he quietly entered the Void Gate. Many sects in the northern region did not know what had happened in the Sacred Dragon Mountains. Too. On this day, some surprising things happened in Zhou Fei's mansion. Zhou Fei's residence, a secret chamber. Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and the others were guarding outside the secret chamber. Suddenly, they felt a tremor. Then, the red light in the secret chamber dissipated. What's going on? Little Mouse's expression changed. He wanted to enter the secret chamber to take a look, but he was shocked to find that the secret chamber could not be opened. There won't be any accidents, right? They knew that their sister-in-law was transforming, but they were still worried. Little Mouse immediately sent a sound transmission to his boss, but he was unable to contact him. Boss, could it be that you've already entered the true dragon treasury? Little Mouse frowned and said anxiously. Brother Mouse, what do we do? Xiao Huang asked. Wait, Little Mouse said with a resolute expression. Inside the secret chamber, Star and Moon, who was lying down, suddenly opened her eyes. Her body emitted a fiery red aura. The temperature suddenly rose to the extreme. Her eyes became incomparably red. Crash. However, the air that was still scorching hot a second ago suddenly became extremely cold in the next second. Just like this, the temperature changed back and forth. The aura of the phoenix on Star and Moon's body also gradually became stronger. Boom. Star and Moon's primordial spirit trembled within her mind. Her aura rapidly rose. After about a quarter of an hour, the aura of the phoenix around her instantly disappeared. The red light also disappeared shortly after. Star and Moon's eyes regained their calmness. Buzz. A large amount of information instantly appeared in her mind, including everything that happened on Lotus Mountain. When she learned that her master had poisoned her with one of the 8 great poisons of the God realm, the dark Een poison, her heart was in great pain. A teardrop rolled down from the corner of her eye. 3. She suddenly raised her palm and fiercely slapped her stomach. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This is the divine art you gave me. I'm returning it to you now. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other, Star and Moon said coldly. After stabilizing her emotions, Star and Moon stood up, retracted her aura, and left the secret chamber. Outside the secret chamber, the extremely anxious Little Mouse was pacing back and forth. Suddenly, the secret chamber opened and Star and Moon walked out. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Little Mouse hurriedly asked. Star and Moon nodded gently. As long as you're okay. We were worried to death. Where's Brother Qin? Star and Moon asked. Boss, Little Mouse stammered. However, Star and Moon's body suddenly trembled, and then Star and Moon's figure instantly disappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Little Mouse and the others wanted to chase after them, but found that Star and Moon had long disappeared without a trace. Sacred Dragon Mountains. On the dragon's spine, the Void Gate was faintly discernible and was about to collapse. Star and Moon, dressed in purple, appeared in front of the Void Gate. After arriving, she felt the power of the phoenix in her body pulsating even more. A true dragon? Star and Moon's eyes were cold as she stared at the Void Gate. True dragons and phoenixes were the top divine beasts in the God realm. However, a long time ago, the true dragon and phoenix had disappeared and become a legend. Star and Moon had sensed the true dragon's aura far away in Zhou Fei's mansion, so she came here. 88 After the profound Een poison was cured, her potential was completely unleashed. Coupled with the partial awakening of the profound Een phoenix body, her cultivation had reached the heavenly God realm when she woke up. This was just the beginning. With the profound phoenix body, she was destined to have an extraordinary life. After sensing the true dragon's aura, the power of the phoenix in her body pulsated even faster. Star and Moon took a step forward and rushed into the void gate. She wanted to use the true dragon's aura to completely awaken the profound phoenix body. Chapter 1828. On the barren land, Fang Chen could feel a scorching aura. This was an independent space. At a glance, everything was lush and verdant. A true dragon once lived here. Fang Chen frowned and looked around. Fang Chen knew nothing about the true dragon's treasury. The only thing he knew was the legend of the true dragon that was passed down from the previous epoch. There was also the dragon scale in his hand. "Who are you?" Just as Fang Chen was about to take out the dragon scale, a figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Chen like a ghost. This person wore black clothes and emitted a terrifying sword aura. He was an inner disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace and one of the gods that entered the true dragon's treasury. "I don't know you. You're not a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace." This person's face was gloomy as he snapped. The true dragon's treasury had opened silently. Only the South Tomb Sword Palace knew about it. Moreover, an elder had mentioned it before. The only god that entered the true dragon's treasury was a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Then how did this person enter? This made the black-robed man puzzled. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the black-robed man. He smiled indifferently. "This isn't your South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. Why can't I enter?" "Humph, you dare to touch the South Tomb Sword Palace's treasury? I think you don't want to live anymore." After saying that, the black-robed man attacked. His body turned into a sharp sword and shot towards Fang Chen with a wild power. A sword cultivator? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. He could feel that the black-robed man's comprehension of the sword Tao was different from the outside world. "I also want to see what's so outstanding about the gods of the South Tomb Sword Palace." Fang Chen sneered and took out the hidden star sword. Whoosh! He suddenly slashed out and the sky changed color. The vast power of the law of destruction instantly surged. "You're courting death by competing in sword techniques with my South Tomb Sword Palace." The black-robed man who was attacking sneered. The South Tomb Sword Palace was one of the top 7 forces in the realm of the god. As the gathering place of the strongest sword cultivators in the god realm, the disciples of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace were the least afraid of sword technique. And this person was also a swordsman. There were also differences between sword cultivators. In an instant, the black-robed man's body rushed in front of Fang Chen. The blazing sword light quickly pierced towards Fang Chen. Crack! The two streaks of sword light collided with each other. Within the hidden star sword, an extremely terrifying power of the rules of destruction emerged. Then, it merged with the golden liquid and performed the ancient soul-refining arts destruction sword move. The black-robed man was a divine overlord. He was too weak to be Fang Chen's opponent. Although he had a unique understanding of swordsmanship, he could not withstand the attack of the destruction sword move. Bang! The longsword in the black-robed man's hand was instantly cut in half. The surging sword light was also instantly shattered. His body was directly sent flying. Pucci heavily smashed onto the ground. The black-robed man spat out blood and his aura was weak. However, his face was filled with confusion. His swordsmanship, the black-robed man recalled the swordsmanship that Fang Chen had just performed in his mind. He was extremely shocked. Even the South Tomb Sword Palace's heaven-class divine skill would not be able to defeat such a swordsmanship. Too strong. The black-robed man's body trembled as a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Fang Chen smiled as he walked towards the black-robed man and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me everything you know about the true dragon's treasure." Faced with Fang Chen's strength, the black-clothed man was very frightened. Soon, he told Fang Chen everything that he knew. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. 4 true dragon sacred towers. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He was a little confused. That's right. This is all I know. The black-robed man bitterly said, I've already told you everything I know. You should keep your promise. Do you know what the differences between the 4 true dragon sacred towers are? Fang Chen continued to ask. The black-robed man shook his head. I also don't know the specifics. My position in the inner palace is very low. However, I vaguely heard from the elders that the 4 true dragon sacred towers might contain true dragon blood. The reason why our South Tomb Sword Palace's disciples have entered the true dragon's treasure is precisely for the true dragon blood. Fang Chen was startled. True dragon blood was something that only existed in legends. It was said that it could allow heavenly gods to touch upon the legendary realm of true god. True dragon blood? Of course, that's only a guess. The 4 true dragon sacred towers are located in 4 different regions of the true dragon's treasure. No one knows what's inside, said the black-robed man. Then do you know where the 4 true dragon sacred towers are? Asked Fang Chen. Since he had entered the true dragon's treasure, he had to take a look at the true dragon sacred towers. The black-robed man said, I also don't know. You're lying, reprimanded Fang Chen with a gloomy expression. The black-robed man immediately panicked. With the dragon scale, you can sense the existence of the true dragon sacred towers. The dragon scale is on senior apprentice brother's body. Fang Chen thought back to the sacred dragon mountain range. One of the heavenly gods had taken out the dragon scale to open the true dragon's treasure. In the end, Fang Chen had still released him. Firstly, he was too weak and couldn't pose any threat to him. Secondly, if possible, he didn't want to become enemies with the South Tomb Sword Palace. After all, they were one of the strongest peak powers in the divine world. Their foundation was so deep that he couldn't resist them. If he angered the South Tomb Sword Palace, even the heavenly sword god king wouldn't be able to save him. Fang Chen brought the dragon scale with him as he rapidly moved. According to the black-robed man, as long as he released the dragon scale's aura, he would be able to sense the true dragon sacred towers. The strongest person who had entered the true dragon's treasure was only a heavenly god. It could be said that Fang Chen, who had the Book of Time and Space, was already in an invincible position. He didn't hide the dragon scale's aura and began to search for the true dragon sacred towers. The black-robed man, who had just survived a calamity, was terrified and quickly fled. Half a day later, the black-robed man's eyes suddenly lit up. In front of him, there was a beautiful woman in purple. So beautiful! The black-robed man had never seen such a beautiful woman. She had a faint cold aura, as if she was 1,000 miles away. The black-robed man licked his dry lips, then chuckled and approached the purple-robed woman. Star and Moon had just entered the true dragon's treasure when they felt the true dragon's aura rejecting them. The true dragon and true phoenix were enemies and friends. Their auras were polar opposites and repelled each other. Buzz. The true dragon's aura in the air enveloped Star and Moon's body and repelled Star and Moon. Damn it! Star and Moon cursed inwardly, then began to circulate the last bit of phoenix power in her body. In an instant, the true dragon's aura that was repelling her disappeared without a trace. At this time, the black-robed man just happened to approach. Star and Moon frowned. She didn't like the way the black-robed man looked at her. It was very greedy. Greedy people are no good. Crack! Star and Moon's body emitted a cold aura. She suddenly struck the black-robed man with her palm. The latter was injured in the battle with Fang Chen. How could he resist Star and Moon's attack? He died in an instant. Star and Moon withdrew her palm and closed her eyes. Phoenix power surged as she seemed to be checking something. A moment later, Star and Moon opened her beautiful eyes and said softly, "There are 4 places where the true dragon's aura is particularly dense." She had the mysterious Phoenix body and was very sensitive to the true dragon's aura. According to her guess, these 4 places with dense true dragon's aura should be the core of the true dragon's treasure. Although the true dragon's aura in these 4 places is very dense, there are still differences in strength. Star and Moon's eyes locked in a certain direction as she muttered to herself. Then, her purple robes fluttered and her figure quickly disappeared in that direction. CCC Pavilion. Star and Moon went to the place with the hottest true dragon's aura among the 4 true dragon sacred towers. Roar. An intimidating dragon roar sounded from within the true dragon's treasure. All the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace raised their heads in surprise. What happened? Did we trigger the true dragon's anger? Chapter 1829. The 4 true dragon sacred towers were located in 4 different regions of the true dragon treasury. Fang Chen used the dragon scale to sense one of them. While flying in the sky, Fang Chen suddenly felt a tremor. A strong true dragon aura suddenly surged in front of him and instantly suppressed Fang Chen, causing the latter's body to land on the ground. True dragon aura? Fang Chen was shocked. He stabilized his body and stared at the huge mountain range in front of him. That is, after taking a closer look, he was even more shocked. At first glance, it was just an ordinary mountain range. But if one looked carefully, they would realize that it was not a mountain range. It was not a mountain range at all. Instead, it was like a real dragon lying on the ground, coiling and twisting. The body of a true dragon? Fang Chen's figure flickered and arrived in front of the mountain range in a moment. Then, he let out a sigh of relief. It's not the body of a true dragon, but it can emit the aura of a true dragon. The true dragon sacred tower should be here. Fang Chen thought. If he guessed correctly, this twisting mountain range should be called the Dragon Vein. Could it be that a true dragon really cultivated here? Fang Chen was a little doubtful. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Step by step, he walked towards the twisting mountain range. An extremely hot aura came from the soles of his feet. So hot, Fang Chen said. His gaze fell on the dragon vein as he carefully observed it. At this moment, the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly, as if it had discovered something. Okay. The golden heart was guiding Fang Chen. Seeing this, the latter was overjoyed. Quickly following the golden heart's guidance, Fang Chen entered the lush mountain range. The deeper he went into the dragon vein, the more he could feel the hot aura of a true dragon. The golden heart became more and more active as it continued to beat. With the help of the golden heart, Fang Chen quickly discovered the existence of the true dragon sacred tower. In the depths of the dragon vein, there was a golden tower. This tower was very spectacular, and from the outside it gave people a shocking feeling. The golden tower was faintly discernible, as if it could disappear at any time. Before Fang Chen had arrived, some disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace had already arrived. They stood in front of the true dragon's sacred tower and looked down at it with eyes filled with madness. True Dragon Sacred Tower. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He did not expect to find the true dragon sacred tower so easily. He scanned the area with his consciousness and discovered that the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace were not that strong. Looks like there shouldn't be any true dragon blood in this true dragon sacred tower, Fang Chen muttered to himself. He vaguely remembered that the first senior brother of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace possessed dragon scales. The fact that he wasn't here meant that the true dragon sacred tower wasn't worth his attention. The only explanation was that there was no true dragon blood here. However, since he was already here, Fang Chen didn't want to make a wasted trip. Within the spatial ring, the dragon's scale emitted a faint dragon cry. Only Fang Chen could hear it. Let's observe the situation first, Fang Chen said to himself. Shortly after, he prepared to blend into the crowd to scout the situation. However, at this moment, a deafening dragon cry came from the true dragon sacred tower. All of a sudden, everyone's attention was drawn over. Is the true dragon sacred tower opening? Someone shouted. Look, the true dragon sacred tower is opening. The crowd cheered. The layer of gold around the true dragon's sacred tower was gradually fading away. This also meant that the true dragon's sacred tower was gradually opening. Whoosh, whoosh. In a short moment, the true dragon's sacred tower had completely opened. Charge! The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace swarmed into the true dragon's sacred tower. Fang Chen stood alone in front of the true dragon's sacred tower. He opened his hand and a dragon's scale appeared in his palm. At this moment, the dragon's scale had undergone a slight change. A touch of gold flashed across its body. Just what kind of legend is inside the true dragon's sacred tower? Fang Chen pondered for a moment before entering the true dragon's sacred tower. Buzz. As soon as he entered the true dragon's sacred tower, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. Welcome to the true dragon's sacred tower. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Then the voice continued. The true dragon's sacred tower was personally built by the master. There are a total of 4 sacred towers. Each sacred tower contains a treasure. Only by obtaining the treasure can you obtain the true dragon blood. If you can gather all 4 treasures, you will definitely obtain the true dragon blood. The true dragon blood was the key to becoming a true god. This time, the South Tomb Sword Palace had sent a large number of disciples into the true dragon treasury to create an opportunity for them to become a true god. Now that they heard this voice, the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace went completely crazy. I must obtain the treasure. In the crowd, everyone clenched their fists as their eyes flashed. Hearing this voice, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He looked into his mind and observed the large amount of information that was pouring into it. After a moment, Fang Chen took a deep breath. This information basically recorded the great deeds of the true dragon when it was alive. Sure enough, as expected, Fang Chen said inwardly, the true dragon was an expert from the previous era. According to the information, the true dragon's strength had reached the pinnacle in the previous era. Although it was only an ordinary true god, it could fight against a god emperor. It was no exaggeration to say that the true dragon was an unparalleled expert that influenced an era. Too strong. Just by looking at this information, Fang Chen could feel the true dragon's strength. The heavenly sword God King's potential was recognized in the divine realm. He had just stepped into the God King realm and was already able to fight against the Rain Emperor, who was a God Emperor. From this, one could see how strong the heavenly sword God King was. However, compared to the true dragon, the gap between the heavenly sword God King and the true dragon was huge. The true dragon was able to defeat a God Emperor with his God King realm cultivation. It was truly shocking. What's the use of this information? Fang Chen frowned. He did not understand why the true dragon left behind this inheritance. Right at this moment, the voice rang out once more. This true dragon's sacred tower has a total of 136 levels. If you successfully enter the 119 levels, you will have the qualifications to compete for the treasures within the true dragon's sacred tower. If you can enter the 127th level, you will directly obtain the treasure. 127th level. Fang Chen frowned. Fang Chen guessed that this voice should be the true dragon's sacred tower's spirit. Just as he was thinking, the South Tomb Sword Palace's disciples impatiently charged into the true dragon's sacred tower. Fang Chen was not in a rush. Instead, he carefully observed this level. Buzz. The dragon's scale let out a dragon roar. Immediately, the atmosphere within the true dragon's sacred tower became heavy. Whoosh! Just as Fang Chen was carefully examining the dragon scale, a figure suddenly appeared. Who are you? Fang Chen's expression was grave as he hastily asked. I am the true dragon's sacred tower's spirit. Since you have obtained the dragon scale, you can obtain some corresponding authority, said the tower spirit directly. Oh! Fang Chen was a bit surprised to see the dragon scale in his hand. Whoosh! The tower spirit waved its hand, and the dragon scale in Fang Chen's hand was immediately sucked away. Senior Tower Spirit, is this dragon scale from a true dragon? Asked Fang Chen. The Tower Spirit sneered. If this dragon scale was from Master's body, would you be able to endure its aura? Fang Chen was startled, but then he nodded. A true dragon was an expert that could contend against a god emperor. Its power was unimaginable. This is just a dragon scale that Master casually carved out when he was bored. Back then, Master carved out a total of 4 dragon scales, and they are scattered in every corner of the divine world. As long as someone can obtain a dragon scale, as long as they enter the true dragon sacred tower, they will obtain a corresponding benefit. What benefit? Fang Chen's eyes brightened. The Tower Spirit didn't answer. Instead, it asked, "Do you know what the 136th level of the True Dragon Sacred Tower tests?" "Strength?" asked Fang Chen. The Tower Spirit shook its head. The True Dragon Sacred Tower is something Master spent his entire life refining. What it tests is the most basic comprehension of the martial path. The most basic comprehension? That's right. Master once said that the martial path is vast and boundless. Everyone's understanding of the martial path is different. Furthermore, the same person's comprehension of the martial path at different stages is completely different. Master has always believed that in order to pursue the peak of the martial path, you must maintain an incomparably resolute heart. So the True Dragon Sacred Tower is actually a spatial treasure that tempers a cultivator's comprehension of the martial path. Chapter 1830. The same person's comprehension of the martial path at different stages was completely different. Fang Chen was deeply shaken by this. Although it seemed like a simple sentence, it seemed to have opened a new door to Fang Chen's martial path. Master once said that the most basic comprehension of the martial path is the most precious. The Pagoda Spirit continued, "Perhaps this is the so-called returning to one's natural state." "Senior Pagoda Spirit, then what kind of benefits can I get?" Fang Chen tossed aside his thoughts and asked. The Pagoda Spirit glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Your cultivation base is too low. If you challenge the pagoda now, your chances of failure are very high. However, since you were able to obtain the dragon scale, it can be considered fate between you and Master. Come with me." After saying that, the Pagoda Spirit waved its hand and Fang Chen's figure disappeared from the True Dragon Sacred Tower. Whoosh! In the vast emptiness, streaks of dazzling golden light intertwined to form colorful clouds. 2 people suddenly appeared above the cloud. "What is this place?" Fang Chen looked around. He was also stunned by this scene. He had never seen such beautiful scenery. Was this the divine realm? "This is where Master once comprehended the martial path," said the Pagoda Spirit. "I call it the Cloud Dragon Platform." Fang Chen could sense that this place was filled with an extremely dense true dragon aura. "Your benefits are that you can comprehend the martial path here for a period of 1 year," said the Pagoda Spirit. "After a year, unless you become a true god, you must leave this place to challenge the pagoda. However, if you can really last a year, you should be able to reach the 127th floor. Obtaining the supreme treasure shouldn't be a problem," said the Pagoda Spirit thoughtfully. "I'll comprehend the martial path here," said Fang Chen. Crash! The Pagoda Spirit didn't say anything else and disappeared. Fang Chen did his best to calm his heart. Ever since he had entered the True Dragon Sacred Tower, many things had happened. He was doing his best to accept them. The Cloud Dragon Platform where the True Dragon once comprehended the martial path, said Fang Chen. After a long time, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the clouds. A dense martial aura surged out of his body. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in comprehending the martial Tao. In the vast deity world, there were 18 universe eras. The only goal of all the experts was to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Fang Chen cultivated in the way of the sword, but all paths lead to the same destination. The pinnacle of swordsmanship was also the pinnacle of martial arts. Fang Chen himself was a monstrous genius when it came to understanding martial art. In addition, he had the help of the Golden Heart over the years. His attainments in martial Tao comprehension already surpassed some top-notch celestial deity realm powerhouses. However, Fang Chen was quite shocked by what the pagoda genie had said. The most basic understanding of martial arts was the most precious. Fang Chen was very puzzled. What did this sentence mean? Shouldn't it be that the stronger one was, the deeper one's comprehension of martial arts would be? Wasn't this the kind of martial arts that martial artists pursued? But why would a real dragon say such a thing? Fang Chen couldn't figure it out, but with the help of the Golden Heart, he gradually understood it. Time passed. Inside the true dragon's sacred tower, someone had already reached the 90th level. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace lived up to their reputation. Every one of them had an extremely profound understanding of martial arts. In the beginning, they were like fish in water. Their speed in the tower was very fast. However, the later they got, the more they felt that the true dragon's sacred tower wasn't as simple as they had imagined. There were a total of 700 disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace who had come to the true dragon's sacred tower. 500 of them were divine overlords, and only 200 were celestial deities. However, this group of disciples had a very low status in the inner palace. They didn't have much right to speak. Needless to say, the divine overlords had only reached the 80th level so far. The celestial deities couldn't be underestimated. There were a total of 200 disciples who had reached the 80th level. There were even 100 disciples who had reached the 90th level. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Beads of sweat dripped down from their foreheads. It was extremely difficult for them to pass the tower. Bang! At a certain moment, a disciple on the 93rd level was sent flying by the rebound force of the true dragon's sacred tower and instantly fell to the 92nd level. Junior brother Kuyu, are you alright? The disciple on the 92nd level hastily asked. Kuyu, who had been sent flying, got up from the ground and shook his head. His face was filled with a bitter smile. It's already very difficult to reach the 90th level. How am I supposed to reach the 127th level? Kuyu felt very helpless. Sigh, out of the 700 of us, only senior brother Fang Long and the other 6 have a chance of reaching the 127th level, sighed the person who had spoken before. Yeah, even if we reach the 127th level, we won't be able to obtain any priceless treasures with our strength. The disciples on the 92nd level all sighed. If they could obtain a priceless treasure, they would naturally be happy. However, if they couldn't obtain it, it didn't matter. The South Tomb Sword Palace had too many outstanding disciples. Their strength couldn't even be considered average, so how could they compete with the peak celestial deities? They were also aware of their own situation. Rather than scheming over the priceless treasures, they might as well use the true dragon's sacred tower to temper themselves and see if they could break through. This true dragon's sacred tower is quite miraculous. I feel like my comprehension of the martial Tao has improved quite a bit during this time. Yeah, the South Tomb Sword Palace has fewer resources and more disciples. The competition is too fierce. It wasn't easy to find a cultivation holy land, so we can't waste any time. Practically every disciple on every level was working hard to cultivate. A month later, the strongest group of disciples in the true dragon's sacred tower had already reached the 110th level. They were only a step away from the 127th level. Senior brother Fang Long, how do you feel? On the 113th level, there were 7 people sitting on the ground. They were panting, but their faces were full of smiles. Junior brother Mohi, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, it would have been almost impossible for us to pass through the tower so quickly, laughed the disciple called Fang Long. The 7 of them were the strongest group of 700 disciples. The inner palace's eldest senior brother had split the disciples into 4 groups. Fang Long and the other 6 were the leaders of this group. Fang Long's cultivation had already reached the heavenly god realm, so he was the strongest of the 7. He was also quite proficient in the martial Tao. In the past month, the 7 of them had advanced and retreated together, so their speed in the tower was quite fast. According to our agreement, the 7 of us will help each other to reach the 127th level. Then, we'll fight for the treasure with our own abilities, laughed the only female disciple. That's right. This true dragon sacred tower is extremely profound. If we don't work together, it'll be very difficult to reach the 127th level. The disciples all spoke up. Fang Long nodded. Let's first comprehend on this level. 3 of the 4 true dragon sacred towers were relatively calm. All the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace were racing against time to cultivate. However, one of the true dragon sacred towers was unusually turbulent. The air was filled with the smell of blood as purple robes fluttered in the wind. On the first level of the true dragon sacred tower, Star and Moon's arrival had infuriated the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace. They were humiliating Star and Moon and threatening to kill Star and Moon. Star and Moon naturally wouldn't let them attack without retaliating. Plop! Every time Star and Moon attacked, a disciple would fall in a pool of blood. The entire first level of the true dragon sacred tower was covered in blood. Most of the disciples killed were the weaker ones. The truly powerful ones had already reached the highest level of the true dragon sacred tower and didn't know what was happening here. Kill! Star and Moon emitted a cold aura. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace wanted to kill her, but she didn't hold back and started a merciless slaughter. Ever since a portion of the mystic Een Phoenix body had awakened, Star and Moon's strength had increased like never before. A divine Lord Realm disciple would be killed in an instant. Even a heavenly God Realm disciple would not be able to withstand her terrifying attack. Quick, inform First Senior Brother. Xing Yu started a massacre, causing the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace to be terrified. They all retreated and fled in panic. At the same time, some people shouted to inform First Senior Brother. First Senior Brother was the head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace and the strongest. It was said that he'd already touched the threshold of true God. According to the strict definition of cultivation, eldest Senior Brother could be considered a half-step divine king powerhouse. Chapter 1831. The most basic martial way was deeply ingrained in every martial artist's heart. For example, Fang Chun had become a martial artist the moment he transmigrated to the ancient sword continent. At that time, he was only a Qi refinement realm martial artist. In the entire God realm, a Qi refinement realm martial artist was like an ant among ants. It was the foundation of the entire martial way cultivation system. Every martial artist would definitely experience the Qi refinement realm from the beginning of their cultivation. Bits and pieces of information regarding the Qi refinement realm appeared in Fang Chen's mind. From the Azure Edge Sword Sect, to the Fang family of Black Cloud City, to the Kamikaze Kenbu, and finally to the Xingfeng Nation. This series of memories seemed to have happened just yesterday. In Fang Chen's mind, streaks of immature martial way comprehension appeared. That's it. Fang Chen could feel that these martial way comprehension was very immature. However, these were the most basic martial way comprehension from the very beginning of cultivation. The most basic martial way comprehension is the most precious. Fang Chen repeated the words left behind by the true dragon. He felt as if he had touched something, but he could not grasp it. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the immature martial way comprehension. Let's walk it again. Fang Chen activated the transmigration law in his body. Immediately, the power of the law appeared and surrounded Fang Chen's body. Finally, it completely enveloped his primordial spirit. The transmigration law was one of the more unique laws of the 6 great laws. This law could allow a person to experience a lifetime of transmigration. Moreover, this law was very terrifying. Once one fell into the transmigration law, it would be very difficult to break free from it without external help. Ever since he absorbed the power of the successor of the creation system, Fang Chun had comprehended the transmigration law. His control of the transmigration law had also reached a certain level. At this moment, the transmigration law surged. Suddenly, Fang Chen's thoughts seemed to have returned to the ancient sword continent. His primordial spirit floated in the sky, looking down at the scenes he had experienced. This is the Azure Edge Sword Sect. In the sky, Fang Chen's primordial spirit looked down. The Azure Edge Sword Sect was full of vigor and vitality. The disciples exchanged pointers with each other, and the atmosphere was very lively. Boom! Suddenly, an imperceptible golden light flashed across the sky. In the next moment, within the Green Edge Sword Sect, the trash Fang Chun had completely awakened. I see. After comprehending samsara, Fang Chun finally understood how he came to this world. What happened next was exactly the same as what Fang Chun had experienced before. After Fang Chun had awakened, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds with the help of the Golden Heart. He defeated the disciples who had humiliated and mocked him one by one. Unknowingly, Fang Chun had become a once-in-a-century genius of the Azure Edge Sword Sect, receiving special attention from the sect master. During this time, Fang Chun returned to his family. Annulled the engagement. He was met with the Yi family's annulment. With a chuckle, Zhang Xian's primordial spirit jolted. Back then, he was indeed a little impulsive. However, the river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for another 30 years. Who can guarantee that you will still be the same after 30 years? As Fang Chun sighed, he saw Yi Zi, the Yi family's prodigy who was once engaged to him. A gust of wind blew past, and Fang Chen's primordial spirit suddenly trembled. He seemed to have grasped something, and the trembling of his primordial spirit caused his golden heart to beat rapidly. The most basic martial Tao comprehension is the most precious martial Tao comprehension. On the Cloud Dragon platform, Fang Chun kept repeating this sentence. At the same time, his body was trembling rapidly, and the power of samsara law around him was surging wildly. It seemed like it could disappear at any time. Once the power of samsara law disappeared, Fang Chen's primordial spirit would be pulled back to reality. The most basic foundation. Suddenly, Fang Chen's mind exploded with a loud bang. In the next moment, Fang Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. I think I know the true meaning of this sentence. Fang Chun was extremely excited. He placed his hands on his chest and began to comprehend with all his might. The stronger one's cultivation, the deeper one's comprehension of martial Tao. However, one did not know that the most basic comprehension could directly affect one's ultimate achievement. Only by having a solid foundation could one grow more rapidly. Fang Chun had always understood this sentence, but he did not understand its true meaning. Now, he finally understood. Senior Zhenlong, you have really put in a lot of effort. Fang Chun could not help but sigh. It was no wonder that Zhenlong could fight against a god Arch with his divine king cultivation. He could imagine that Zhenlong's comprehension of the most basic martial Tao had reached an incredible level. In just a short moment, Fang Chun felt that his comprehension of martial Tao had undergone a tremendous change. So this is the most basic martial Tao comprehension in the depths of my heart. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Crash! At this moment, the power of samsara law dissipated, and his primordial spirit returned to reality. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and there was an uncontrollable smile on his face. According to what Senior Zhenlong said, the most basic martial Tao comprehension can be divided into 3 levels. Most people are at the first level, and only a few can step into the second level. Fang Chen said slowly, almost all warriors who step into the second level can become true gods in the future. As for the third level, when he mentioned the third level, Fang Chen took a deep breath and immediately said in a deep voice, "Even Senior Zhenlong only touched the threshold of the third level. You can imagine how difficult it is. Perhaps only those who stand at the peak of the universe can feel it." In the divine world, there were very few divine gods who had reached the second level of basic comprehension, except for true God. As for Fang Chen, he had just reached the second level. It is indeed different. Fang Chen grabbed the void with his palm and immediately caught a ball of light. The smile on his face became wider. The basic comprehension of the second level was indeed extraordinary. Now I feel that my understanding of the martial Tao is so little. Fang Chen thought to himself. Congratulations. Suddenly, the pagoda spirit appeared and said to Fang Chen with a smile, "I really didn't expect that there would be a genius like you in this era." Fang Chen could feel that the pagoda spirit's attitude towards him was completely different from before. It seemed that the pagoda spirit had acknowledged him. Master once traveled all over the lower realm in order to reach the second level. He personally disguised himself as an ordinary person and went with the flow. It took him more than 10 years to do it, but you can do it in such a short time. I admire you, the pagoda spirit said. In terms of the most basic comprehension of martial Tao, the talent of the person in front of him had already surpassed his master. Senior Pagoda Spirit, you flatter me. I have to thank Senior Zhenlong for being able to comprehend so quickly. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. If it weren't for the Cloud Dragon platform, which contained some of Zhenlong's comprehension, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. The Pagoda Spirit waved his hand. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to comprehend the second level. With your potential, becoming a true god is just a matter of time. The Pagoda Spirit said, I'll first congratulate you on stepping into the true god realm. Many thanks, Senior Pagoda Spirit. Fang Chen said. The Pagoda Spirit nodded. He was very satisfied with Fang Chen's attitude. Neither arrogant nor discouraged. There are very few in the younger generation who have such a character like you. I dare say that in the future, your achievements will reach the level of my master. The Pagoda Spirit said, So, do you want to continue comprehending or challenge the pagoda? Senior Pagoda Spirit, this junior has a matter to ask. Fang Chen said. Say it. With this junior's talent, is there any hope of comprehending the third level? Fang Chen asked. Actually, what he cared about was the third level of basic comprehension. The Pagoda Spirit shook his head and said in a deep voice, There is almost no hope. According to Master, if you can comprehend the third level of basic comprehension, it is highly possible for you to become a cosmos god. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect the third level of basic comprehension to be so powerful. Then, I know what you want to ask. My suggestion for you is to challenge the pagoda and obtain a supreme treasure before going to the other 3 levels. If you can get the blood of a true dragon, you will have an unexpected harvest. The Pagoda Spirit said, You can't see any hope even if you cultivate bitterly here. It's a waste of time. Chapter 1832. Finally, Fang Chen bid farewell to the Pagoda Spirit and left the Cloud Dragon platform. In fact, Fang Chen was also reluctant to leave, but he had no choice. A place like the Cloud Dragon platform could only be found by chance. He was only able to enter the Cloud Dragon platform to cultivate because he obtained the Dragon Scale. Although my cultivation did not increase, I can clearly feel that my strength has increased by a lot. Fang Chen felt his body relax. Soon, he arrived at the True Dragon Sacred Tower. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen immediately jumped from the 1st floor to the 9th floor. Standing on the 9th floor, Fang Chen closed his eyes and carefully sensed. Sure enough, as he guessed, every 9 floors of the True Dragon Sacred Tower corresponded to a realm of martial arts cultivation. The first 9 floors corresponded to the ancient Sword Continent's Qi refinement realm. The Qi refinement realm was the most basic realm for a martial artist since they came into contact with martial art. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace were crazily trying to break through the tower, and they neglected the most basic realm. However, Fang Chen was different. He had just gone through reincarnation, and his basic martial arts comprehension had increased to the second level. His knowledge was also different. He stayed on the 9th floor for a full 3 days before stepping into the 10th floor. The 10th floor to the 18th floor represented the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen reached the 18th floor in one go and stayed there for 2 days. After that, it was the Qi Si realm. He stayed there for a day. The more he broke through the tower, the shorter Fang Chen's time was. In the later stages, Fang Chen had almost become incomparably crazy. A few days later, Fang Chen reached the 126th floor. He had already surpassed Fang Long and the others. The 126th floor corresponded to the Heaven God realm. Fang Chen stood in this space, and a strong martial arts aura appeared around him. It is indeed different. There was a huge change in his state of mind. Fang Chen took a step and entered the 127th floor. According to the pagoda spirit, entering the 127th floor would allow one to obtain the treasure in the True Dragon Sacred Tower. Rumble, rumble, rumble! All of a sudden, the entire True Dragon Sacred Tower shuddered. Fang Long and the others' expressions became extremely serious. The 7 of them had already arrived at the 118th floor. Damn it, it must be that brat who entered the 127th floor, Fang Long said coldly. At the side, Mo He's expression was somewhat gloomy. He's not a disciple of our South Tomb Sword Palace. Should we kill him? Mo He asked. Humph, he dares to touch the things of our Sword Palace of the South Tomb? He's courting death. No matter who he is, we must kill him. We'll wait for him on this level. Once he appears, the 7 of us will join forces and quickly kill him. The 7 strongest cultivators in the True Dragon Sacred Tower immediately came to an agreement to wait for the rabbit to show up. Br at this moment on the 127th floor. Fang Chen's body floated up as the wild True Dragon aura surged into his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The golden heart was wildly absorbing the True Dragon's aura. Crash! The pagoda genie appeared and smiled at Fang Chen. Since you've arrived at the 127th level, the treasure within this True Dragon Saint Tower shall be yours. The tower spirit said. Lying in his palm was a golden bead the size of an egg. What is this? Asked Fang Chen. A dragon pearl. The pagoda genie waved its hand and placed the dragon pearl in front of Fang Chen's chest. Fang Chen held it in his hand and immediately felt a scorching heat. There are a total of 3 dragon pearls. If you can gather them all, you'll be able to enter the final True Dragon Saint Tower and summon the True Dragon's blood. The pagoda genie warned, however, you should still be careful. Of the heavenly gods that entered the treasury, there are 2 who are like you. Their foundation has reached the 2nd level, and they're quite powerful. One of them has even touched upon the threshold of God King, and can be considered a half-step God King. Hearing the pagoda genie's warning, Fang Chen's heart shook slightly. The South Tomb Sword Palace was truly worthy of being one of the 7 peak powers of the divine world. However, as someone who cultivated the spacetime cultivation system, he had nothing to fear. Many thanks for the warning, Senior. Fang Chen put away the dragon pearl and cupped his fists in thanks. The pagoda genie nodded, indicating that Fang Chen could leave. However, Fang Chen's gaze looked upwards before asking softly, Senior, I wonder if the final level of the True Dragon Saint Tower corresponds to the legendary Cosmos God realm? Amen. Hearing the words Cosmos God, the expression of the pagoda genie changed. You actually know about the Cosmos God realm? The pagoda genie asked with shock. Fang Chen chuckled, saying that he knew about it by chance. The pagoda genie did not pursue the matter. It only nodded lightly before saying, Cosmos gods are not existences you can come in contact with. Even my master is not worth mentioning in front of them. Alright, you can leave now. Retreating from the 127th level, Fang Chen's speed was very fast. He was thinking about the other 2 dragon pearls. However, he stopped when he reached the 118th level. Just as he entered this space, he suddenly saw the 7 disciples of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb intercepting him from different directions. Brat, hand over the treasure you got. Otherwise, don't be anxious to regret it, Fang Long coldly said. With the 7 of us here, you can't escape. It is better for you to give up. Mo, he said. Humph, the dignified inner palace disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace actually dare to bully me with numbers. Fang Chen spread his hands and sneered. Being mocked by Fang Chen, the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace did not get angry. For the treasure, so what if they work together? Brat, this is the true Dragon Saint Tower. Even if we kill you, outsiders will not know. We are working together because we do not wish to waste time. Fang Long sneered. In Fang Long's opinion, any one of the 7 could casually act and kill this brat. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, they still chose to work together. I do want to see how strong the sword cultivator disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace, known as the strongest sword palace in the deity world, are. With a thought, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand. Sword chi surged around him. Fang Long sneered. You want to compete in swordsmanship with our South Tomb Sword Palace? Are you sure you aren't courting death? The South Tomb Sword Palace was a holy land for sword cultivators. This was publicly acknowledged by the other powers of the deity world. But this person actually dared to challenge the South Tomb Sword Palace. Kill! Fang Long took the lead. His body transformed into a sharp sword as he rapidly attacked Fang Chen. The 7 of them can only be considered the most ordinary heavenly gods. Fang Chen calculated. But with the 7 of them working together, he was in a bit of a tight spot. With a thought, he set up a saint-level formation. In an instant, the 7 of them were trapped in the formation. A saint-level formation master. Upon seeing this, Fang Long's face turned completely cold. We have to kill this brat at all costs. Offending a saint-level formation master was clearly an unwise choice, so they had to eliminate him completely. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. Mo He and the others also began to pay attention to Fang Chen. Whoosh! In the void, streaks of sharp sword light shuttled back and forth within the formation. Let's get rid of the weakest first. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the only female disciple. Immediately, he used the space-time book and disappeared into the void. Whoosh! The immemorial soul refining art's destructive sword technique instantly erupted. Almost without any resistance, the female disciple was ruthlessly pierced by the hidden star sword. Poochie! The female disciple spat out blood as her vitality was fading. Junior sister! Fang Long and the others roared in anger. Form the sword formation! Following Fang Long's roar, the other 6 immediately stood at 6 different angles and waved their hands. Strange sword lights floated in the sky. The heavenly god artifact swords in their hands hung in the void. The tips of the swords touched each other, forming a powerful sword formation. Your sword formation is ineffective against me. Whoosh! Shuttling through space, his figure continuously dodged and instantly avoided the sword formation's attack. For a moment, Fang Long and the others could not catch Fang Chen's trace at all. Damn it! Fang Long cursed loudly. Sharp sword lights burst out from his body. Poochie! Silently, another heavenly god disciple died under Fang Chen's hidden star sword. At this moment, Fang Long and Mo He bared their teeth and their eyes turned scarlet. Brat, I'm going to tear you into pieces! Fang Long roared. However, Fang Chen was not afraid at all. If the 2 second-stage heavenly god experts were here, I might be afraid. You. Chapter 1833. His mental state had improved, and so had his attainments in the Tao of formations. Now, Fang Chun could easily set up saint-level formations. Furthermore, their power was unimaginable. Using saint-level formations and the spacetime book, he was able to easily break through. It didn't take long for him to break the sword formation. When the fifth sky celestial disciple died at Fang Chen's hands, Fang Long and Mo He's faces were filled with fear. They had never felt such a terrifying pressure. Even their first senior apprentice brother hadn't been like this. "Damn it, who are you?" demanded Fang Long. To the side, Mo He's body was trembling. He was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have just given up. Now that he had kicked an iron plate, it was impossible for him to kill a heavenly god. Even if he and Fang Long worked together, they wouldn't be able to kill this brat. The only thing they could do was pray that this person was afraid of the South Tomb Sword Palace's pressure, and let them go. "Is it important who I am?" Fang Chen smiled. "You killed a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The Sword Palace won't let you off." Fang Long used the South Tomb Sword Palace to threaten him. "If the Sword Palace targets you, even if you run to the ends of the world, you'll still die. Brat, I'd advise you to let us go. We'll treat this as if nothing happened," said Emohi. "Otherwise, we'll immediately inform our first senior apprentice brother of what happened here. If our first senior apprentice brother makes a move, let alone you, even a heavenly god stronger than you will die." As he spoke, Emohi took out a special sword-shaped messaging jade pendant. This sword-shaped messaging jade pendant was used by the South Tomb Sword Palace's disciples to send messages. Whoosh! Sword chi revolved around the jade pendant. With just a bit of force, it would send a message. "You've already obtained the true dragon Sacred Tower's supreme treasure. Why must you be so ruthless? This won't do you any good," said Emohi bitterly. To the side, Fang Long warily stared at Fang Chen. The two of them were rapidly retreating. "Are you threatening me?" Fang Chen sneered. The one thing he feared the least was threat. Moreover, this was the true dragon Sacred Tower. Even if he killed them, what could that eldest senior brother do? "Your first senior brother and I will have a battle sooner or later. I don't mind bringing it forward," Fang Chen said with a faint smile. "You!" Upon seeing Fang Chen walk towards them, Emohi berated loudly, "If you take another step, I will activate the communication jade pendant." Emohi tightly gripped the communication jade pendant as he roared. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Emohi immediately sensed a cold aura approaching. "Eldest martial brother." Emohi immediately activated the communication jade pendant and said hurriedly. However, he only had time to call out "eldest senior brother" before the sword-shaped jade pendant completely shattered. Pucci immediately after, a cold light flashed and Emohi's body was pierced through by the hidden star sword. Blood sprayed into the air, and his vitality instantly vanished. I'll kill you." Fang Long knew that he could not escape, so he simply urged all the strength in his body to perish together with Fang Chen. Self-destruct? After dealing with Emohi, Fang Chen's figure flashed and instantly disappeared into the void. After cultivating the space-time book to the extreme, Fang Chen's comprehension of the space-time cultivation system had become even more powerful. As long as he did not appear, no one below the true God realm would be able to discover his track. "Let's die together." Although they could not find Fang Chen's tracks, they could sense that Fang Chen was definitely in this area. The self-destruction of a heavenly God realm powerhouse, that kind of power was too strong. If it were in the lower realm, the self-destruction power would instantly destroy Green Bamboo Island. Boom! The self-destruction power was like a vast starlight that instantly spread out. The terrifying power constantly swept through the entire land. The true dragon Sacred Tower shook. Countless South Tomb Sword Palace disciples felt a terrifying aura and prostrated themselves on the ground. Cough cough! The explosive power rapidly spread out. Fang Chen walked out of the void and coughed lightly, looking a little disheveled. "I still underestimated the self-destruction of a Sky God Realm expert." Fang Chen muttered to himself, but fortunately, he had successfully dodged it. Let's go. After dealing with the trouble, Fang Chen left the True Dragon Sacred Tower. However, before that, he took away all 7 of their spatial rings. What's going on? What happened in the True Dragon Sacred Tower? Did senior brother Fang Long and the others enter the 127th floor? It must be the birth of a supreme treasure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge commotion. The South Tomb Sword Palace disciples on the lower floors were all discussing. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They simply could not imagine that the explosion from before was Fang Long's self-destruction. If this matter were to spread, the South Tomb Sword Palace would also be shaken. Within a certain True Dragon Sacred Tower, he wore brown clothes and had sword-like eyebrows above his eyes. He looked very cold and emitted a faintly discernible terrifying aura. This person was sitting cross-legged on one of the higher floors of the True Dragon Sacred Tower, comprehending. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and a sword-shaped communication jade pendant appeared in his palm. Eldest senior brother. A hurried voice came from the communication jade pendant. Then, there was a vibration and the communication jade pendant was cut off. Emohi. This person's face instantly turned gloomy. He had sent Emohi and Fang Long's group of 7 to the first True Dragon Sacred Tower to seize the supreme treasure. But now, Emohi had hurriedly sent back a message and could not be contacted. Emohi is dead. The eldest senior brother clenched his fist, and the sword-shaped communication jade pendant instantly turned to dust. Then, the eldest senior brother continued to send messages to Fang Long and the other 5, but the result was the same. Who killed them? The eldest senior brother said coldly. With the strength of Fang Long's group, unless it was a peak sky god, it was impossible to do so. And in the South Tomb Sword Palace there were quite a few people who could do so. But they were not in the first True Dragon Sacred Tower. The only explanation was that other than the purple-robed woman, someone else had entered the True Dragon Treasury. No matter who you are, you must die for killing the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The eldest senior brother's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly. Before this, he had received news that a mysterious purple-robed woman had started a massacre on the first level of the True Dragon Sacred Tower. When he arrived, the purple-robed woman had already left. However, from the aura left behind, he believed that the purple-robed woman must be a strong opponent of the Sky God realm. After that, he searched the entire True Dragon Sacred Tower but could not find the purple-robed woman's whereabouts. But now, another tragedy had occurred. Good, very good. You dare to target the South Tomb Sword Palace? Interesting. The eldest senior brother's face revealed a sinister smile. Ever since he had joined the South Tomb Sword Palace, no one had dared to challenge the authority of the South Tomb Sword Palace. This time, they had entered the True Dragon Treasury to find an opportunity to break through to the True God realm. So many disciples had died in such a short period of time. This matter isn't over. Then, the eldest senior brother calmed the anger in his heart and closed his eyes to comprehend the martial path. To him, even if he had to take revenge, it was not as important as his own matters. Once I find the true dragon blood, I will tear you to pieces. The second True Dragon Sacred Tower. When Fang Chen arrived, not a single disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace had obtained the treasure. The treasure is mine. With a thought, Fang Chen quickly climbed to the 127th floor. Soon, he arrived at the 127th level. Whoosh! The pagoda spirit appeared and carefully observed Fang Chen. His face was full of surprise. After a long while, the tower spirit stroked his beard and smiled. Not bad, you actually reached the second level. The tower spirit could tell at a glance that Fang Chen had come from the first True Dragon Sacred Tower. Whoosh! The egg-sized Dragon Ball was in his hand. There was only one Dragon Ball left. Fang Chen was a little excited. It's not easy for your martial path to reach the second level. I hope you can seize this opportunity to obtain the true dragon blood, said the tower spirit. I will work hard. With that, Fang Chen left the second true dragon sacred tower. He had been using the Book of Time and Space to travel through time and space. The disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace did not notice his arrival. Boom! A deafening sound entered the ears of the South Tomb Sword Palace disciples who were struggling. Chapter 1834. The Third True Dragon Tower. The inner disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace were divided into 4 groups. Eldest senior brother was the strongest. He led the first group to the 4th True Dragon Tower, which was also the strongest tower. The 3rd True Dragon Sacred Tower was led by second senior brother Tan, who was a peak heavenly god. Strictly speaking, he was no weaker than heavenly god Lian Yi. From this, it could be seen that heavenly god Lian Yi's strength was enough to dominate a region. In the South Tomb Sword Palace in the extreme south, Tan, who was only an inner disciple of the Sword Palace despite his strength. As one of the top 7 factions in the god world, the South Tomb Sword Palace's foundation was not something that a small faction could compare to. Speaking of which, Tan, whose understanding of the martial Tao was also very strong. He was one of the 2 experts who had reached the 2nd level mentioned by the tower spirit of the first True Dragon Tower. According to the standards of the first True Dragon Tower, Tan Hu could easily obtain the treasure if he reached the 2nd level. However, the rules of the 2nd True Dragon Tower were different. Reaching the 2nd level only gave him the chance to obtain the treasure. The real treasure was on the 130th level. Tan Hu was currently sitting cross-legged on the 129th level, comprehending the fundamental martial Tao. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived at the 3rd True Dragon Tower. The 3rd Dragon Ball, Fang Chen said softly. He then proceeded to the 127th floor in one go. After arriving, Fang Chen was a little confused. However, the tower spirit's voice sounded in his mind. You can only obtain the treasure if you enter the 130th level. Fang Chen nodded. Buzz. His martial Tao aura spread and emitted a bright light. Fang Chen took a large step forward. There was no resistance on the 127th floor, and he easily moved forward. After a while, he entered the 128th level. The pressure seems to have increased. Fang Chen felt that his movements were a little slow. He did not force his way through the tower. Instead, he chose to comprehend. He sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. UU1, the 4th True Dragon Tower. A purple-robed figure stood quietly on the 136th level. Her entire body was filled with a wild golden aura. This was the aura of a true dragon. If it were an ordinary heavenly god, they would not be able to withstand this wild true dragon aura. However, Star and Moon was no ordinary person. She possessed the profound Yin Phoenix physique, and it was very likely that she would become a peerless expert in the future. The aura of a true dragon. There was a faint expression on Xing Yu's pretty face. Her red lips parted slightly as she spoke in a sweet voice. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her small, fair hand. Immediately, the power of the phoenix within her body crazily surged. Keep! Star and Moon shouted and immediately sat on the ground. She closed her eyes and formed a complicated seal with her hands, absorbing the true dragon's aura. Star and Moon's mind was filled with information about the mystical Yin Phoenix physique. The Xian Yin Phoenix body was very strong, but it had not been fully awakened. She was attracted by the aura of the true dragon and came here to use the aura of the true dragon to stimulate the power of the phoenix and completely awaken the mysterious Yin Phoenix physique. The wild true dragon aura attacked the Star and Moon. At first, Star and Moon's body was a little shaky, and it was a little difficult for her to resist. But gradually, she stabilized her body and began to fall into a long battle. In the 3rd True Dragon Sacred Tower, after 3 days of comprehension, the pressure on the 128th floor had greatly decreased. Fang Chen stood up and decided to enter the 129th floor. Whoosh. After entering, Fang Chen was surprised to find a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace sitting here. Could he be the second-level expert that the tower spirit mentioned? When Fang Chen looked at him, the latter also slowly opened his eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. Clearly, he did not expect that an outsider would come here. You are not a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, second senior brother said in a deep voice, and a trace of killing intent flashed across his body. So what? Asked Fang Chen. You too, die. Second senior brother roared and his body flashed, turning into an eagle. He spread his wings and charged towards Fang Chen with terrifying power. Ding! Ding! Caught off guard, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword to block. The sound of metal clashing rang out. How sharp! Fang Chen was shocked. This person's strength was extraordinary. With a thought, Fang Chen set up a saint-level formation. A saint-level formation. Interesting. Second senior brother smiled sinisterly. The eagle in the sky disappeared and was replaced by a scorching sharp sword. Whoosh! The sharp sword seemed to cut through the sky, bringing with it vast sword chi. Immemorial soul refining art. Fang Chen used a destructive sword move to block second senior brother's attack. Yes. Second senior brother's eyes brightened. Not a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, but he actually had such a profound sword art. How interesting! South Tomb Sky Refining Art. This was a heaven-grade divine art of the South Tomb Sword Palace. It was extremely powerful. Whoosh! Following second senior brother's roar, a fiery red flower suddenly shot out from his sword. When the South Tomb Sky Refining Art was cultivated to the extreme, it could condense a fiery red flower at lightning speed. When the fiery red flower bloomed, the sword light soared into the sky, as if the entire sky was about to be refined. Create a sword move. To deal with this sword move, Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the sword move he created. The creation of laws was endless. With a thought, everything could be born. And the creation of a sword move corresponded to it. Endless streams of sword light materialized in the void, forming a powerful sword formation. Boom! Under Fang Chen's control, the sword formation and the fiery red flower fiercely collided. The entire sky seemed to be on fire. It was extremely hot. Yu-3, dang, dang. Second senior brother could not help but take a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, his face was extremely solemn. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen as he enunciated each word clearly. Who exactly are you? And who are you? Are you the head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace? Asked Fang Chen. Second senior brother shook his head and sneered. If my eldest senior brother was here, would you still have the chance to say that? In his heart, his eldest senior brother was the strongest expert amongst heavenly gods. Even if he faced a divine king, he would be able to escape unscathed. So it's the second disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, Luo Tiandu. Fang Chen smiled. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Luo Tiandu's strength was extraordinary, and his potential was limitless. As expected of one of the only two experts of the South Tomb Sword Palace who had reached the second level. Since you know I'm Luo Tiandu, do you still want to continue fighting? Luo Tiandu smiled indifferently. In the extreme south, Luo Tiandu's name intimidated everyone. He was nearly invincible amongst heavenly gods. Do you think you can defeat me? Asked Fang Chen. Luo Tiandu was startled and looked at him with a complicated gaze. Indeed, from their exchange just now, Luo Tiandu could sense that Fang Chen was also an expert of the second level. Upon reaching the second level, one's heart and soul would undergo a transformation. He wasn't someone an ordinary heavenly god could compare to. This person was a powerful opponent that he had to pay attention to. To be able to reach the second level at such a young age is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. At the very least, The extreme south doesn't have such a heavenly genius. You're not from the extreme south, said Luo Tiandu. Fang Chen ignored him. He just calmly stared at Luo Tiandu. He originally thought that Luo Tiandu would fight to the death, but who would have thought that Luo Tiandu would suddenly change the topic? Experts should appreciate each other. There's no deep enmity between us, so there's no need to fight to the death. That wouldn't be good for either of us. How about this? We won't attack each other. You can comprehend your own things, and I'll comprehend mine. As for who can enter the 130th floor first, that'll depend on their own abilities. How about it? If they fought with their full strength, it would definitely be a bitter battle, injuring the enemy while losing 800 of his own men. Luo Tiandu didn't like that. So the most important thing was to temporarily stop fighting and comprehend first. Fighting over the treasures was the most important thing. Although this person had also reached the second level, Luo Tiandu was very confident that he could crush him in terms of talent. Fang Chen's eyes turned. He understood Luo Tiandu's intentions. He spread out his hands and said, "Since you say so, then so be it." A confident smile appeared on Luo Tiandu's face when he heard that. He cupped his fists towards Fang Chen and then sat down cross-legged on the ground. Fang Chen glanced at Luo Tiandu and shook his head. Chapter 1835. Luo Tiandu's strength was strong, and he was good at scheming, making him a formidable opponent. After a short battle with Fang Chen, he could feel how strong Fang Chen's strength was, and knew that he would not be able to defeat him in a short period of time. Even if he tried his best, it would still be a Pyrrhic victory. When that happened, it would greatly affect his chances of obtaining the treasure. Therefore, he decided to make peace with Fang Chen. They would not interfere with each other for the time being, and would wait until they reached the 130th floor. Fang Chen did not have any objections, as he sat down with his legs crossed and began to comprehend. Geniuses were called geniuses because they could crush their opponents in all aspects. Only those who could make their opponents feel despair could be called geniuses. Luo Tiandu was called a genius, but only in front of Fang Chen did he truly know what a genius was. Perhaps it was because of the golden heart, but Fang Chen's comprehension of foundational martial arts was extremely deep. Although he had only just stepped into the second level, he was constantly improving. In this floor, Fang Chen had only comprehended for a day, before he took a step forward and disappeared from the floor. This scene caused Luo Tiandu's expression to change greatly. Did he reach the 130th floor? Luo Tiandu's heart was filled with unwillingness. At the same time, he was filled with hatred toward Fang Chen. "The treasure is mine, no one can take it away from me." Luo Tiandu roared furiously as he clenched his fists and slammed them on the ground, creating a huge pit. 130th floor, I'm going too. Luo Tiandu's mind was filled with the aura of foundational martial arts. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had gone mad. However, it was his demon-like state that allowed him to successfully open the door to the 130th floor. "Kid, I'll let you know what true despair is." Luo Tiandu entered the 130th floor with a flicker. Inside the 130th floor of the True Dragon Sacred Tower, Fang Chen was communicating with the Tower Spirit. "Senior Tower Spirit, can you give me the Dragon Orb?" The Tower Spirit nodded, but just as it took out the Dragon Orb, its expression changed and said, "Your competitor is here." After the Tower Spirit said that, Luo Tiandu's figure quickly appeared in front of Fang Chen. "The treasure is mine. You have no right to take it from me," Luo Tiandu said coldly. "You won." Fang Chen frowned. He had not expected Luo Tiandu to reach the 130th floor so quickly. It seemed like a huge battle was unavoidable. "If you want the supreme treasure, let's see if you have the ability." Fang Luo Tiandu's sword, Luo Tiandu's, Luo's was. Naturally, the latter knew how powerful Fang Chen's sword techniques were. He hastily dodged. At the same time, He took out his own heavenly divine artifact longsword and unleashed the Sword Palace's ultimate technique. Brat, I'm going to tear you to shreds. Luo Tiandu let out a furious roar as the aura surrounding him grew extremely dense. His body was like a sharp sword stabbed into the ground, giving people an extremely shocking feeling. Southern Tomb Ultimate Technique. Luo Tiandu shouted and used another sword technique of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. The Southern Tomb Ultimate Kill Technique was an unconventional sword technique. The most important characteristic of this sword technique was that it was unpredictable. It was the best sword technique for assassination. When the Southern Tomb Ultimate Technique was used, Luo Tiandu's figure instantly disappeared into the void. Streaks of terrifying sword light suddenly appeared in the void. What a domineering sword technique! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The Southern Tomb Sword Palace was number 1 in terms of comprehension of the Sword Dao. Luo Tiandu was only an inner disciple of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. What if he was an inner elder of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace? And the legendary Sword Palace master of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace? Fang Chen didn't even dare to think about it. He still couldn't come into contact with such an expert. Spacetime Book. The best way to deal with the Southern Tomb Ultimate Technique was to use the Spacetime Book. Using the Spacetime Cultivation System, Fang Chen's figure instantly disappeared. Trying to hide with me? Fang Chen sneered. The Spacetime Book was the ancestor of this aspect. Luo Tiandu's sword technique couldn't compare at all. As expected, Luo Tiandu's face darkened when he lost sight of Fang Chen. This move again. Luo Tiandu cursed. At the same time, the speed of the sword in his hand became even faster. He wanted to use violent attacks to force Lin Fan out. Yu too, however, it was obvious that he had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. Immemorial Soul Refining Art. After finding the right time, Fang Chen used the 5 great sword techniques of the Immemorial Soul Refining Art in one breath. Suddenly, the sky changed color. The atmosphere on the 130th level became extremely heavy. Even the pagoda spirit exclaimed when it saw the 5 great sword technique. This kid is not simple. Although the pagoda spirit didn't recognize the immemorial soul refining art, it knew that this sword technique was too profound. It was many times stronger than the sword technique of the South Tomb Sword Palace. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to appear in this era. The pagoda spirit exclaimed. While the pagoda spirit was talking to itself, the outcome of the battle was decided. Boom! The 5 great sword techniques turned into 5 different auras. In the end, they merged into one and turned into a terrifying sword light that shot towards Luo Tiandu. No! Luo Tiandu felt fear and roared loudly. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Crack! Almost without any resistance, Luo Tiandu's swordsmanship was instantly shattered. Dong! When the sword light hit Luo Tiandu's body, the latter's body was suddenly sent flying. Boom! He directly smashed a huge hole in the ground. Poochie! Luo Tiandu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Who exactly are you? Luo Tiandu asked coldly. This person's strength was comparable to the first senior brother. It was impossible for him to be unknown in the extreme south. The only explanation was that this person had hidden his appearance. Yu 3. It's impossible for there to be an expert like you in the younger generation. Luo Tiandu stood up with difficulty and continued, Are you Sword Master or Sword River? The 2 people that Luo Tiandu spoke of were the strongest sword cultivators in the extreme south. They were almost invincible in the heavenly god realm. Moreover, they were experts of the older generation who had lived for countless years. Even the first senior brother would have to be wary of them. Luo Tiandu concluded that the person in front of him must be either Sword Master or Sword River. The reason why he disguised himself was because he didn't want to completely fall out with the South Tomb Sword Palace. After all, the South Tomb Sword Palace was one of the top 7 factions in the God Realm. No. Fang Chen directly said. Luo Tiandu shook his head. Impossible? He didn't believe Fang Chen's words, but Fang Chen didn't care. Luo Tiandu was just someone who lost to him. Luo Tiandu also realized that he had lost his composure. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Finally, he said coldly, "You won't have a good ending if you offend the South Tomb Sword Palace." With that, blood mist spewed out from Luo Tiandu's body. He used an escape technique similar to the blood escape technique and left the True Dragon Sacred Tower. Amazing! The pagoda spirit's voice suddenly sounded. "You are the most talented person of the younger generation that I've seen in this era. Especially your understanding of the sword Tao, it's too shocking. It's as if you were born for the sword. I never thought that there would be such a monster in this world." After watching the battle just now, the pagoda spirit was full of admiration for Fang Chen. The pagoda spirit dared to say that this person would definitely have a place in the God realm in the future. Especially his achievements in the sword Tao. He might even surpass the South Tomb Sword Palace's swordless God Emperor. Walla 888. With the third Dragon Ball in hand, Fang Chen was overjoyed. "I can feel that the first 2 Dragon Balls were also obtained by you. Take these 3 Dragon Balls and head to the last True Dragon Sacred Tower. Once you reach the top, you will receive the True Dragon Blood," said the pagoda spirit. "Thank you, Senior Pagoda Spirit." Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. The pagoda spirit waved his hand and said, "Don't be happy too early. Although you've obtained 3 Dragon Balls, it's still difficult to get the recognition of the True Dragon Blood. Moreover, you're not the only one who entered the True Dragon Treasury. There are a few strong opponents in the last True Dragon Sacred Tower." Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the strong opponents that the pagoda spirit mentioned were the South Tomb Sword Palace's senior brother. He was also a monstrous expert who had reached the 2nd level of the fundamental martial way and was even stronger than Luo Tiandu. He was a half-step divine king. Chapter 1836. To Fang Chen, defeating Luo Tiandu wasn't a big deal. After all, he was the disciple of Cosmos God Gu Yuan. Furthermore, he had devoured the energy of the other 4 great inheritors. In other words, he had inherited a total of 5 inheritances. As long as he killed the last inheritor, he would be able to obtain the most complete Tao of Sword inheritance. Even though he was only at the deity ancestor realm, it was hard for him to find an opponent in the heavenly deity realm. Luo Tiandu might be strong, but there was still a gap between him and Fang Chen. After leaving the 3rd True Dragon Sacred Pagoda, Fang Chen rushed over to the 4th True Dragon Sacred Pagoda. He originally thought that he could enter the pagoda smoothly, but who would have thought that he would meet with some trouble? His black eyes stared at the 4th True Dragon Sacred Pagoda. Fang Chen's expression was solemn. A Saint Realm Array. There was actually a Saint Realm Array revolving around the True Dragon Sacred Pagoda. "Brat, you offended my South Tomb Sword Palace and you still want to obtain the True Dragon Blood? Dream on." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Fang Chen looked up and discovered that Luo Tiandu was shouting from within the array. "Just a stray dog." Fang Chen sneered. The person who set up the array was clearly an expert in the Tao of arrays. It seemed that after Luo Tiandu was defeated by him, he fled pathetically and came to the True Dragon Sacred Pagoda to seek help from the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace. "Senior brother Luo, you're talking about this person?" A disciple emitting an aura of the Tao of arrays asked in a low voice. "That's right, it's this person. Junior brother Yao, don't underestimate this person. He's also a Saint Realm Array Master," Luo Tiandu said. "Senior brother is currently at a critical juncture and can't deal with this person. We have to stop him from entering the True Dragon Sacred Pagoda. I'll leave this important task to you." Luo Tiandu lightly patted this person's shoulder and said in a deep voice. This person was called Yao Zhen. His cultivation wasn't strong, but he had an extremely high status in the South Tomb Sword Palace. Even the inner hall elders were shocked by his attainments in the array Dao. Of the inner palace disciples, only 3 had been summoned by the swordless God Emperor. Other than senior brother and Luo Tiandu, it was him. He was the only one who was summoned by the swordless God Emperor as an array master. One must know that God Emperor Swordless was one of the top experts in the God world. In the entire God realm, there were only a few people who could compare to him. To be able to be summoned by the swordless God Emperor was enough to prove that their potential was limitless. Luo Tiandu had been severely injured in the battle with Fang Chen and had yet to fully recover. Therefore, he found Yao Zhen and asked him to use a sacred entry formation to stop this person. Senior brother Luo, don't worry. I also want to spar with an array expert. After saying that, Yao Zhen waved his hand. Immediately, a wild aura spread out. The entire True Dragon Sacred Tower was enveloped by a saint-level array. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the array formation. This formation is rather mystical. Fang Chen was also a saint-level array master, but he was shocked to discover that the array formation that Yao Zhen set up actually had some existence that he could not understand. Brat, if you want to enter the True Dragon Sacred Tower, you'll have to break my formation first. Rumble in an instant, a monstrous array aura drowned Fang Chen. Lower Realm. The human race had unified the lower realm. The 3 god races and the human race sacred grounds had reached an agreement to jointly manage the lower realm. The lower realm entered a period of rapid development. It was peaceful. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island was the only one whose popularity surpassed the 4 sacred grounds. Every martial artist's dream was to join Green Bamboo Island. However, because of Green Bamboo Island's superior status, it was very difficult to join Green Bamboo Island. There were many experts on Green Bamboo Island: Black-White Heavenly Lords, Silver Moon Island, Saint Village, Purple Beard Emperor, and the others. In short, countless experts liked to live in seclusion on Green Bamboo Island. The current Green Bamboo Island Lord was the former Vice Island Lord Yin Fang. Yin Fang was also a life and death realm expert and had a high status in the lower realm. Green Bamboo Island's forces were spread throughout the lower realm and had been thriving on an island very far away from Green Bamboo Island. This island was a nameless island. There were 2 old life and death realm experts on the island. Kid, I'll ask you again. Will you agree to our request or not? The gray-clothed old man asked coldly. There was anger in his tone. Kid, in the current lower realm, our strength is enough to enter the top 10 of the universe's battle power list. You're lucky to have us as your master, but you actually don't agree. The blue-robed old man said. The young martial artist imprisoned on the island was Fang Chen's disciple, Tian Xian. Tian Xian's potential was very high. Moreover, he was Fang Chen's disciple. Therefore, he received a lot of attention in the lower realm. However, Tian Xian didn't want to rely on his master's connections to cultivate. Therefore, he concealed his identity and left Green Bamboo Island. However, he had carelessly entered this island. According to the 2 old men, they had been sleeping for 10,000 years and had only recently awakened. When they discovered Tian Xian, their first reaction was to accept him as their disciple. They were both peak life and death realm experts and could see Tian Xian's extraordinariness with a glance. However, Tian Xian didn't agree no matter what they said. He even said how powerful his master was. In short, he looked down on the 2 old men. This made the 2 old men very angry. We don't have the patience. If you don't agree, we can only kill you, said the gray-robed old man. Tian Xian was very stubborn. My master has already entered the divine world. As for you, you can only show off in the lower realm. You. The blue-robed old man glared at Tian Xian. Do you believe that I won't dare to kill you? Humph, if you kill me, you won't be able to live either, said Tian Xian without the slightest fear. How laughable. There's practically no one in the lower realm who can pose a threat to us. The gray-robed old man laughed. Besides, they won't start a war with us over a weak martial artist. Tian Xian was silent. Old Lon, what do you think we should do? Asked the gray-robed old man. What else can we do? Just kill him, said the blue-robed old man. But we found such a seedling with great difficulty. Are you willing to give him up? Asked the gray-robed old man. What else can we do? The blue-robed old man suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He looked at Tian Xian and said, Brat, you keep saying how powerful your master is and how powerful your green bamboo island is. How about this? How about we make a bet? What bet? Asked Tian Xian. We can remove the restriction on your body and allow you to send messages to the outside world. If the person who comes to save you is chased away by us two old men, you can become our disciple, said the blue-robed old man with a mischievous smile. Not bad. That's a good idea. After sleeping for 10,000 years, they had just woken up. They were very unfamiliar with the lower realm. The two of them didn't know about Green Bamboo Island. They only sensed the existence of an eternal realm expert in the lower realm. All right, said Tian Xian. Then the two old men removed the restriction on Tian Xian. Tian Xian immediately sent a message back to Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island. The island master, Yin Fang, was currently discussing some cooperation with the leader of a certain large faction. Suddenly, the communication jade pendant rang. Tian Xian finally knows to send me a message, said Yin Fang with a chuckle. However, when he heard the message, he immediately exuded a terrifying aura. Crack! The communication jade pendant was directly crushed by his hand. His face was gloomy and cold. His figure flashed, and he immediately appeared above Green Bamboo Island. Dong! A series of chimes echoed across the Green Bamboo Island. Huff! Huff! Figures appeared one after another. Heavenly Masters Black-White, Emperor Zisu, Sky Devil Sword Emperor, Bai Qingqing, Princess Xian, many experts from Silver Moon Island, and warriors from Saint Village. Island Master Yin Fang, what happened? Yes, Island Master Yin Fang. Why are you in such a hurry? Almost all the experts who lived on Green Bamboo Island were present. They were very polite to Yin Fang. They were curious about what had happened to make Yin Fang lose his composure. Tian Xian was kidnapped. What? Suddenly, the entire Green Bamboo Island was in an uproar. Many experts were enraged. No matter who it is, we must make him pay the price. Soon, the news spread to the Holy Land of the Luo clan. Saintess Luo and the leader of the Luo clan immediately led all the experts from the Luo clan and left. Chapter 1837. On the desolate island, Tian Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. He was relatively calm and confident. The two old men sneered at Tian Xian, thinking that he would definitely lose this bet. Brat, do you think the connections your master left behind can be used by you? What a joke. Yeah, on the path of martial Dao, the strong are respected. Your master being strong doesn't mean you're strong. It's useless. There won't be many people coming to save you. Even if they come, if they discover an expert here, they'll immediately turn around and leave. Tian Xian was silent. He didn't have time to wait. He just had to wait. He was extremely clear on how strong Green Bamboo Island was. There was also the Luo clan, one of the three great god clans. They definitely wouldn't leave him in the lurch. Just like that, 5 days passed as they waited in silence. 5 days later, the fastest to arrive was the Green Bamboo Island experts led by Island Master Yin Fang. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly spread out. Yin Fang stood in the air and looked down. He instantly discovered Tian Xian's location. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yin Fang arrived at Tian Xian's location. Tian Xian, are you all right? Yin Fang asked worriedly. Island Master, I'm fine. Tian Xian smiled faintly. You're this fellow's helper? The robed old man sneered. He intentionally let out a peak life and death aura, wanting to scare Yin Fang away. Leave. We don't want to kill anyone. Don't force us, the blue-robed old man said coldly, his voice filled with dense killing intent. Seeing this, Yin Fang's expression changed. He then sneered, "You two idiots. Even now, you still don't know who you've offended. What a joke. Isn't it just trash? Why do you want to fight?" The blue-robed old man had a violent temper. Yin Fang looked at the two old men, as if he was looking at idiot. "I really admire your courage." Hearing Yin Fang's words, the two old men felt even more disdain. "Just putting on an act. It won't be long before you all know how wrong your decision was this time." Yin Fang said gravely, "I advise you to release Tian Xian as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll definitely die." Yin Fang's words weren't a threat. He was advising the two old men with good intentions. However, they clearly didn't listen. Moreover, they were provoked by Yin Fang. While the blue-robed old man grabbed Tian Xian's collar and sneered, "He is in my hands. If you have the ability, then come and save him. If you don't, then don't put on an act. You guys." Yin Fang had yet to finish speaking when a mighty army swarmed over from behind. Leading them were the black-white heavenly lords, Monarch Purple-Beard, Bai Qingqing, Princess Xian, and other experts. After so many years of cultivation, they had become the strongest on Green Bamboo Island. Even in the entire lower realm, such a lineup was no small matter. "Release Tianxin," the black-white heavenly sovereigns said coldly. Beside them, Monarch Purple-Beard immediately set up a powerful formation that enveloped the two old men. A terrifying pressure spread out in an instant. It was vast and mighty, and it was intimidating. "There are quite a lot of people. Unfortunately, no matter how many there are, it's useless," the gray-robed old man said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the crowd, his heart burning with rage. "I'll give you 3 breaths' time. If you don't release him, you won't be able to bear the consequences," Princess Xian said coldly as she took a step forward and arrived in front of the blue-robed old man. In the next moment, Bai Qingqing arrived as well. Everyone in the lower realm knew that these two girls were secretly in love with Fang Chen. Ever since Fang Chen ascended to the divine world, the two of them had treated Tianxin as their own child. This was all because of Fang Chen. However, now that Tianxin had been kidnapped, the two of them could not tolerate it. "Aunt Qing, Aunt Xen." Looking at the two ladies, Tian Xian's calm face was stirred. Then, he lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. He did not say a word. "Xen, don't worry. Nothing will happen." The two girls released powerful auras and were ready to strike at any time. They're just two girls." The blue-robed old man tightened his grip on Tianxin's neck. "You're courting death." Seeing this, Princess Xian and Bai Qingqing were instantly enraged. The two of them unleashed thunderous attacks. Instantly, a terrifying aura spread out. Seeing this, the gray-robed old man stopped the two girls. "Attack." Seeing this, with Yin Fang as the leader and heavenly lords black and white as support, they attacked the two old men crazily. On the other hand, Monarch Purple-Beard was controlling a powerful array formation to assist everyone. Swoosh! A black light flashed past. The Sky Devil Sword Emperor was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky, shooting into the battlefield. "You rumble." The battle was about to start. At the beginning, the gray-robed old man could still resist. However, in the later stages, he could not even take care of himself. The blue-robed old man threw Tianxin aside and joined the battle. Pucci. Although the two old men were powerful, they could not withstand the joint attacks of so many experts. Damn it, how did this happen? The two old men did not expect that so many experts who had hidden themselves in the world would attack because of this little guy. Catch that kid. The two old men who were retreating in defeat suddenly came up with a plan. Then, the blue-robed old man subdued Tianxin at lightning speed. "Stop!" The blue-robed old man shouted. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill him. Hearing this, everyone stopped fighting. If Xian is injured, I'll let you die with him, Princess Xian said. Let Xian go and you can still live, Bai Qingqing said. Many experts surrounded the two old men in the middle. The two old men also had the thought of retreating. After sleeping for 10,000 years, they encountered so many experts as soon as they woke up. This was something they did not expect. After the two exchanged glances, the blue-robed old man used Tianxin as a shield and said coldly, "Get out of the way, or I'll take him down with me." As expected, this move was more effective. Tianxin was Fang Chen's disciple. Even if Green Bamboo Island used all their strength, they would not hurt him. "Get out of the way!" Yin Fang shouted, afraid that someone would be impulsive and harm Tianxin. Heavenly Lords Black and White were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian were very anxious. They frowned and looked at Tianxin, saying, "Xian, don't worry. We'll definitely save you." In the blink of an eye, the two old men came to the seaside and prepared to escape. Splash! All of a sudden, a majestic water column appeared on the calm surface of the sea. Countless water droplets splashed on the water column. UU3. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh! Droplets of water shot toward the two old men with terrifying power. Although the two old men tried their best to block, they were still hit. These water droplets were very powerful and penetrative, but as soon as they got close to Tianxin, they would dissipate. Miserable screams came from the two old men's mouth. The two of them supported their bodies and blocked Tianxin in front of them. "Who is it?" The blue-robed old man shouted angrily. The void distorted and ripples flickered. A man and a woman walked out. The man was the leader of the Luo clan, who was famous in the lower realm. The woman was the Luo clan saintess, Luo Liuli, who was also Fang Chen's mother. "Let Xian go," Luo Liuli said coldly. "You want us to let him go? Impossible." The blue-robed old man spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. At this point, there was no way out for him. "You two better think about the consequences." The leader of the Luo clan exuded a powerful aura as he said solemnly, "Don't move or he'll die." The blue-robed old man was about to choke Tianxin to death. However, at this moment, the sky changed color, and the entire space seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. The two old men's bodies couldn't move at all. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. "Die!" A word floated in the void. Then, two sharp void blades instantly split the two old men in half. In an instant, the sky became clear again, and the terrifying aura disappeared. Everyone cupped their fists at the void. They knew that the human Saint Lord had made his move. Only the sacred lords of the human race had such an ability. Fang Chen's contribution to the human race was too great. He had a very high position in the human race's history. Two peak life and death experts were nothing. If they were killed, then so be it. A crisis had been resolved. Everyone's gazes fell on Tianxin's body. "Xian." The three most dazzling women suddenly called out. Chapter 1838. A single message from Tian Xian had gathered more than half of the human race's experts. And this was because the Yuan and spiritual race experts had important matters to attend to and hadn't come. The two peak life and death experts who had tried to kidnap Tian Xian were killed on the spot by the human race's Saint Lord. If it were before, the human race's Saint Lord would definitely try to recruit these two peak life and death experts. After all, they were existences second only to the eternal ancient realm. They were a huge power of the human race. However, of all things, they should not have touched Fang Chen's disciple. Just this point alone was enough to sentence them to death. On the island, Luo Liuli gently rubbed Tian Xian's head. Only in front of Luo Liuli would Tian Xian put away his rebellious attitude and become as obedient as a lamb. "Are you all right?" Luo Liuli gently asked. "I'm fine." Tian Xian's heart was very complicated. After chatting with Tian Xian for a bit, Luolili looked at by Qingqing and Princess Xian. I'll leave Xian to you two. I hope the two of you can take good care of him on Green Bamboo Island, Luolili smiled. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian nodded, but didn't say anything. Ha, everyone, since Tian Xian is fine, let's disperse. Fang Chen naturally didn't know what had happened in the lower realms. However, he was still very happy. The South Tomb Sword Palace's saint-level formation masters were indeed extraordinary. He had used 3 days to completely see through the formation. At this moment, he could faintly hear Luo Tiandu's clamoring voice. Kid, if you have the ability, then break the formation. Senior apprentice brother Luo, don't worry. My formation is extremely complicated. Even if he's a saint-level formation master, he won't be able to break it in a short time. It's enough to buy time for senior apprentice brother. The saint-level formation master said, as long as senior apprentice brother can deal with that mysterious woman, the true dragon blood will definitely belong to our South Tomb Sword Palace. Mysterious woman. Fang Chen's heart shook. Could it be that there was another mysterious woman besides him who had entered the true dragon treasury? Who was it? Thinking it over, he couldn't think of anything. Fang Chen shook his head and stood up, staring at Luo Tiandu. Brat, have you thought it through? Kneel down and kowtow to me. Luo Tiandu laughed wildly. I'll kowtow to you. Fang Chen waved his hand, and a rich aura of array Dao instantly spread out. Crack at this moment, the originally unbreakable formation shattered like glass. The Saint-grade formation was shattered into pieces. Not likely. The array master of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb widened his eyes in disbelief. I'll let you have a taste of my formation. Fang Chen sneered. With a single thought, he set up a Saint-grade formation that he had just created. The terrifying aura of array Dao filled the air, instantly trapping Luo Tiandu and the array master. This sudden change caused Luo Tiandu to be shaken. His expression changed drastically as he attacked the array formation with all his might. Hurry up and break the array! Luo Tiandu shouted anxiously. Senior apprentice brother Luo, don't worry. Just watch me break this little trick, said this person very calmly. He then closed his eyes and began to break the array. Fang Chen appeared in front of Luo Tiandu like a ghost. You don't come over. Luo Tiandu quickly retreated. He looked at Fang Chen with alarm. Just a moment ago, he had been arrogant, but now he had become like this. The Grand Number 2 disciple of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, Luo Tiandu, also knows how to be afraid, sneered Fang Chen. He could see the fear in Luo Tiandu's eyes. He walked step by step towards him, his aura pressuring Luo Tiandu. Have you thought about how you want to die? Asked Fang Chen softly. Junior apprentice brother. Luo Tiandu still placed his hopes on his junior apprentice brother. But this Saint-grade formation master was already having trouble fending for himself. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and pointed it in front of Luo Tiandu. Plop! Luo Tiandu directly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. You're a magnanimous person. You won't lower yourself to the same level as a minor person like me. Let me go. Let you go. If he hadn't let Luo Tiandu escape, there wouldn't have been this kind of trouble. Furthermore, Luo Tiandu was a vicious person. He couldn't leave behind any future troubles. Wait for your next life. The hidden star sword stabbed into Luo Tiandu's head. His Yuan spirit instantly shattered and his vitality disappeared. Then Fang Chen dealt with the Saint-grade formation master who was trying to break his formation. He easily entered the true dragon sacred tower. I wonder who that mysterious woman is. Fang Chen was also a bit curious about that mysterious woman. He quickened his steps and quickly climbed the true dragon sacred tower. At the same time, in a certain level of the true dragon sacred tower, the aura of the eldest senior apprentice brother suddenly rose. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes. Tangible light shot out from his eyes. It was extremely terrifying. The eldest senior brother jumped to his feet and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Although I haven't comprehended the third level of the martial Tao, I've touched upon the threshold. The eldest senior apprentice brother thought to himself. I think I should be able to reach the peak now. With his strength greatly increased, the eldest senior apprentice brother took a step forward and quickly climbed the tower. Soon, he arrived at the top level. The true dragon blood is mine. The eldest senior apprentice brother was incomparably excited. Voila! In the highest level of the true dragon sacred tower, the first senior brother looked around and saw a beautiful woman in the center. It's her! The eldest senior apprentice brother was instantly enraged. He hadn't expected her to arrive here first. The true dragon blood is mine! The eldest senior brother roared in anger. Then, he took a step forward and the sword chi around him vibrated. The sword in his hand carried a terrifying sword chi as it pierced towards Xingyu. Buzz! Just as the terrifying attack was about to land on Star and Moon, the latter suddenly opened her eyes. Bang! In a hurry, Star and Moon blocked the eldest senior apprentice brother's attack. Hand over the true dragon blood, said the eldest senior apprentice brother coldly. I didn't get it, said Star and Moon indifferently. Humph, do you think I'll let you go just because you said that? The eldest senior apprentice brother sneered, and used his most powerful sword Tao Divine Technique against Star and Moon. The latter naturally didn't want to be outdone. She activated her mystical Phoenix body, and her attack power surged. She fought fiercely with the eldest senior apprentice brother. Fang Chen's climbing speed was very fast. What a powerful fluctuation! Suddenly, he sensed the fluctuations of a battle. He frowned slightly because he sensed a familiar aura in the air. From the fluctuations of the battle, the sword chi should belong to the sword palace of the South Tomb. But why is the other aura so familiar? Fang Chen felt that this aura was very familiar. As for where he had seen it, he couldn't think of it right away. Shaking his head, he continued forward. After crossing the first level, the fluctuations of the battle became even stronger. At this moment, a thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. It seems to be the aura of a phoenix. Mystical Phoenix body. Could it be you? Suddenly, Fang Chen's eyes widened. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Yu was still transforming and couldn't have entered the true dragon's treasure. Let's go up and take a look. Fang Chen was very curious about this person. Using the space-time book, he was unimpeded along the way. In the end, relying on his strong comprehension of the fundamental martial way, he successfully entered the last level. The fluctuations of the battle are over there. Fang Chen's gaze instantly locked onto the battlefield. He saw a fiery red light spreading out and enveloping the two of them. Who exactly is fighting? Fang Chen was a little anxious. He increasingly felt that the fiery red aura seemed to be the aura of the mystical Phoenix body, but he didn't dare to be sure. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen got closer to the battlefield, wanting to observe more clearly. At this moment, a deafening sound rang out. Soon after, the two figures retreated. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the woman in purple. You. Almost in an instant, Fang Chen took a step forward and came behind Star and Moon, supporting Star and Moon. Why are you here? Fang Chen asked curiously. Brother Chen. Star and Moon nodded, but his gaze was on his opponent. Fang Chen stood side by side with Star and Moon and turned to look at the first senior brother. If my guess is correct, you should be the first senior disciple of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, Fang Chen said. And who are you? The first senior brother asked. Chapter 1839. The South Tomb Sword Palace was one of the top 7 forces in the God Realm. It was no exaggeration to say that the entire South Tomb was the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. With a single word from the South Tomb Sword Palace, the weak forces in the North region would have no chance of survival. However, there was a reason for their existence. Even the South Tomb Sword Palace couldn't kill the innocent. Otherwise, it would trigger a war in the God realm. The South Tomb Sword Palace was a heaven for sword cultivators. Even the top god emperors in the God realm would praise the South Tomb Sword Palace when it came to sword cultivators. The South Tomb Sword Palace didn't just have powerful resources. It also had a systematic training system for sword cultivators. This was very important. Swordsman Xiaoyun was the head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. According to his position in the South Tomb Sword Palace, he had already surpassed most of the outer palace elders. He was even on par with the inner palace elders. As long as he gave the order, there would be countless heaven gods willing to do his bidding. Not for anything else, but to gain the recognition of the South Tomb Sword Palace. But now, Swordsman Xiaoyun had met two strong opponents. Because he had met a madman. He had come to the God realm with great difficulty and found Star and Moon after much difficulty. For his wife, Star and Moon, he didn't hesitate to go against the veteran god Lian Yi and the Zhou clan, which was only second to the top 7 sect. But just as he entered the last level of the True Dragon Sacred Tower, Fang Chen found his wife, Star and Moon, fighting with Swordsman Xiaoyun. He was furious and glared at Swordsman Xiaoyun. Swordsman Xiaoyun also stared at Fang Chen. He wanted to know where this guy came from. In the southernmost land, he knew all of the relatively strong independent heavenly gods who could be named. But this person was unfamiliar. Swordsman Xiaoyun had always given people the impression that he was extremely gloomy. Cunning and scheming were also his labels. He didn't underestimate Fang Chen because of his young age. It was the exact opposite. Even his second junior brother, Luo Tian, couldn't enter the last level of the True Dragon Sacred Tower. This was enough to explain the problem. The mysterious purple-robed woman from before made him feel helpless. Now, another one had appeared. Swordsman Xiaoyun frowned slightly, but he tried to suppress Fang Chen with his aura. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to?" Swordsman Xiaoyun tried to use the South Tomb Sword Palace to threaten Fang Chen. After all, an ordinary Divine Realm expert would definitely be terrified upon hearing the name of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Swordsman Xiaoyun, the head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, Fang Chen said calmly. "Since you know it's me, why do you still dare to get involved in this mess?" Swordsman Xiaoyun frowned. If he could make the latter retreat without a fight, that would be for the best. Right now, the most important thing was to obtain the true dragon blood. As for the two before him, it wouldn't be too late to deal with them after he obtained the true dragon blood. The reason why Swordsman Xiaoyun hadn't acted yet was because his true goal was the true dragon blood. "Do you know who she is?" Fang Chen pointed at the Star and Moon behind him. Swordsman Xiaoyun shook his head. Fang Chen continued, "She is my wife." "Swordsman Xiaoyun, you've already made a move against my wife. Am I supposed to just sit by and do nothing?" Fang Chen's attitude made everything clear. Swordsman Xiaoyun shrugged. Since that was the case, there was nothing to talk about. His eyes were filled with killing intent and a strange aura surged out of his body. At some point, a Divine Realm artifact had appeared in his hand. He was ready to fight at any moment. Back off." Fang Chen turned his head and gently smiled at the Star and Moon. The latter gently nodded, her eyes as gentle as water. Whoosh! The hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Sword chi surged out of Fang Chen's body. Swordsman Xiaoyun was stunned for a moment, but then he laughed loudly with a mocking expression. "Sword cultivator." Swordsman Xiaoyun sneered. "You dare to call yourself a sword cultivator in front of my Southern Tomb Sword Palace." The leader of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace, God Emperor Swordless, had once said this. Outside of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace, there were no more sword cultivators. Although this sentence was arrogant, it was enough to explain some things. Since then, the Southern Tomb Sword Palace used the orthodox way of the sword as their foundation and wantonly promoted their sword cultivators. Many sword cultivators in the Divine Realm did not dare to clash with the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. Swordsman Xiao Yun sneered in his heart when he saw Fang Chen kill sword cultivators. Yu too. He, Swordsman Xiao Yun, was not afraid of sword cultivators. This was because his understanding of the way of the sword had reached an unimaginable level. He could even understand every single sword cultivator's attack like the back of his hand. In this kind of situation, who could defeat him? Unless it's a true god, no heavenly god can defeat me. Swordsman Xiao Yun said confidently. Oh, looks like I'm going to break the record today. Fang Chen said indifferently. There was no change in his expression. It was as if fighting Swordsman Xiao Yun was a trivial matter. Boom. Fang Chen's aura instantly exploded out. His mind was filled with information about the immemorial soul refining art. At this time, Swordsman Xiao Yun was shocked to discover that Fang Chen's cultivation was only in the Divine Ancestor realm. Divine Ancestor realm? Are you kidding me? Swordsman Xiao Yun was even more astonished. But soon, his eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. Deliberately mystifying things. Just kill him. At some point, Swordsman Xiao Yun's sword had been silently unsheathed. It carried a terrifying sword qi as it charged towards Fang Chen. Immemorial soul refining art. Fang Chen knew that he couldn't be careless when dealing with Swordsman Xiao Yun. Furthermore, ordinary sword Dao divine arts were useless. So he used the immemorial soul refining art from the start. Destruction sword technique. Rumble, terrifying destruction law energy instantly surged out and revolved around the hidden star sword. Fang Chen's wrist trembled as it pierced out. Boom. The two heavenly divine artifacts fiercely collided. Instantly, a terrifying power exploded out. The entire True Dragon Sacred Tower was trembling. Gotcha. The destruction law energy was unprecedentedly crazy as it poured into Swordsman Xiao Yun's sword, instantly forcing him to retreat. Yu 3 and Swordsman Xiao Yun's expression finally became serious after stabilizing his body. He finally knew how this unremarkable man in front of him managed to step onto the last floor of the True Dragon Sacred Tower. This exquisite sword Dao divine art is definitely not heaven rank. It's most likely, Swordsman Xiao Yun didn't finish his sentence, but his heart was already in a perilous situation. Only the legendary saint-rank divine arts could surpass the heaven-rank divine art. At this moment, Swordsman Xiao Yun's eyes were filled with greed. Saint-rank divine art was a divine art that only true gods had the qualifications to cultivate. If he could obtain this divine art, he wouldn't even be able to face an ordinary true god expert. I must obtain this sword Dao. Swordsman Xiao Yun shouted in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his blood was already boiling. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he definitely couldn't miss it. Even if he had to kill for it, he wouldn't hesitate. I originally wanted to kill you, but I've changed my mind. Hand over your swordsmanship, and I can spare your life, Swordsman Xiao Yun sinisterly said. But when he saw that Fang Chen didn't move, he continued, Don't worry, I'm the head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. As long as I say the word, you can do whatever you want in the extreme south. No one will dare touch you. Fang Chen sneered inside. This swordsman Xiao Yun's eyesight was quite good. He immediately saw that his sword Dao was extraordinary. This was the immemorial soul refining art. Even if he gave it to swordsman Xiao Yun, he wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Fang Chen shook his head. You can't even defeat me, and you're saying you won't kill me? That's laughable. Are you sure you're speaking from your heart? Swordsman Xiao Yun's voice was heavy. A fierce aura swept over, using his aura to suppress Fang Chen. Fang Chen spread his hands, not afraid in the slightest. Correct, this is what I'm speaking from my heart. The sword Dao is with me. If you have the ability, just take it. You're courting death. Swordsman Xiao Yun was thoroughly enraged. I'll capture you and extract your Yuan spirit, then I can still obtain it. refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Swordsman Xiao Yun was no longer prepared to hold back against Fang Chen. Seeing this, Purple Star and Moon asked, "Brother Chen, do you need help?" Fang Chen smiled and shook his head. "If I can't even protect you, then what's the point of cultivating? Let alone a mere heavenly god. Today, even if a true god is here, I'll definitely be able to take you away." Chapter 1840. Fang Chen's words were arrogant, but he did have the right to be arrogant. Before coming to the southernmost land, his strength was already enough to look down on the heavenly god realm. Heavenly god Liani and the Zhou family patriarch were both killed by him, not to mention others. Facing swordsman Xiao Yun, Fang Chen was cautious, but he wasn't afraid. He still hadn't fully comprehended the power of the immemorial soul refining art. Its attack power was strong enough to defeat swordsman Xiao Yun. "Kid, you're the most arrogant divine ancestor I've ever seen. Today, I'll show you the divine dragon Xiao Yun sword," swordsman Xiao Yun said angrily. Roar! A terrifying dragon cry instantly echoed in the air. At this moment, Fang Chen saw the dense sword qi above swordsman Xiao Yun's head forming a golden dragon. "No wonder you want the true dragon blood. Interesting." Fang Chen looked at the golden dragon and grinned. "Create a sword move. Destruction sword move. Time sword move. Space sword move. Reincarnation sword move." The 5 sword moves of the immemorial soul refining art were cast. The terrifying sword qi was endless, instantly engulfing the entire true dragon sacred tower. In the sky, 5 sword lights with completely different auras stood side by side, looking aggressive. "Let's see if your divine dragon Xiao Yun's sword or my immemorial soul refining art is stronger." This time, the two of them did not hold back at all and directly used their strongest attacks. Under swordsman Xiao Yun's control, the golden dragon let out a deafening dragon roar. This, swordsman Xiao Yun's heart was in turmoil. He felt his scalp go numb. The South Tomb Sword Palace had cultivated for countless years, but he had never seen such a strange sword technique. Using the 5 great laws as the foundation to unleash the 5 great sword move. Such a method was truly unheard of. It was too terrifying. However, he was very confident in his divine dragon Xiao Yun sword. The reason why he was called swordsman Xiao Yun was because of this sword technique. This was a top heaven-grade divine art. Among the many disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace, only he had successfully learned this sword technique. Yu 1. As for the others, it was impossible for them to understand such an obscure sword technique. It was because of this sword technique that he obtained the title of Xiao Yun Swordsman. In the extreme south, the name of Xiao Yun Swordsman would cause everyone's expression to change. "Divine Dragon, destroy!" The divine dragon roared and opened its bloody mouth. Its body quickly disintegrated and turned into sword qi that filled the sky, rushing towards Fang Chen. Kill! The only thing he could do now was to fight. Fang Chen controlled the 5 great sword moves and charged into the sword qi that filled the sky with a whistling sound. Break! Following Fang Chen's command, the destructive sword light immediately shattered. The terrifying power of the rules of destruction swept up the surrounding sword qi and devoured it completely. At the same time, the time sword light disintegrated and changed the flow of time within the true dragon sacred tower. After the spatial sword light was disintegrated, it caused the space to become even more chaotic. As for the creation of sword light, it provided an endless supply of power to the power of destruction. In the end, the reincarnation sword light wrapped around the giant golden dragon's head and sent it into reincarnation. The 5 major sword moves had a clear division of labor. The destruction sword move was the main attack and the other sword moves were the support. The attack power was instantly raised to the maximum. "I see." Fang Chen was overjoyed and nodded in satisfaction. In the battle with the successor of the creation branch, Fang Chen felt that he was very familiar with the control of the 4 major sword moves, and their attack power was very strong. However, when it came to him, it could not achieve the desired effect. This time, he finally grasped the essence of it. If I can get the Destiny Sword move, I will be invincible. Fang Chen could imagine what kind of changes would happen to the immemorial soul-refining art when the 6 sword moves were gathered. It was only now that he understood the meaning of the name Immemorial Soul-Refining Art. Soul-refining art was actually refining the divine spirit. When it was cultivated to the peak, even an emperor god would not be able to resist it. I wonder if it surpasses the saint divine art. Fang Chen thought to himself. Crack! Under the terrifying attack of the immemorial soul-refining art, the giant golden dragon's head instantly disintegrated. No, it's impossible. Swordsman Xiao Yun shook his head desperately. He could not believe that the divine art that he was so proud of was so weak in front of this person. His eyes were filled with a scarlet color. He was even more greedy for Fang Chen's divine art. If I can get such a powerful divine art, I will definitely rise. Swordsman Xiao Yun clenched his fists as a crazy idea came to his mind. He did not want to let go of this great opportunity. Poochie! Suddenly, Swordsman Xiao Yun opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood on the sword. Instantly, the sword turned scarlet. At the same time, a dragon's roar that shook the 9 heavens spread. Divine Dragon Xiao Yun's sword, Forbidden Flame. Among the heavenly gods, there was almost no one who could force Swordsman Xiao Yun to use this move. This move was prepared to deal with the true gods. Swordsman Xiao Yun originally wanted to find a chance to challenge the true gods after returning to the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. He wanted to use this to intimidate everyone and achieve a shocking effect. But now, it seemed that he had to bring it forward. This is the first time I've used the Forbidden Flame after mastering it. You should be proud to die under it. Swordsman Xiao Yun's face was filled with madness as he roared furiously. The scarlet sword transformed into a ferocious roaring golden dragon and rushed toward Fang Chen. This dragon was many times more powerful than the previous one. Roar! The ferocious dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to collapse. Star and Moon, who was behind Fang Chen, was a little worried and prepared to intervene. However, at some point in time, Fang Chen's large hand was holding Xing Yu's small, fair hand. You don't have to do anything," Fang Chen said softly. Star and Moon glanced at him and nodded. No matter what, Fang Chen was her husband and she would unconditionally choose to believe him. However, she was also prepared to intervene at any time. Once Fang Chen was defeated, she would intervene immediately. She would never allow swordsman Xiao Yun to hurt her husband. Roar! The ferocious dragon disappeared in an instant. This time the attack was aggressive. Compared to the previous attack, it was God knows how many times more tyrannical. Yu 3. However, Fang Chen still unleashed the immemorial soul-refining technique at a leisurely pace. It's useless. Although the Sword Palace of the South Tomb was a holy land for sword cultivators and all its disciples were powerful sword cultivators, but they could only say that they were too unlucky to encounter Fang Chen. The 5 major sword moves were once again displayed. 5 completely different types of rule force quickly swept out and surrounded the ferocious dragon with a clear division of labor. Kill! Swordsman Xiao Yun's eyes were scarlet as he roared furiously. He tried his best to shatter the 5 sword lights. Break! Fang Chen said softly. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The ferocious dragon felt fear and crazily attacked. The 5 major power of rules complemented each other and formed a perfect cage that it couldn't escape from. What else do you have? Fang Chen looked down at swordsman Xiao Yun. Do you think you can trap me like this? Suddenly, swordsman Xiao Yun's face revealed a sinister smile. Fang Chen frowned. At this stage, could swordsman Xiao Yun not see the difference between them? Who am I? I am swordsman Xiao Yun, the first disciple of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. I will most likely become a true god in the future. It's impossible for a divine ancestor trash like you to defeat me. Swordsman Xiao Yun stood quietly on the ground, his robe fluttering without wind. Every time he said a word, the anger on his body would increase by a point. Ever since I became the first disciple of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, I was invincible in the same realm. No one has ever dared to provoke me like this. You are the strongest person I have met in the past few years. To be able to block my taboo flame means that you have the strength to reach the true God realm. Swordsman Xiao Yun continued, but do you think that's all I have? Swordsman Xiao Yun laughed wildly. This scene caused Fang Chen to be a little stunned. Was he just putting on an act, or did he really have a trump card? Crack! As they spoke, the ferocious dragon was destroyed by the 5 major power of rules. The energy fluctuations caused the entire True Dragon's sacred tower to violently shake. Chapter 1841. Swordsman Xiao Yun's strongest sword technique had been broken by Fang Chen's immemorial soul refining art. But now, he was laughing maniacally. Was he putting on an act, or did he really have something up his sleeve? Fang Chen frowned as he stared at him with the hidden star sword in his hand. He could sense a dangerous aura from this person. This is a secret of mine. Even some disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace don't know about it. Anyone who knew about it died in the end. You are no exception. As he spoke, a strange destructive aura surged around Swordsman Xiao Yun. Fang Chen was shocked to find that this destructive aura gave him a different feeling than before. Buzz. Swordsman Xiao Yun opened his palms as the aura around him rose to the maximum. His eyes revealed a sinister smile. At the same time, a black mark appeared on his forehead and it kept flashing. Do you feel fear? Too bad it's too late. Swordsman Xiao Yun roared as the black mark on his forehead exploded with a deathly aura. This deathly aura swept through the entire True Dragon's sacred tower. Death Hand. Swordsman Xiao Yun executed the Death Hand. The terrifying destructive aura formed a huge hand print in the air. It was so terrifying that it seemed like the entire True Dragon's sacred tower was going to collapse. At this moment, Fang Chen's face turned serious. If he guessed correctly, the Death Hand was extremely famous in the South Tomb Sword Palace. Because its master was the most outstanding disciple of Emperor Swordless, the strongest person known as the Death God Emperor. The South Tomb Sword Palace had a total of 5 God Emperors. The strongest person was naturally God Emperor Swordless. He had a total of 2 personal disciples, and one of them was God Emperor Death. It was said that the Death God Emperor was extremely talented. When he became Emperor Swordless' disciple, it didn't take long for him to stand out. As for himself, he specialized in studying the primordial spirit of martial artists. He emitted a deathly aura and eventually received the title of Death God Emperor. To be able to teach a God Emperor disciple, it was enough to show how strong Emperor Swordless was. The Death God Emperor's achievements in the Sword Dao were inferior to his achievements in the Death Dao. The Death Hand was his ultimate technique. How does he know the absolute art of the Death God Emperor? Impossible. Fang Chen's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. It was rumored that the Death God Emperor was one of the 2 direct disciples of the Swordless God Emperor. Moreover, this person was engrossed in cultivation and never took in disciples. Why would the Death Hand appear in the hands of Sword Saint Xiao Yun? What? Are you scared? Seeing Fang Chen's expression, Swordsman Xiao Yun laughed eerily. In the entire God realm, other than God Emperor Swordless, no one else knows that I am the only disciple of the God Emperor of Death. You should be proud to die in the hands of my Death God. Swordsman Xiao Yun was the only disciple of the Death God Emperor. This secret made Fang Chen's heart tremble. Who would have thought that Swordsman Xiao Yun would be the disciple of the Death God Emperor? This was going to be troublesome. Looking at the huge hand in the void, Fang Chen's expression turned solemn. Sword chi surged around him as he used the immemorial soul-refining technique without hesitation. Hand of Death, Death Annihilation. Swordsman Xiao Yun didn't want to waste any time. After all, he couldn't use the Death Hand for a long time. Therefore, he needed to end the battle quickly. With a roar, the huge Death Hand suddenly swooped down from the sky, bringing along terrifying death energy as it enveloped Fang Qin. Die. Swordsman Xiao Yun controlled the Death Hand to attack wildly as he shouted. Immemorial soul-refining technique. 5 great sword moves were used simultaneously. Rumble in the void, the 5 great sword moves exploded with unimaginable power as they fought against the Death Hand. However, the Death Hand contained the Death God Emperor's millions of years of research on death. The Death Hand actually blocked the 5 great sword moves. Moreover, the death energy contained within the Death Hand was seeping into Fang Chen's body. I can't let the death energy seep into my body, Fang Chen thought in his heart. If the death energy seeped into his body, his primordial spirit would definitely be damaged. Spacetime book. At this moment, Fang Chen couldn't care less. He pushed the spacetime book to the extreme, and his body flickered as he shuttled through the void. He wanted to use the fastest speed to send swordsman Xiao Yun flying. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power of the Death Hand. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the Death Hand shattered 3 of the great sword moves. Fang Chen's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, he finally believed that swordsman Xiao Yun was the only disciple of the Death God Emperor. This was because the Death Hand that swordsman Xiao Yun used contained a trace of the Death God Emperor's technique. Thinking about it, the Death God Emperor must have used it to protect his disciple. Crack! The immemorial soul-refining technique couldn't withstand it anymore. Fang Chen's body flickered rapidly. The purple-robed Star and Moon, who had been standing at the back, took a step forward and rushed into the battle. Mysterious Een. An extremely cold aura burst out from Star and Moon's body. She activated the mysterious Een Phoenix physique, and a terrifying power instantly spread out. Star and Moon clenched her small white hands into fists, and then punched the Death Hand in the air. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The addition of Star and Moon actually suppressed the Death Hand's attack. Brother Chen! Star and Moon shouted. Fang Chen nodded heavily. He knew what Star and Moon wanted to say. Without any hesitation, he quickly appeared in front of swordsman Xiao Yun and launched a fierce attack. At this moment, Star and Moon was in charge of blocking the Death Hand. Kill! The 5 great sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining technique were used again. Without the help of the Death Hand, swordsman Xiao Yun couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack. Death Hand! Swordsman Xiao Yun waved his hand, trying to get the Death Hand to return to his side. However, Star and Moon acted. The power of the phoenix in her body instantly burst out, firmly restraining the Death Hand. Poochie! In the blink of an eye, the hidden star sword pierced into swordsman Xiao Yun's body from a tricky angle. Swordsman Xiao Yun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly darkened. No! Swordsman Xiao Yun roared crazily. The Death Hand shook and instantly exploded. The power of the explosion drowned Star and Moon. Fang Chen roared and quickly rushed into the explosion to find Star and Moon. Swordsman Xiao Yun wanted to take advantage of this time to escape. Even the means left by his master couldn't deal with these two. If he didn't leave now, he would die here. Rumble! The power of the Death Hand was too strong. The power of the explosion was even more shocking. Fang Chen immediately found Star and Moon. She was in a better state than he had imagined. It was just that the aura of death had invaded her mind and was destroying her Yuan spirit. Star and Moon's complexion was slightly pale. She weakly said, "Brother Chen, I'm fine. Force out the aura of death." Fang Chen placed Star and Moon on the ground. She used her phoenix power to force out the aura of death. Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Then, a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Soon after, his gaze landed on the fleeing swordsman of the Xiao Yun sect. You want to leave? With a thought, Fang Chun appeared in front of swordsman Xiao Yun, blocking his path. Brat, I'll give up on the true dragon blood. How about we forget about this matter? Asked swordsman Xiao Yun. Is that even possible? Asked Fang Chun. Swordsman Xiao Yun's expression darkened. Brat, I am the South Tomb Sword Palace's head disciple, and I am also the Death Emperor's only disciple. If you kill me, the Sword Palace of the South Tomb will definitely hunt you down to the very end. You better think this through. Swordsman Xiao Yun had no other choice. He could only use the Death Emperor and the South Tomb Sword Palace to threaten Fang Chun. If he was smart, he should let him off. Even if I don't kill you, that doesn't mean the Death Emperor and the South Tomb Sword Palace will let me off. Fang Chun sneered. He had already thoroughly offended the South Tomb Sword Palace. If he didn't kill swordsman Xiao Yun, there would be no end to his troubles. Buzz. Fang Chen's killing intent surged. He raised the hidden star sword and walked toward swordsman Xiao Yun. Brat, are you really going to be so stubborn? Roared swordsman Xiao Yun. You should know better than me how difficult it is to deal with my master, the Death Emperor. Chapter 1842. Fang Chun had heard some legends about the Death God Emperor. The Death God Emperor's understanding of the primordial spirit had reached the peak. The attacks he created were all targeted at the primordial spirit. Once the death chi invaded the mind, the primordial spirit would definitely shatter. This was an extremely terrifying thing. Because of this, everyone knew how powerful the Death God Emperor was. Although the Death God Emperor was the #1 disciple of the Swordless God Emperor, he kept a low profile and was obsessed with the Tao of Death. He rarely left the South Tomb Sword Palace. Although he wasn't as strong as the Swordless God Emperor, no one dared to underestimate him. Right now, swordsman Xiao Yun had brought up the Death God Emperor and the South Tomb Sword Palace to threaten Fang Chun to let him live. The Death God Emperor is indeed difficult to deal with, but he has to find me first. Fang Chun sneered. The space-time cultivation system had reached a certain level. Even a true god wouldn't be able to lock onto his location from such a distance. This was one of his trump cards. Moreover, after killing swordsman Xiao Yun, the Death God Emperor might not know it was him. As long as he left the true dragon's treasure, he could quickly escape from this place. And once he let swordsman Xiao Yun go, he would definitely seek revenge. At that time, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, no matter what, Fang Chun wouldn't let swordsman Xiao Yun leave this place alive. If the outside world knew that a divine ancestor had tried to kill the #1 disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, swordsman Xiao Yun, they would definitely scoff. Even heavenly god realm powerhouses of the older generation who had been famous for a long time might not be so ruthless. They weren't afraid of swordsman Xiao Yun, but the South Tomb Sword Palace behind him. The 7 top forces of the god realm placed the most importance on nurturing the younger generation. Only then could they pass down their legacy. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that swordsman Xiao Yun was the most important disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. In the future, he might even take over the position of the palace master. It was easy to imagine how furious the Sword Palace of the Southern Tomb would be if such an important person was killed. However, since things had already come to this, there was no other way. Looks like you're determined to kill me. Who was swordsman Xiao Yun? He had experienced much more than Fang Chun. From the way he looked at Fang Chun, it could be seen that this person had a strong desire to kill him. It seemed that today was not going to be a good day. However, even if he was in a trap, swordsman Xiao Yun would not give up. This was the persistence a swordsman should have. Even if he died in the end, at least he had tried his best. Kid, you'll definitely regret what you did today. If I, swordsman Xiao Yun, am lucky enough to escape, there will be no place for you in the entire god realm. Swordsman Xiao Yun said coldly. Immediately after, he activated the last bit of energy in his body and completely activated the black mark that his master, Death Emperor God, had left on his forehead. Hiss, a terrifying aura of death flickered on the black mark. Under the control of swordsman Xiao Yun, it quickly left his forehead. Then, with a wave of his hand, it shot towards Fang Chen's body. Petty tricks. When the immemorial soul-refining art was used, the 5 sword moves complemented each other. They directly smashed the black mark into pieces. A deafening sound echoed throughout the true dragon's sacred tower. However, what Fang Chen did not expect was that when the 5 sword moves were about to smash the black mark into pieces, a laser suddenly shot out from the black mark. With lightning speed, it quickly entered his body. At the same time, swordsman Xiao Yun let out a wild laugh. You're dead. This is my master's death mark. As long as you're still alive, my master will be able to find your location. Seeing Fang Chen's serious expression, swordsman Xiao Yun laughed eerily. The death mark was his master's method. As long as the mark was placed, the Death Emperor would be able to sense it within a certain range. Damn it. Fang Chen also knew how terrifying the death mark was. He tried to use the golden heart to refine it. However, he was shocked to find that the death mark was extremely tough. The golden heart was unable to do anything to it. While Fang Chen was resisting the death mark, swordsman Xiao Yun quickly escaped. The immemorial soul-refining art was used once more. This time, Fang Chen did not hold back. He directly used his strongest attack. At the same time, the time-space book was pushed to the limit. Puchi the hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed into swordsman Xiao Yun's back. Swordsman Xiao Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Even if I die, you won't have an easy time. My master will take revenge for me. Swordsman Xiao Yun entered a state of madness. Boom. The power of the immemorial soul refining art instantly exploded and turned swordsman Xiao Yun's body into dust. Swordsman Xiao Yun, the head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, and the only disciple of the Death Emperor, had fallen at the hands of Fang Chen. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew past. The aura of death filled the air. Fang Chen's expression was somewhat gloomy. His eyes turned and he quickly returned to the last floor of the True Dragon's sacred tower. The South Tomb Sword Palace was located in the core of the southern region. Rather than saying that the South Tomb Sword Palace was a sect, it was more like a huge sword cultivation holy land. The entire South Tomb Sword Palace was like a continent. There were very strong restrictions around it. Normally, there was almost no one in the South Tomb Sword Palace. This was because most of the elders were bitterly cultivating. Within the South Tomb Sword Palace, sword chi soared into the sky. The atmosphere was very heavy. In a certain deathly hall of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, an old man with a long beard suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with a thick aura of death. Congratulations, senior brother. You've improved on the Death Dao. The moment the old man opened his eyes, the other god emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace had already sensed it. They instantly sensed that the Death Emperor seemed to have broken through. They all sent messages to the Death Emperor. Voila! As soon as he finished speaking, the person who had just spoken arrived. He was not a god emperor, but his status was comparable to a god emperor. He was the other disciple of God Emperor Swordless, the Evergreen God Emperor. Senior brother. When the Evergreen God Emperor arrived at the palace, he discovered that his senior brother, the Death Emperor, had a trace of anger between his brows. He asked curiously, "What's wrong? You're not happy that your strength has increased?" Junior brother Evergreen. The Death Emperor stood up. His black robes emitted a terrifying aura of death. He calmly looked at the Evergreen God Emperor and said, "Xiao Yun is dead." What? Even the Evergreen God Emperor, who had always been calm and collected, was thoroughly shocked. The head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, swordsman Xiao Yun, had actually died? What's going on? Who's so daring to kill a genius of my South Tomb Sword Palace? The evergreen god emperor coldly said. His body emitted a terrifying killing intent. The Death Emperor shook his head and walked to the side. His pitch-black eyes passed through the palace and looked at the endless void. Junior brother Evergreen, there's something I've never told you. When he said these words, the Death Emperor seemed to have aged a lot. His voice was filled with vicissitude. Senior brother, what's going on? If swordsman Xiao Yun had died, his senior brother shouldn't be like this. Something big must have happened. Xiao Yun is my only disciple, the Death Emperor said. This time, the Evergreen God Emperor was even more shocked. Senior brother, when did you accept Xiao Yun as your disciple? Waves of shock rose in the Evergreen God Emperor's heart. Everyone thought that the Death Emperor didn't have any disciples. However, he had silently accepted swordsman Xiao Yun as his disciple. After Master summoned us, the Death Emperor replied. The Evergreen God Emperor finally understood why his senior brother was so angry. Senior brother, do you know who killed Xiao Yun? The Evergreen God Emperor coldly asked. To dare to act against the South Tomb Sword Palace and kill the only disciple of the Death Emperor, even the Evergreen God Emperor was enraged. Although I don't know who that person is, he has my death imprint on him. He won't be able to escape. The Death Emperor grew calmer. However, his words were filled with killing intent. I really want to see who dares to kill my disciple. Senior brother, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I'll handle it personally. The Evergreen God Emperor said. Chapter 1843. The Evergreen Divine Emperor had always admired his senior apprentice brother, the God Emperor of Death. He would often tell the other Divine Emperors that if he could be like his senior apprentice brother and focus on the Sword Tao, he would have long since reached the God Emperor realm. However, he was himself. He had his own unique personality. So he was destined to never become an expert like the God Emperor of Death. Originally, he had been planning on sending the Sword Palace's true gods to investigate the matter. But now that he heard that swordsman Xiao Yun was his senior apprentice brother's only disciple, he was furious and decided to help his senior apprentice brother. However, he was stopped by the God Emperor of Death. There's no need. Based on the death mark, I can sense that the person who killed Xiao Yun was only a heavenly god. Just send a few real gods from the Sword Palace to capture him. The God Emperor of Death clasped his hands behind his back. Master's matter is more important. You should obediently stay in the Sword Palace. Hearing that, the Evergreen Divine Emperor's expression changed, and he nodded. The news of swordsman Xiao Yun's death shook the entire Sword Palace. Everyone cried out in alarm. Who was it that dared to attack the Sword Palace of the South Tomb? And in the dark, several divine kings silently left the Sword Palace to capture Fang Chen in the Sacred Dragon Mountain Range. At this time, Fang Chen was in the True Dragon Treasury talking to the Tower Spirit. Is she your wife? Asked the Tower Spirit of the final True Dragon Sacred Tower. It stared at the star and moon with a burning gaze. Fang Chen nodded. The Tower Spirit took a deep breath and said, Your wife is not simple. She has a very powerful phoenix energy within her body. She seems to be borrowing the True Dragon Sacred Tower's True Dragon Aura to stimulate the phoenix energy within her. Fang Chen naturally knew that his wife possessed the profound Yin Phoenix body. It seemed the Tower Spirit hadn't recognized her. Fang Chen let out a breath of relief. If even the Tower Spirit, who had fought alongside the True Dragon Sacred Tower for countless years, couldn't recognize her, then an ordinary true god definitely wouldn't be able to. Senior Tower Spirit, I've already gathered the 3 dragon pearls. Can I obtain the true dragon blood? Asked Fang Chen. Actually, the true dragon blood was what he was most concerned about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered this place. The pagoda spirit was very satisfied with Fang Chen. He nodded and smiled. I've seen your experiences in the 4 true dragon sacred towers. You are indeed not bad. You are the best candidate for the true dragon blood. At the same time, the pagoda genie was also praising Fang Chen. Yu 1. For a genius like you to appear in this universe era, it's truly amazing. In the eyes of the tower spirit, this person's potential was extremely heaven-defying. He had even surpassed true dragons of the same age. If word of this got out, it would be enough to set off huge waves in the outside world. It's a pity that your cultivation is slightly weaker. The true dragon's blood is very strong. After you obtain it, you must store it well. Don't refine it first. Consume it when you reach the heavenly god realm. There's a 50% chance that you'll reach the God King realm, the tower spirit continued. Although there was only a 50% chance of success, it was enough to shock everyone. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between a heavenly god and a true god. Crash as they spoke, the pagoda spirits of the other 3 true dragon sacred towers appeared one after another. Kid, I didn't see wrongly. The 3 pagoda spirits greeted Fang Chen with a smile. Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fist. The 4 pagoda spirits looked at each other and said, Master's true inheritance is in the true dragon's blood. If you obtain the true dragon's blood, you'll be Master's disciple. However, before that, we'll help you improve your cultivation. Your cultivation is too weak. Only the 4 pagoda spirits dared to say that. Even the peak heavenly god realm Xiao Yun swordsman could be killed by his sword. Was he weak? Of course not. However, in the eyes of the 4 pagoda spirits, Fang Chen was weak. Buzz the 4 pagoda spirits worked together to open up a special space. Then, they said to Fang Chen, this space is the essence of the 4 true dragon sacred towers. It's also where Master once cultivated. While the true dragon sacred towers can still exist, you should cultivate here. Who knows, you might be able to comprehend the 3rd level of the fundamental martial path. In this space, time is accelerated by 10,000 times. It can be maintained for 3 years. If you break through during this period, the space will automatically collapse. The pagoda spirit explained. Fang Chen was shocked. The biggest problem with time acceleration was that it could not be maintained for a long time. For example, although he already had a certain level of attainment in the time law, it was still possible to create a space where time was accelerated by 100 or even 1,000 times. However, it could not be maintained for a long time. With his current strength, he could only maintain it for a few hours at most. The 4 pagoda spirits could easily create a space where time was accelerated by 10,000 times and could maintain it for 3 years. How could it not be shocking? Alright, don't be surprised. Once you absorb the true dragon's blood, you can do it too. Hurry up. The pagoda spirit of the first true dragon sacred tower urged. You too. Fang Chen nodded and stepped into it. What a rich time law. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Then, he did not waste any more time and sat down cross-legged. Buzz. The most basic martial Dao aura instantly swept over. Fang Chen closed his eyes and began to feel it wholeheartedly. In the true dragon sacred tower, the 4 pagoda spirits looked at each other and smiled. This kid's potential is really heaven-defying. Yeah, if nothing goes wrong, he will be able to reach the Divine Lord realm soon. After so many years, we are finally free. The 4 pagoda spirits discussed with each other, their words full of praise for Fang Chen. Time passed mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Boom. One day, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded in the peaceful true dragon sacred tower. In the next moment, a fiery red light vaguely formed the shape of a phoenix in the sky and let out a loud cry. Then, the purple-robed star and moon opened her eyes. Her aura rapidly increased as the power of the phoenix spread out. It was as if a queen had descended to the world. Mystical Phoenix Constitution. A large amount of information about the mystical Phoenix Constitution appeared in Star and Moon's mind. After a long while, her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the void. Senior True Dragon, please forgive me. The True Dragon and the True Phoenix had always competed and repelled each other. If the True Dragon had not shown mercy, just the power of the Phoenix in her body would have been enough to cause the True Dragon's sacred tower to tremble and cause her death. Buzz. A cryptic sound seemed to come from the void. UU3. Star and Moon's delicate body trembled, but she quickly calmed down. The 4 pagoda spirits appeared one after another and stared at her with burning eyes. Little girl, the power of the Phoenix in your body is really impressive. Yeah, it actually triggered a trace of Master's remnant consciousness. The heir of the True Dragon and the heir of the True Phoenix have become Tao companions. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The 4 pagoda spirits laughed. They could see that Star and Moon was extraordinary. Star and Moon nodded slightly, then opened her red lips and asked, Seniors, may I ask if my husband is… that kid is cultivating? The pagoda spirit pointed casually. Star and Moon's gaze fell on the accelerated space. Immediately, a huge tremor occurred within the True Dragon's sacred tower. The accelerated space shattered. A figure with a tyrannical aura walked out from within. His body was filled with a vast aura. You broke through, the pagoda spirit said with a smile. Divine Lord Realm. You barely made it, another pagoda spirit said. Thank you, seniors. Fang Chen retracted his aura and cupped his fist. Only a month had passed in the outside world, but in the accelerated space, hundreds of years had passed. With Fang Chen's potential, breaking through to the Divine Lord Realm was easy. In fact, he could have broken through to the Heavenly God Realm in one go, but he gave up in the end. There were 3 major realms in the Heavenly God Realm. Each realm required a certain amount of accumulation. Otherwise, if the foundation wasn't solid enough, it would affect one's ability to step into the true God Realm. How could the 4 pagoda spirits not know this? So they praised Fang Chen even more. Fang Chen's gaze fell on Star and Moon. Star and Moon, who had completely awakened her profound Phoenix body, became even more beautiful. She had a charm that ordinary people couldn't resist. Although her body was cold and unapproachable, she was as beautiful as a beautiful rose blooming in the cold. Chapter 1844. That one word contained all the longing Fang Chen had felt for Star and Moon all these years. The latter was like a rose that bloomed in the cold. Her beautiful face revealed a blissful smile as she nodded at Fang Chen. Suddenly, Fang Chen remembered something. The death mark. He slapped his head. He had actually forgotten about it. Then, he looked deeply at the 4 tower spirits and asked, Seniors, this junior has something to ask. About the death mark? Asked the 4th True Dragon Tower spirit indifferently. The expressions of the other 3 tower spirits changed slightly. That's right. The death mark has invaded my body. Is there any way to get rid of it? Asked Fang Chen. As long as the death mark was still in his body, the Death Emperor would be able to sense it within a certain range. This was an extremely dangerous matter. Fang Chen didn't want to joke around with his life. So, he was looking for an answer. The death mark is indeed troublesome for you. But it's not like there's no way, said the tower spirit. Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he hurriedly looked at the tower spirit. The true dragon's blood can conceal the aura of the death mark. In the meantime, you just need to leave this place, said the tower spirit. Hearing this, Fang Chen suddenly understood. So that's how it was. It seemed that this was the only way. But he had just escaped from the easternmost region. Did he have to flee again? He turned around and glanced at Star and Moon, feeling a bit guilty. Ever since he had found Star and Moon, she had been accompanying him everywhere. How much longer would they have to live like this? Star and Moon seemed to sense the fluctuations in Fang Chen's heart. She walked over to his side and gently held Fang Chen's hand. She was using her actions to support her husband. Fang Chen immediately felt a warmth in his heart. He swore to himself that he would definitely change this situation so that his wife wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Kid, this is all we can help you with. Next, we will give you the true dragon's blood. Once you get it, leave this place quickly. After saying that, the 4 tower spirits sighed and their illusory figures gradually dissipated into the void. Immediately after, a wild aura surged out. UU1. The projections of the 4 pagoda spirits converged to form a drop of golden blood. This drop of blood contained an extremely terrifying power. This is true dragon blood. Fang Chen was shocked. He didn't expect the true dragon's blood to exist in such a form. Almost as soon as the true dragon blood appeared, the terrifying power of the phoenix surged from Star and Moon's bodies, resisting the dense true dragon aura. Fang Chen called out worriedly. Star and Moon shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Fang Chen gently reached out his hand, and a drop of golden blood landed on his palm. Fang Chen grabbed it, and the dense true dragon aura immediately withdrew. Fang Chen opened his mouth and swallowed it. The golden heart in his body began to beat rapidly. Crash! The power contained in the true dragon blood was too strong. With Fang Chen's current strength, he couldn't refine it at all. The true dragon blood was temporarily stored in the golden heart. At the same time, it released a terrifying true dragon aura, cutting off the connection between the death mark and the outside world. Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. This true dragon blood was truly domineering. Rumble! At this moment, the 4 true dragon sacred towers shook at the same time. Let's go. Fang Chen glanced at the true dragon sacred towers, then quickly left. At the same time, all the surviving disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace in the true dragon treasury rushed towards the exit. 100,000 great mountains, above the sacred dragon mountain range. 3 God King experts stood side by side. They were the true God experts sent by the Death God Emperor to capture Fang Chen. One of them had a flower condensed from Death Aura in his palm. This flower was very beautiful. It constantly flickered, and the stamen was always pointing towards a certain direction in the sacred dragon mountain range. This meant that the death mark was in that direction. UU2, and that was where the true dragon treasury was located. God King Chan Chen, how is it? Asked the black-robed old man with sharp eyebrows. God King Chan Chen was the leader of this mission. He was also one of the elders of the South Tomb Sword Palace. He was abnormally strong. The beautiful flower in his hand was given to him by the Death God Emperor. As long as the death mark was nearby, he would be able to sense it. This person is still in the true dragon treasury, said God King Chan Chen. God King Yen Yu nodded. Humph, with the 3 of us here, we'll capture him the moment he appears. That's right. Swordsman Xiao Yun's death has infuriated the Death God Emperor and the Evergreen God Emperor. We must handle this beautifully, said God King Blacksword. If it was in the past, dealing with a heavenly god wouldn't be so grand. At most, they would send an inner palace disciple. However, it was different this time. The one who died was Swordsman Xiao Yun, the head disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, as well as the most outstanding sword Dao prodigy of the South Tomb Sword Palace in the past 10,000 years. The South Tomb Sword Palace attached great importance to this matter. Thus, this person had to be captured. Rumble, as the 3 God Kings spoke, the true dragon treasury opened and a deafening sound rang out. Immediately, a void gate appeared in the sky above the sacred dragon mountains. A moment later, a heavenly god appeared. It's a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace, said God King Chan Chen. Soon, a large number of inner palace disciples walked out. They also saw the 3 God Kings in the sky and hurriedly cupped their fists. 3 elders. Quickly return to the South Tomb Sword Palace, said God King Chan Chen. The disciples didn't dare to ask any more questions and quickly left the sacred dragon mountains. Although some people had died in this trip to the true dragon treasury, many more people had reaped great rewards. After the disciples left, God King Chan Chen's face became even more gloomy. Why don't I see Luo Tiandu? What happened to him? God King Yen Yu frowned. Did Luo Tiandu also die? God King Black Sword's voice was cold. After swordsman Xiao Yun died, Luo Tiandu was the most outstanding disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace. If even he died, the South Tomb Sword Palace would be enraged. Yu 3. This was something that had never happened since the establishment of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Let's wait a little longer, God King Chan Chen said in disbelief. Walla. However, at this moment, the beautiful flower in God King Chan Chen's palm suddenly extinguished. God King Black Sword and God King Yen Yu's faces changed. What's going on? The two of them asked anxiously. God King Chan Chen's black eyes stared at the extinguished flower as a terrifying aura surged from his body. There's only one explanation for the flower's extinguishment. The thief has concealed the aura of the death mark, said God King Chan Chen coldly. Damn it, what should we do then? God King Black Sword asked anxiously. If they couldn't complete this task, they wouldn't be able to report back. What's there to be afraid of? We'll guard here. I don't believe that he won't come out. Once he comes out, we'll capture him directly. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have the flower's guidance, said God King Yen Yu. God King Chan Chen and God King Black Sword didn't say anything, but they agreed. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. The void gate trembled as if it could disappear at any moment. However, Luo Tiandu and the thief were still nowhere to be seen. God King Chan Chen, do you think that the thief knows that we're waiting outside and doesn't dare to come out? Asked God King Black Sword. It's very likely. However, if he doesn't come out, isn't he afraid of staying in the True Dragon's treasury forever? Asked God King Yen Yu. Wait, Divine Monarch Chan Chen said. They didn't mention Luo Tiandu because they knew that Luo Tiandu had most likely died. When they thought about how their two most outstanding disciples had died in the True Dragon's treasury, the three God Kings were infuriated. If this matter were to spread, it would be a huge blow to the Sword Palace's reputation. For so many years, the Sword Palace had stayed away from worldly affairs. The outside world seemed to have forgotten how terrifying the Sword Palace was. It seemed that they needed to display the Sword Palace's strength. God King Chan Chen's heart was filled with rage. I don't believe that you won't appear. The three God Kings were waiting for a heavenly god to appear. This was the first time in the Sword Palace's history.